Well, welcome in. It's been an interesting day so far, seeing some of our big name teams get 2-0'd in the likes of Entropiq and Big. Now we see if if GODSENT, don't know why I'm thinking Dignitas. Now we see if GODSENT can't pick up the pieces because these invited teams have just been getting stomped out.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely absurd. I cannot believe the teams that we've already said goodbye to. So far, like he had said, we say goodbye to Entropiq, one of the teams that was looking very good as of recent. We say goodbye to Big as well, to invited teams that are making an immediate exit. And now, I mean, it's really up to the likes of GODSENT to prove that these invited teams, you know, they didn't make it through the main Swiss. They booked their tickets here for free, and they're making these early exits in the quarterfinals like a lot of people didn't expect.
I mean, I gotta say, though, I'm not unimpressed. Like, I am very, very happy with the results that we've seen when it comes to BLUEJAYS. They've been trying to prove themselves for quite some time now. It almost seems like their progress has just been them bashing their head up against the wall and seeing what they can't get done. Definition of insanity. Kind of same with forZe, but now they're starting to emerge out of the woodworks, and these are some really convincing wins. So even now, if they just get stomped out, we see them tomorrow just get leveled, I still think these are really good results.
They should be happy. I mean, forZe lost one of their big members there in Blitz, so the fact that they were able to bounce back with their 2 new pickups is just such a good sign for them. And like you said, it should be a proud result for them. But I mean, talking about this matchup, again, there's potential here for more upset. GamerLegion, they're another team that looks to be in relatively good form. But GODSENT, I've just seen so much improvement since the formulation of this roster. Taco leading the charge there over on this team. At the very start, they were losing to some of the NA teams that you would just expect a roster with these sort of names to hand big non-stop victories for them. But overall, you know, they struggled in the initial stage. I think that the resurgence that this team has had under the leadership of Taco is very exciting.
100% right, and we even know a couple of these players coming from our own land. I believe Dumao and Barton, both players that have been in that, like, over in ESCNA Premier for quite some time. We know about them. You obviously got the legends in Taco and Phelps, so I don't really need to go in depth about Lotto. I'm a bit unfamiliar about him, right? I'm not going to say I'm too in depth when it comes to him, but on the counterpart, when you look at GamerLegion, maybe some familiar faces there. I always like to talk up one of the boys in EAM, because I swear, every time I see him in the server, bro, he is incredible.
Yeah, no, I mean, and he impressed us the other day. I mean, we were just casting GamerLegion in their victory, I believe, up against Eternal Fire, where we just really didn't expect them to close that one out, and they showed some incredible depth in their game. It was almost as if they were never out of that series, despite, you know, it looking rather dire. They lost that first map pretty handedly on Mirage, and then they come back on Inferno with a nice little comeback, and Vertigo was all theirs all the time. They were able to really frustrate, I think, overall that Eternal Fire roster with some of the crazy shots that they were hitting as well. So I'm very excited. I'm just with you. EAM always seems to impress me.
Now, there is something I'm interested about when it comes down to these two teams, right? Because I believe next up we're going to be going into the veto, and that's where I am going to start to turn my head a little bit, because I honestly think that GODSENT go for an Inferno pick here. They go for Ancient instead, but I think Inferno was the play, because if you take a look at these two teams' map pools, their high-end maps are very, very similar. And I think Inferno would have been a really good punish pick to go through with, but I think GamerLegion have other plans. Nuke, it's definitely not great for either one of them. It's not either team's true calling, right? It's about middle of the pack for GamerLegion, pretty low end for GODSENT. So maybe that's their version of a punish pick, because both of these teams have a fairly consistent top 3 maps in the likes of Mirage, Vertigo, and Ancient. Both of them kind of dancing around the same park there. So I was really surprised to see GODSENT not go for that Inferno punish pick, because GamerLegion haven't looked great on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised to see that either. Inferno just not too much in the wheelhouse, I think, overall of GODSENT. And like you said, that new pick that comes through from GamerLegion, it might look like it's a very strong punish pick, but I think that GODSENT, they're even willing to leave this up in some of the best of ones that they've played recently. And that kind of shows that, well, despite the limited win rate that they do have on that they're not too scared to play it overall. It seems to be a map that they're still relatively comfortable in. And so, I mean, with that, you know, GamerLegion thinking maybe they got themselves a punish pick. They looked very good on it when they were playing Eternal Fire the other day. They were locking down that CT side in a very solid fashion. So maybe there's some good signs on top of that punish pick that they think they're getting on GODSENT, but even still, I think that should be a pretty solid map that they can work around.
I don't know, man. I'm just really worried about what we're going to see going into Nuke, because for GODSENT, yeah, I mean, maybe there's a factor of comfortability because they leave it in, but in the past 3 months, we've seen them play it 6 times. They've only got 1 win, and it's not even against that convincing of a team name, right? They've played against from the likes of ENCE, Big, Mouse, NIP. Obviously, there's some names in there you'd expect to take wins, but considering the only one they really scrapped on was against Big, I don't think I'm that convinced, right? Big are on a bit of a decline. They haven't looked that great recently. And any actual, like, decent opponent you could say they've gone up against, he just kind of swept them aside on that map. So I'm a bit concerned when it comes to that regard. But you know what? Actually, I just realized that GODSENT come out with a Mirage ban, which that's definitely a bit of a curveball, if you ask me.
Yeah, I can see that, and it does kind of confuse me as to why exactly they're looking to, maybe pan Mirage priority over the likes of Nuke, where they could maybe just get rid of that and feel a lot more comfortable. But yeah, that one sticks out a little bit. I mean, obviously you're getting rid of one of the best maps, if not the best map here for GamerLegion, but it's also your comfort map as well. You have a fair bit of wins on that, and I mean, granted, again, they are up against some pretty good teams as well. You take it down Heroic, you take it down Sprout, who at the time I believe were working with Favin. So there's names that you have been working with, and if you would have prioritized maybe that over Nuke, I'm not sure exactly what they're going for. I don't know what the game plan is here in the Vita. I'm with you.
Extremely interesting too, right? I mean, you go into Ancient, again, it's something that is fairly comfortable for them. We've seen them on it before. It's not like they're going to be completely uncontested and unguarded in that regard. In fact, I'd say they're a bit more prepared than GamerLegion, because again, even though GamerLegion statistically look better on the map, it's just about the caliber of opponents that each one of these teams have played. And when you take a gander over at GamerLegion, you can dive deep into their history and see that when they go up against tier 1 and maybe even top of tier 2 opposition, they don't really get much done. I mean, the only convincing win they have recently, I think, is against, like, Enterprise. That's pretty much it. I mean, even, like, SKADE have been putting the fight up to them, so it's not like they have a very clear margin of teams they can beat. Whereas, on the other hand, you've got GODSENT. I mean, these guys made the major last year, for God's sakes. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're well practiced as well. Again, I think one of the biggest things about GODSENT overall is that this team has improved drastically since the formulation of this roster. They have become, what was a potential non-competing, definitely not in Europe, team that was kind of sitting around NA and looking good. I think they played a season of advance and obviously moved their way through that with ease. But then later down the line, you see them start to make their way towards Europe. They start winning, events, qualifiers to make their way into European events, and that's when you really start to see, Taco thrive with these young guns that you weren't sure exactly how they'd be able to do on the international scale, but have really risen to the occasion when it mattered the most, including that major that you talked about.
I'm glad that you bring up the fact that they did play that season of Advanced over in NA, because GODSENT, they've been there for quite some time. In fact, I actually think, isn't that how they qualified for their EPL slot, if I'm not mistaken? I believe they're playing in that event, up and coming. They're in a pretty decent group, and that's just another reason why GODSENT should be favored coming into this series. They're literally playing in tier 1 events coming up soon. GamerLegion, they haven't really gone anywhere near that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference. I feel like, I mean, granted, qualifications in NA, especially with teams, it's a little bit easier to make it through there for GODSENT, so there's no doubt about that. GamerLegion, they definitely have the worst end of the stick there for sure, but overall, I think that qualifications for them and making it into these European events and consistently playing this tier 1 events, well, it hasn't looked good for the stats, and that's why we see these weird vetoes potentially to the eye when you look at the win rate for some of these teams. Obviously, then you go down deeper and you look into the rosters that they've been playing and the rosters that they've been beating. Again, Heroic in the mix, Big in the mix. These are all very solid teams, and some of them are on lane as well, so that just makes it that much more impressive.
Alongside that, we talk about the experience that GODSENT have, and for GamerLegion, I just feel like the roster of players is a bit too inconsistent for my liking. I speak up on some of them in the likes of Beam. Sometimes you see Rusty fragging out, and they do have that potential to have a couple of players shine through as the star of the series. I don't really look at GamerLegion and see one person who always shines above the pack, but with the exact same logic, sometimes nobody does. Sometimes nobody's hitting their shots, and GamerLegion just fall into this tumble and roll away out of games as fast as they're into them. And even look at their recent results, it kind of gets reflected in that fact. Again, they don't really have any good results recently, right? When they go up against SKADE, when they go up against Sprout, Big Academy, hell, even AVE. If you guys don't know AVE, they're a CIS team that have been together for quite some time, but they're still not that great. They lost 16-11 to them a couple of days ago. Like, it's just not great. And maybe you look back and think, these tier 1 results they had are a couple of months ago. No, this is just consistently losing to them over recent times.
Yeah, and I feel like if there isn't an EAM showing up to the roster and firing on all cylinders, it can be a little bit dicey for them. That's for sure. They definitely need some of their stars to fire on all cylinders if they want to have a chance to take on this GODSENT roster. And if they can do that, I think that there's a potential that they can do some damage. Again, we've had a day full of some pretty impressive upsets. I mean, overall, both invited teams have already fallen, and I'm sure that puts a little bit of pressure on the GODSENT trying to be the one that can stay together and pick up the pieces. But, you know, it's still going to be very tricky for GamerLegion to try and pull this one across the finish line. I think that potentially, if they can catch them off guard on Nuke and build off of some of that confidence that they can gather, then there's a chance. But we'll be kicking things off on Ancient as the pistol round is ready to go. Getting into this action. You know, I guess they do have that CT side start as well.
Yeah, it's always a benefit to go with, right? But again, I mean, I feel like a pistol round victory always starts you off from the back burner. Now, instantly smoking off house, it looks like they want to go for a fast crunch into the A site where Isaac's lurking around in Donut. Goes uncleared, but gives him a little bit of a time to reimburse themselves for a shot, but they just can't find the kill. And he's continuing to play his life, isolates all three. I mean, speak of players not stepping up, so far that's not the case. Isaac with a nice little triple to open up the round. And even though Dumao spotted a couple of players towards CT, there's nothing they can get done. Taco's already been taken down in middle, and GODSENT are sent packing.
What a phenomenal multi-kill right there from Isaac. No luck at all for Dumao. They'll drop, and GamerLegion, they do get that critical pistol start. Not only that, but no one dropping as well. So fantastic work from GamerLegion to kick things off. And Isaac, in an individual sense, the way he was able to isolate some of those fights is exactly what you want from your Donut player. You want to be able to find multiple kills from that position that is oh so strong. So good stuff from him.
And I just love watching players maneuver around that angle because there's so many times that I just see people give away their lives and give away 1v1s. You and I have recently been seeing players really adapt to how you're supposed to play that angle, and I love to see it. But GODSENT, again, with a super fast-paced aggression up to the smoke. But Era spins around to assist his teammate. They try to go for another quick play into the A site, but now minus donut control, things are going to get a hell of a lot more difficult. Knowing that's not the player, though, they continue to take these gunfights, 79 at long-range trades. You still got more CTs to go through, continuing to take these fights quick and easy as it goes. It's a 1-on-3 for Dumao.
Would like this man to pull off a clutch early on. That would be a big victory, but now I think they're kind of closing in upon him. One pushing in the back lanes of Temple, and Rusty will collect. Pretty easy right there.
Love to see it. Things you love to see. It.
No doubt.
Hopefully somebody gets that. I'll be really upset if nobody gets that.
You've lost me, that's for sure.
You are uncultured, so I'm not surprised.
I just don't play Pokemon, man.
That's not even a Pokemon reference, bro. Are you on crack? What?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Getting nervous, just like Taco, who's getting nervous about this crossfire over towards middle. He gets dealt with ease.
Yeah, it is just the pistols going into this round. You can't really expect much from GODSENT as a showing in this one, but I mean, I'm surprised, right? It has been a very, very aggressive start these past couple of rounds. We're just straight W keying up into one of these choke points, and I guess it doesn't work, but if GODSENT are going to keep rolling with that pace through this game, hell, I'm all for it, but I'm all for shots like that, too, as Phelps is looking to get something going. We're back into a 4-on-4, but still more work needs to be done. Could be delivered, and Lotto does it. The B site ripped wide open. This bomb's going to be allowed to go down, and they're continuing to pull distractions on one of these A players.
It's two of these A players. It is just Rusty left alone, but as that flank comes through from Era, this one will make it a little bit easier. There's still a decent little crossfire that they have to deal with. Two players with good weaponry that could catch him off guard, and this is a big shadow advantage for Phelps.
Holds the line now, but not committing to the aim duel. Knowing how low he is, he's just going to decide to tuck away. And one of the only 100 HP players now falls, Dumao. I don't know if his barrel was spotted in the corner, but it certainly seems like they have an indication of someone being here. First kill comes through, and they hear the deagle of the last. 1 HP is the difference, and they're going to be able to get this defused. It's still a bit closer than he would have liked, but GamerLegion on top regardless.
Yeah, a little bit of a victory there for GODSENT in that they really didn't invest too much behind that. There's the Eagles, not much armor to back that one up, and they did great damage. Bomb plant, 2 kills. Giving us a fantastic buy in the first gun round. Minor victories there, and does give them a chance if they can break this economy and win this round to get closer and closer to that benchmark that we talk about. Around the 4 or 5 mark on the T side of Ancient, that can really deliver yourself a good opportunity of finding some success. Dumao is going to be wielding the op initially for GODSENT. We might see that tossed every which way in this roster, as they so often like to do.
Speaking of things you like to do, Phelps, I definitely think that he's going to like to go up middle here, but first kill's going to be stolen away by Taco. Still got to worry about Rusty, tucked into the cubby, but I think it's actually more of a worry about what Phelps is doing here, because he could walk all the way up on this ledge completely unspotted, head not seen, and even though Rusty connects for a dink, it's not enough for a kill. It's a quick 3-on-5, and GODSENT might just start barreling towards their first round.
I mean, 5v3 doesn't get much better than this, finding 2 opening picks. Now you have to convert it. You have to deal with Isaac here over in the tunnels, blindsiding one, and that's a big pick back. It allows for some alleviation of that stress, clearing out that A-bomb site, causing any other options that GODSENT were looking to pull through with. That's less so.
And yeah, you still got a couple of low players than the likes of Taco and Dumao. This one isn't going to be all sunshine and rainbows, right? You give away a couple of unfortunate picks, and this round could easily swing back into the favor of GamerLegion. Flashes come up alongside Phelps, who comes in through cave, holding the line. They're both completely blind. Tried to spray down for them both, but still, one is most certainly more than enough. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like they're going in towards A. This is a full-on site transition. All he's doing is selling for a fake. 3 kills on him, looking for the 4th. Around the smoke lies the remaining player, and Isaac just trying to spot the gap. He hasn't spotted the head of Phelps, though. Now walking up to the smoke. It'll be a free kill granted over, but certainly not a free round. GODSENT almost certainly going to get themselves on the board.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I feel like Isaac is going to hold on to his A1S there, and a great lurk play from Phelps. Not only causing so much distraction, I think they might have initially looked to execute there, but they did have a good idea and a good read into Isaac's gameplay. And after he finds that early pick in tunnels, you really don't want to stick around for too long, especially when you still have a man disadvantage. You want to try and spread yourself in towards a more grouped setting, join up with the defense. And in that, I think GODSENT thought there was a gap. They were exactly right.
Yep. And I like that, too. I mean, knowing that there's a pretty comfortable V-stack going on, even though they have a 4-on-2 advantage, they just make the smart play. They take one of the frags over on B. They know that you're probably pulling the rotations off of that, so they just go into the A site, because at the worst, there's only one guy there. I really like that call.
Yeah, very sick. And then Phelps also making the bold play to just shift walk up the cave side of things. And there's so many angles to clear. You need so much utility usually. But if you get a little bit of luck and you catch a bit of timing, I mean, you can do exactly what Phelps just did there and find 2 players just none the wiser to that position. Great work from him on the timing, leaving this GamerLegion economy a little bit lacking.
I do want to say, I don't know if that round is necessarily replicable, because it starts off with Taco connecting on a lucky headshot through the initial mid-smoke, and then alongside that, there's a big just gap in the defense for GamerLegion that nobody is really paying attention to in the likes of that catwalk crunch into middle. That's why you've got Rusty falling in the cubby. He tried to pull it back. You could even see that he got a dink and a little bit of damage out of the remaining mid defenders, but just too many angles to worry about, and he really needed his teammate to stay alive there. I don't think they're consistently going to be able to find mid picks like that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It was a little bit of fortune in the mix that needed both players alive there for that catwalk hold, like you said, and that kind of immediately, once it was into a 4v5, it was always going to be a 3v5 as that push coming through. The catwalk had come through, and Rusty was in no man's land.
See if I can't get any updates on what's going on here. Oh, GODSENT had to join up TeamSpeak. So I think we should be getting back in soon. It's not like somebody's internet went out. It's not like this or that. You're just get in TeamSpeak. We're chilling.
Easy fix. Yeah, join TeamSpeak.
User disconnected from your channel.
Well, there goes Anthran.
Yeah. Unfortunate, really.
With Discord, I imagine there's some people that haven't heard that voice line.
Kids these days.
Mm-hmm.
When I was your age, I had to walk through 5 feet of snow if I wanted to go outside to my school. I was trying to figure out a way to make it super funny and obvious, but
Here we go. Back into things. Tech pause is expired. We're back into the action once again.
Well, this is the chance for GODSENT to break the economy of GamerLegion, and you spoke of it earlier, right? Just only really need like 4 or 5 rounds if you're GODSENT. You call it a done deal on this half, and you work with whatever you got on the CT side. And when CT rounds are going to start coming 2 for the price of 1, it's going to get a bit hairy. Phelps, though, doubles down, keeps it clean and easy for GODSENT. And those are 2 of the rifles, too. The only man defending the A site right now is ENCE with his lonely deagle.
And not much you can do here. And they have to make a quick recovery. They're smoked off at the moment. Oh, that was a much-needed shot going to the wayside there from Era. How are they going to pull off this retake? I feel like there could be a potential save call. I think you almost have to. You're waiting for that flank to maybe pull the pin on, but no, Rusty, as he falls away, so will the rest of GamerLegion. With those saved rifles, it will be a little less stress, sure. We'll see if they can actually hold on to that up. Barton makes a little bit of sound cue, but no worries. He'll be able to escape. There you go. GODSENT already moving towards 2.
That's, again, like a really good start. I mean, even though GamerLegion clapped back for the opening 3 rounds, right, it is the test that stands the test of time of the investments. The rifles, when they come out, can you really continue that success? The answer is no. Now this score could start to spiral out of control. They do save these weapons we talked about. They can probably throw in another investment, or smarter off, you're probably just going to take this as your makeshift save round. You only really need to have Isaac and Zero keeping themselves on USPs, and maybe you just even have Isaac go for like Kevlar, have him play around one of these rifles and pick it up when things go awry, but they're going to go for the investment.
Risky, but if it works out, then you can kind of recover a little bit of ground here early on. In a way that you don't really want to give it up.
I don't really see a reason to do this. I think this is very questionable because GamerLegion, even if they convert this, they're still in a worse position than they were had they just lost, right, and taken that save. So, I don't know. This one's a bit dicey. They're going to have to win it fairly cleanly if they want to make it worthwhile.
Oh, Era going proactive with the AWP might be exactly what they need to try and find the success. Letting one slip by. Dumao not going to re-peek, wisely so. Flashes for himself to allow for that peek to come on through. And at the very least, they're doing a good job of keeping Phelps quiet. Right now, down to 5 HP. He's been the man to open up some of these rounds effectively. Especially in that last one. He's down and Barton straight through the smoke. A little bit of fortune favors Isaac, and that's an easy pickup right there.
I also like the fact that they haven't really dumped much of their YouTube. Never mind. I don't know if I can applaud that one. Because now they're going to start barreling out onto this A site. Post on CT. I almost thought that was a certain kill for Dumao, but now it seems like it's a bit strained. Era, lucky to stay alive. Taco can't convert the final bullet, but still a couple of low CTs that you can try to take care of. At this point, you've got to commit to the A site. You've already laid out the cards. You've shown your entire hand. Might as well see if it works or not now. But playing around the sight box, Rusty's got a free headshot lined up onto Dumao, and it looks like this one's going absolutely nowhere. But if you're GODSENT, you still just got to do some damage, and it's somewhat worthwhile.
Also a little bit late to the party, though. Only out of 5 HP. He's going to hold on to his rifle. And that's a great recovery. GamerLegion off of a risky force buy. Some risky plays in the mix there as well. I mean, Isaac, he gets blessed with a deagle shot through the smoke, but then he pushes it. He presses his luck a little bit. But still, they're able to close it out nonetheless and save themselves some of that strife of an early T-side start that could be pretty disastrous overall. They don't want to give up GODSENT too much. They have pretty good CT sides over there on GODSENT, on Ancient, so the fact that GamerLegion off that force fire keeps them nice and slim is a good sign.
Well, investments are still on the board for both of these units. Again, we talk about the T side. You don't really have to get too many rounds in a row. And I know it does seem like, at least for me, I'm currently just kind of blistering up GODSENT on this offense and kind of making them seem like the favorite. That's because, number one, they are. Number two, it's kind of true, right? GamerLegion, it's already looked a bit shakier than I would have liked off of the rip. I would have liked to see more. But maybe if they can convert a comfortable rifle here, maybe only drop like 1 or 2 players, then they can start to get their butts in gear.
That last round really could solidify that fact. I mean, they saved themselves that trouble. They can start to string off of it. Be a good sign here. What does Rusty see? Nothing spotted up towards Catwalk. Getting mollied out towards mid is Era, so he has to figure out a way around that. And they might look to collapse. And in the meantime, they're going to burst deal with ENCE. who nails the opening shot. Looking for one more. He does find it. Lotto hits the dirt. And a 2v4. They look to head towards A. There's not going to be too much luck here. Isaac's revealed his position, though.
Well, players to worry about. Two of them, in fact, if they try to take him down, standing in the open. Isaac, he is being an absolute nuisance on this A site. And Jamal, bro, you're not getting away. There's a flank coming through from Rusty. GamerLegion quickly shut it down. With only one man falling, that's huge. Eames, such a big double over in Cave as well.
Yeah, I mean, two of those anchors players that have been playing really good so far. Isaac has been incredible in this early stage of Agent locking down that A bomb site that, you know, is pretty surprising because usually you just don't see it get tested all that often from a lot of rosters. GODSENT have been spending a lot of resources that direction, a lot of early presence, and Isaac's been able to punish it effectively.
Now we see if GODSENT decided to strap in the extra by mice. They go on to the ego, and Flashbang gets him in a cave, and a two-man spray dump from Phelps. Already kicks it off well. Eam needs to find a trade, but he just barely can't deliver. And now again, their hand's been laid out under the table, but this time it's not for GODSENT. This is such a strong start with an extra AK to be picked up as well.
Tucked in. Are they watching for Eam though? I don't think so. This should be 2 free kills. One in. Here's a reload onto the second, and a little bit of trigger discipline could go a long way. Azim will recover that lost ground and put things back into equal. So not only that, but has recovered the bomb as well.
And, you know, maybe if these GODSENT members had, like, Deagles or something, I would give them the benefit of the doubt. But it's really just the P250, so the most you can hope for is hopefully finding this kill on the boost, seeing if you can't get a nice little lucky headshot. But are they not boosted? I thought there was a gap you could have used there. Oh,
There's
no,
one right there. Yeah, you could see it a little bit.
Right.
Maybe they can get a glimpse. So, yeah, they saw Isaac.
They saw both of them. But I don't think Isaac registered that was a shoulder. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Because they just overwhelm Isaac and Cave here, and things can start to turn a bit awry, but a bit late on the swing. And the trade is through, sure, but Era's right back at you. It's still with only one man surviving. GamerLegion, not the cleanest, right? But still a 6th round.
Those extra 5 mice help out in covering that space. And Jaguar, they find a couple of kills, and it really could have been a lot worse than that for GamerLegion. He bailed them out in a big way by finding that response and going proactive, even despite potentially being scared off there. So great reaggression from him. Playmaker that you need at certain times, especially when things go sour.
In the mid they go. Taco, I actually thought he was just going to pull the trigger on that house player. There was a man sitting right behind that smoke. But no. Looks like they just take the map control, see what they can't work with. A lot of bits of utility used up in the early round. GamerLegion looking to reaggress, and Donut could find themselves an opening pick. Depending on the angle taken by Isaac. No. Taco's got the advantage and decides to take the pick for himself.
Phelps still having impact on 23 HP as well is such a good sign for him. Rusty looking to recover that ground. But really what they need to do is recover that A bomb site at the moment. It's become compromised. Pool of D's.
I don't even
Already
think they're
taking
going to
the
go for this.
space. Wouldn't be surprised.
If you're GamerLegion, you just see what you can't do on the initial cross. If you can't find the majority of the picks, you just save.
Being pretty slow about this. So maybe the Opera can do some damage here. And on top of that, you've already got one push towards Temple.
Oh, could have doubled down, but not looking the right way. This bomb is still over towards the A tunnels. I don't think there's a smoke to cover CT, so they are literally just going to have to downright challenge this Opera. Only
There's a
flashes
flank
to try to get him off of the angles. You're right. There is that flank. That's what they're waiting for to activate. Coming through on the boost. That was his shot. His opportunity now missed. And Zero's left in an unwinnable 1-on-4 that he will just concede to a save in. GODSENT right back to winning ways.
I thought that was becoming more and more possible with every second that they weren't dealing with that Opera. I thought that was going to allow for Zero to activate on that flank, but not in time at least. That op shot that misses and then the triple swing that followed suit was always going to be a GODSENT round. Phelps was playing lights out. This is one that we didn't get to talk about. I know Dumao's a young gun that everyone's looking to see if he can really rise to the occasion, but Phelps has been Mr. Consistent for this GODSENT roster, and that remains true at least for now. He's been so good at finding multiple kills, openings, I mean everything so far. A lot of the rounds that GODSENT have come off of his shoulders.
And it really impresses me too, because we look at, like, all of these legends in the Brazilian scene, like, you know, Taco, like Fallen, like coldzera. I mean, maybe not so much coldzera, but a lot of them don't really hold up anymore. I mean, you see Taco, yeah, sometimes he delivers, but usually he's about middle of the pack, not shining through the way that he used to. But Phelps, the legend he is, he's still going hard. Like, we're usually one of the stars for GODSENT, always showing up. And it just is so impressive to think that he's still able to do it after all this time.
Yeah, and just do it frequently as well. Just never really letting off the gas, despite how long he's been going. Zero. Use the soul rifle. Oh, but he still has that impact there. The nade, he's able to avoid it from now. Under 12 HP, but still, he delivers an opening pick onto the heavy hitter in Phelps.
Oh, and Rusty with no armor taps away for another one in middle. Dumao, he's been leveled out. Same with Taco. A nice little 2K from the recovered rifle. And GODSENT looks like this eco round is going to be absolutely nowhere near their ballpark. We spoke of earlier, GODSENT maybe strapping in the extra 5 mice. Nah, it's GamerLegion, bro. They come into the eco and they shine.
And this one, they use code Winter 10 because they're actually going to win it.
Yep. That's just the difference maker right there. Not only do the extra 5 mice make you an eco god, but if you use code Winter 10, you just win them entirely.
No doubt. Although I don't want to get ahead of myself there because it's, they keep getting proactive on these flanks. Okay, no, he's all good. Era finds the right timing. And it's going to be a nuisance here in this 1v4. No escape for Barton here from this position. And they have a whole arsenal of guns that they can choose from over in middle.
Oh my god.
That is a disgusting angle.
That's a disgusting pre-aim. You just didn't pull the trigger. Like, that was spot on.
You had it.
You did. But now GODSENT have a 7-3 lead. And I don't think they're going to slow down anytime soon. That's a big round to convert on. Send GODSENT to a weird spot where if they now lose, they're the ones taking the save, and you could very easily get up to a 9-3 lead.
No doubt about that. They are moving with pace here right now on the GamerLegion roster. As soon as you see GODSENT, you know, maybe collect themselves a little bit on this T side, there's always an eco to be responded on to. Again, with this fast A play, though, that we don't see all that often, Smoke runs in just in time to allow for safe passage. Isaac still left to deal with, though.
Still trying to pepper in some shots of the smoke. The AWP yet to strike blood just yet, but it's given away a bit of an indicator. That Molotov coming through. Barton and Donut. He knows where 2 of them are, but somehow converts that first head onto Isaac. Not done with it yet, or maybe so. Dumao, a shaky whip, but you still got Phelps coming in from the back lanes. Rather, not even coming in from the back lanes. He's entirely cleared out the B site.
So has everyone joined up with him. So Phelps will have those rotates cut off, and they know exactly where they need to reposition in order to stop this retake.
No way they clear this, right? No way. Phelps, you can't swing into this. He's heard the Obsco post up, but the majority of this retake's going to come through in Cave and Cheetah and what they can get done there. Era still posted up, hoping something goes his way, knowing there's still a man tucked into CT spawn. It's all up to this one man in Taco over towards the B ramp. He falls, the round falls with it. You're not converting past that if you're GODSENT, but he delivers on one, and it looks like this round is not going to get taken.
Gosh, such a tricky play right there from Phelps, man. The time that he buys in Taco converting on the other end of things with multiples. Absolutely massive right there for GODSENT to answer back, because like we said, you'll lose that one, and you're probably giving GamerLegion a real reign on this match.
And look at how dominant these streaks have been from GamerLegion, where they're converting rounds usually in 3 in a row. You saw the first 3 rounds, then GODSENT answer back with a couple, then another 3 go in the favor of GamerLegion. But, like, again, I'm just going to keep looming this scoreline over them, because right now, if you're GODSENT, you need 1 more round, and this is a nice half.
Yeah. That was a big round in the previous here, but might be just a short-lived success here as they continue to drop in numbers. Lotto spotted out here. Mag 7. Oh, what's going on here? What?
Oh my god,
You're
joking! Me? You're joking! That is the craziest timing I've ever seen! Isaac, though, he's still here with the Mag 7, and this is something to keep of note, because they're going to be bringing into the bomb through this A site some way, somehow, and little do they know, there's still a CT lingering in the A tunnels, who's single-handedly about to win the round for GamerLegion. An uncleared corner goes a long way, and GODSENT are now sent right back to losing.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really bit of unfortunate timing there for Rusty, but there was no losing that round for GamerLegion with that Mag 7 in the back lanes ready to strike.
I don't think I've ever seen more impeccable time, bro. I really don't
It's
think
just surreal. What was that?
Nuts.
If he had stuck around for any longer, that would have been just either an opening pick. I mean, he would have maybe held his ground too. Who knows? But either way, here's a force spike coming through from GODSENT. They're trying to get that 5th round like you had talked about. They're trying to get recovery in this one. Rusty denying that though. He pushes down through catwalk and it's good for the opener.
Oh my god! Even dinks up Phelps with the smoke too. He wasn't done with his reign of terror. Then nade bounces in deep to solidify that kill, and now the Zero continues to spot out heads on this B side. He'll continue to take him out. Up to Lotto and Dumal, bro. You just gotta get this bomb done. You gotta give yourself some foundation to work with in these upcoming rounds. But the very advanced and aggressive positioning of the players like Eam, there's just no chance at that. A 9-4 score, and it's only gonna get worse.
Yeah, force spike gets punished. And this should be double digits here, hit from GamerLegion. Getting themselves on to 10. Gotta feel good. Man. I mean, this is the bad pick of GODSENT. I don't want to get too crazy ahead of myself. We do talk about how, you know, you get 4 or 5 rounds, and that can be enough, especially if you win CT pistol.
Yep.
But that does come with a caveat.
Oh,
what was that shot from Dumal?
Well, that's if you pick up this round. I don't know if I like that start. The shoulder's going to be spotted, but the smoke's deployed, so this op's going to have a limited impact as a nade bounces in deep. He's allowed entry pathing into Temple. Zero's still posted up at this exact angle. You still got to get this bomb down. It's not all freebie right yet. But they still look to make it that way. Phelps, again,
oh my
how is
God,
he consistently
what
been able
is
to...
this?
It's a B plan! No way! Oh my god! Get bamboozled, nerds! And another kill comes through. This is continuing to sell the distraction. They've got no idea. Guys, where the hell's the bomb? It's on the wrong side of the map. And I don't think GamerLegion are contending for this round. It might be a bit too late.
You have time to work with, but again, they're still in these backlines. You always have to be aware the possibility of these flanks. Eam is going to deal with it. Dumal's still hanging around in Temple, but he'll drop as well. So there's a chance for this recovery, but it is already past half tick. They have to deal with Lotto on site. They're just going to try and get on the bomb. Eam caught jumping. Rusty forced to defuse here. Now it has a teammate flanking him.
Oh!
Lotto, what was that shot? Era's so far removed from the situation that GODSENT steal away a 5th.
Oh my god, dude. That was insane. Hell, I didn't even know it was a B play till I decided to look and see. Guys, what kind of plant spot you find on the A site?
You gotta be kidding me. It's the second time they're in caught over rotating towards that A bomb site again. Has been the death of them for this 5th round that's been so elusive for GODSENT. And it might even be 6 off the back of that. Look at the buy here. I mean, they made good work of these buys before. I don't want to count them out, but even still.
Wow, I mean, that's just incredible to see. I speak of a lot of these rounds on GODSENT's behalf and saying that they're not really replicable. It's not something you can rely on to consistently work. But hell, with a T side like this, you don't really need consistent success.
No kidding. If you're just able to pick off a few rounds here and there, although Era should be able to pick them off. Oh, wow. I cannot believe that was a leg shot.
Do you think there's any frustration for GamerLegion right now? I feel like there's gotta be some upset players because of that last round. Like, and I'm not even joking. Like, that's so upsetting to have happen to you. And speaking of being upset, Isaac's definitely, as he doubles down with the MP9, it looks like GamerLegion are going to at least come back with a 10th round.
Good sign there. Not much that you could do in terms of recovery here. Taco's still so low on HP, although he's still good for a kill. Able to trade things out. No, you don't want to give up too much here. Lotto down to half HP, but continues to tear through the defense. They're spread up 1-1. This re-aggression could get punished here. There's 40 seconds left to wait around.
Taco just waiting, playing with his food. Zero, if you don't get the corner, then this round could very well swing back into GODSENT's camp. Era on the op, knowing that Taco's low, he pulls out the sidearm. But again, it's a false prophet. They're not actually going towards B. You've once again been bamboozled. They're going to get this bomb down at the A site with 20 seconds left. Era now recovering an AK. He may have heard the footsteps, but still going to be somewhat inbound in CT spawn. He's got no utility to get back into it, but with how low these players are, it would not surprise me.
Get a little gap to work off in that smoke. Still caught in the gray screen there. Taco pushes forward, and it's just so perfect. Exactly what you need to do on low HP.
He's looking at this. He actually is looking at this. This is incredible. Sit down, buddy. Where are you going? Certainly not into the site. GODSENT somehow pull that back. That's a 2-on-5. And Lotto and Taco have been showing up in the past few rounds.
No kidding. I mean, the two experienced members, well, at least one of them, and Taco, playing that situation to perfection. A lot of hitting some brilliant shots right there to close out a pretty comfortable half on the side, all things considered. GamerLegion, this is still workable, but they have to come through with a nice bit of strat books in their back pocket. We'll see if they can pull through with that. They are starting things off with a timeout. I think they know exactly how important this pistol round is to them.
This is incredible, bro. The amount of rounds that GODSENT have been able to actually get away with and sneak under the belt of GamerLegion is impeccable.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing.
Shouldn't
I'd be pretty comfortable with this. We'll see this timeout expired, and I wonder off that timeout what they got in store for us. I'm hoping to see some pretty sweet pistol round action from GamerLegion. They've invested a bit of utility here.
Well, I'm also just going to throw it out there that GamerLegion haven't really looked that great on the T sides before. I honestly favor GODSENT heavily coming into this half, regardless of the pistol round outcome, but we're going to test their luck with a quick B hit. Phelps not sticking around for too long, taking a couple of pop shots and buying time for the rotations. Flash goes deep, but the flash misses. So now, the second one's going to have to do all the hard work. Phelps and Co. still going 1 for 1, but it looks like 0 as he goes toe-to-toe. He doubles down finally. A multi-kill comes through, and as the chaos overwhelms them, GamerLegion take a 10th round off it.
Nicely done right there. Just hitting some clean shots. Starting things off with some steam, but that's that little resurgence that GODSENT have given themselves. If this was that 4-11 scoreline that we could have seen GamerLegion close things out, and they win that pistol in that way, it would have been really dire for GODSENT. But with a little bit of wiggle room here, they're actually going to even go for a force buy. Do some damage with this investment. 2 scouts being brought out. They're going to start off with a boost. I like that.
GamerLegion just expending a lot of their utility in the early round. You can already see the beating they've taken in that regard. Speaking of beatings, though, Era's handed out one of his own as he gets tagged up by a scout early on. GamerLegion, while they are still favored when it comes to the weaponry, you let a couple of frags slip and a little bit of damage not go your way. And who knows how this round goes, Phelps. He is lights out right now. A 1D delivered in, and that's not even one of the tagged up players.
That is critical right there. They've dropped one of the full HP players with a blinding headshot, and now they've doubled up here. Another tag offered up from the scouts, doing great damage and even repositions. Is he expecting this boost? No, not quite. And he will drop eventually. Set the team up for success here. Now they have to do is knock it down and deal with this execute coming through towards B. Non-committal, though. They're still hanging around.
Well, both of these scouts still easily in play. 47 seconds to go, and GamerLegion again have expended a lot of their utility. The only remaining pieces that they've got are going to assist them in just getting into the site initially. Past that, the post plant is all left to be desired. A flashbang comes through, and it looks like GODSENT don't have the proper read. Taco is the only one here. You got to stay alive for some time. Buy time for the rotation to be pulled back through. The scout, the deagle, that's the combo he's got rocking, but it's not a combo strong enough, or maybe it is. One, maybe all he needed. 20 seconds to go, and with a couple of low players, these scouts turn into ops. You still need to connect these shots.
Position, Isaac standing tall, but he was that last HP member, and he will drop 2 deagle shots offered up from Demao, and aim 1v2 with only 12 HP. He might look to get some spam down, but even that's a risk as he's so low. 1 bullet will do him in. One thing going for him is that there is no kits on the CT side.
I don't know, man. It's going to be a bit risky. Not opting to spam just yet. They should eventually know that he's going to be in cave, holding for the run out. You've got the scout of Barton trying to hit the shot. He's only got to connect one. And GODSENT swing it back on the force buy.
Not quite closing that one out. Dumao saves the day with those 2 picks on the low HP bars. Man, they were just far too low to try and close that one out. Isaac needed to do a lot of the heavy lifting, and when he got tagged down without the kill, it was pretty much done right then and there. No way you can really work off those post plants. Those Pinnacle odds have been remaining steady there in favor of GODSENT, and should remain true as that recovery was massive for them.
I like the save call. I really do. Right? Some teams just decide to throw force buys out of the hat in situations like this, where I think this is probably the safer and smarter play. Probably just down, not really aiming for much to happen. Yeah, it's going to be a 10-8 score. Quick and easy.
No doubt it. Moving forward. Just kind of throwing that round away as there wasn't much hope for GamerLegion to do much damage with only Glocks and pistols in play. There's the real action coming through with the full rifle round. You have their investments out, but they need to find some footing here. A nice start with the opening gun round would be a good sign for them. Losing a bit of that momentum here. Looks like they set their sights towards middle at the moment.
Oh, Molotov misses, so GamerLegion take a bit of a tagging from their own pieces of utility. And GODSENT, it might not even be the strongest device coming into this round, but it certainly is a bonus that doesn't look that uncanny.
Still got just full rifles. That's the kicker here. I mean, it's so close at distance. It's not like they're working with MP9s, and even still on a map like this, those MP9s can be very useful. The aggression coming out through A main side of things with 2 players at Creek in the mix there as well. I'd look to boost up.
Slowly walking out to the A site. One of the heads have been spotted. I don't think Barton's going to commit to that fight for too much longer. Understanding that you're probably not favored in it. I think maybe it's tit for tat. Maybe both of these teams understand where one of these members are, but GODSENT are ultimately going to win this interaction with the timer starting to tick away from them. They still got utility to dump on when the actual exec's going to come through. And GamerLegion are just taking their sweet time on this one. GODSENT not too scared and pressed to get info.
Again, those fights, couple pop shots exchanged, taking that headshot angle now. Again, this is a lot of presence being drawn, and they don't have donut control. They've conceded quite a bit over in the GODSENT camp.
Well, smoke comes back through to potentially allow the backside player to work around these picks. He's got an angle to abuse, but he can't connect for the shots just yet. The recovered AK, somebody's got to start delivering, and it looks like it will be Dumao dancing around in CT spawn. There's 25 seconds left, and here's what I was worried about. When you have no time to get into this site, you don't really have that much utility. You're just kind of pressured and going through and hoping that everything works. And with GODSENT, with all this experience, with all this mastery of Counter-Strike, I don't think it's going to happen. He gets 2 through the smoke. Yeah, nice little spray down, but it's all for nothing.
I mean, if he had more time to work with, it could have been something like you said, but instead, just a saved rifle and a little bit of damage on his way out. That was a nice lineup, but overall, I think that play was a bit telegraphed there from GamerLegion. I didn't mind it. You know, they had that donut and A main control that they really need to utilize to collapse in upon that A bomb site, and you know, they have some of those boxes being checked. The issue is, I mean, Taco was quick on the recovery, quick on that rotate, and collapsing it upon that A side execute. 3 players left to defend it. It's just too much to deal with for GamerLegion.
And I'm surprised nobody ended up going for that boost there, you know? Like, when you have 2 players starting to walk their way out of the A tunnels, I feel like going for a boost is almost mandatory, so you can get a bit more of an advanced angle on temple, on some of the backside angles, so it just makes actually getting onto that site and planting just a bit easier.
No doubt. For a little bit of cover fire here, this angle being held. Oh my god! You've got to be kidding me! He finds a second, 2 openings, and now looking to recover ground is Taco. He finds one, finds a second, but sure to trade is Eam, who finds 3 in the round so far and might look to save the day.
He ain't done yet either, still playing around that back lanes, catches a man with his head turned, but of all shots he misses, that's the one. The trade found by Zero, and it's left to Barton. 1 on 2 required. He's got a kit, a smoke, and a molly, and he knows a man's over in the back lanes. In fact, now both members here for GamerLegion. I wonder if he just ends up going for this ninja defuse. Yeah. Drops in the smoke and yet to actually swing through. Leak recovers an AK. Sorry, Isaac recovers the AK. And the molly gets dropped in. He's going to full on stick the defuse. He's got a kit to work with too. Man, the smoke guy, because he's getting it done. A 1v2 off of the ninja, and he's not even done there. He wants to find them both, and he delivers. Nothing saved for GamerLegion.
You've got to be kidding me. GODSENT robbed that one. It looked so good for GamerLegion. Eam had, what more could he do in that round, right? 3 entries, single-handedly decimating that B bomb site defense, and it all comes down to a ninja defuse that gets robbed away from them. I cannot believe it.
I mean, that's an eco, so maybe I should calm down because it's not around that GODSENT should have, or rather that GamerLegion should have get that D4. But now that the scoreline's been leveled up, we're finally even Stevens, 10-10, double digits on the card for both of these teams. GODSENT are really starting to walk away with the CT side, and they haven't even brought out an op yet. I wonder what's going to happen when they bring that bad boy into play.
Well, they did in the last round in Lotto. Got decimated by Eam.
Fair.
Yeah, that, I mean, at the very least, you know, it comes down to a 1v1 and still staying alive. It's done great damage to the economy. You gotta look at some silver linings here despite some frustrations for GamerLegion as they look to collapse in upon mid. taking so much utility damage, but they're moving quickly. Rusty already passed the smokes. Maybe he can do some damage here with his forward positioning.
It all depends on if he decides to actually go through them or not. It looks like he might be
Wow.
just barely not spotted. Oh my god! They exchange positions, but Rusty gets the better of him. And now Dumal's pretty much got to deliver a double kill at least in from Donut. Rusty to offer a 1v1 right back onto the table. But GODSENT should have a decent amount of information here, right? They just heard the op scope in the 8 tunnels. And this flash comes deep, kind of symbolizing that they understand where this take's going to come through, but still in that deficit. They need somebody to bring one of these kills back almost unscathed.
Throwing one up on the boost here, so there's potential to do some damage from Zero's positioning, then catch someone off guard. Dumal's joined up in this A defense, though. Look at this.
Is the barrel been spotted? I mean, it looks like Barton kind of understands what a player could be here. Dumal walks up, Crouch walks up, in fact, and there comes that pick that I was worried about. ENCE tries to replicate the magic that Phelps was able to pull off on their T side, but not actually going to clear the entire corner. So you know what? Maybe he's going to catch Lotto, and maybe he starts to solidify himself on this time presence, but it's not like you're going to be able to use it to get into the B site with this advantage taken right back from GamerLegion. You still got to get into one of them. Trying to crunch down on Barton. He sits behind the sight box. His team spams him down, gets the kill, and it looks like they may be able to take the round from there.
Yeah, not exactly going for the same game plan that GODSENT were, where they just hit B after calling it clear. Instead, they just used it as a third prong of the A attack. Dumal is still have to deal with, but okay, swiftly done so, Era. We'll drop him. Phelps off to save here. Again, I mean, ENCE does it back-to-back with the big rounds. Fantastic work from him. He's just saving GamerLegion in some of these. Not only that, but in the round that he's done some great economic damage 2 rounds prior. It should force a potential save here on the GODSENT camp and stress their economy.
It's about time they started getting themselves going on this D side, because past the pistol, it has been completely silent from them. GODSENT finally demanding some respect, or at least showing some respect coming into this one, because they finally lost the lead. Rather, they haven't taken the lead, they lost it again. Now, as you said, we're going into an eco, not even with a recovered weapon of Phelps, means it's really only going to be pistols in this one. And that's if they don't force buy. You've got Phelps on $1,500. It's not that great.
I mean, it's double save, right? I mean, Phelps was 1,500. Yeah, they're going to go for the force buy around it. Wisely so. I think that's their only real option. Taco dropping over an A1S, probably to Phelps.
Yeah, really
pretty lights out. Yeah. You want to give him the best weaponry at this point. He's doing a great job.
Big round for GODSENT. Very, very big round. It's unfortunate for them that they're put into this situation, but still, you got to make the most of it before things go too far to hand. But, well, Flash is a bit misplaced, and Phelps already gives up that rifle. That was really the only ace in the hole for GODSENT in this round. Now it looks like they're probably just going to get swept aside. Ooh, I thought we could have seen
that. Yeah.
I was thinking that was going to happen.
Looking for some taps through the smoke. But we'll fade back into it. At least they did retrieve that. But again, it's still at 4v5. And GamerLegion going to play things patiently with a slow default. Holding on to their ground. Starting to pressure that B-bomb site now that everyone's joining up in this attack. All 5 players, I should say. But there's 3 to defend on GODSENT. So, good scenarios still.
Oh. I still really can't reasonably say that GODSENT are going to contend in for this round. It all depends on what Dumal can get done with that picked up A1S. And I mean, I guess it's good because GamerLegion don't necessarily know that they're walking into a site with just pistols because they didn't see that extra M4 get picked back up. So, yeah, now as he'll dip back in from the back lanes, he'll equalize out the score for a 4-on-4, but still now looking to double down. And this thing could start to turn around. Barton to Eagle, playing around the pillar. He almost gets double. But he's done some worthwhile damage, leaving it all into the hands of Dumal, who triples up. Now Era calls it a stay. 16 seconds. No, he just dumps away the op to try to ensure they can't get it.
I cannot believe it. Dumal able to just isolate fights as they walk up the ramp one by one. And it's so easy with that recovered rifle to do so. On top of that, there is still 3 more players behind Dumal, ready to stand tall in that defense. It was just too much to deal with. And GODSENT, they call that gamble stack, and GamerLegion fall prey to it.
It's crazy. Exner, though, I gotta be real with you. I see too many people saying, acting like they know what's going on. But it's crazy because if you know what was going on, then you'd go to World of Esports and you get it on that fantasy league and you really prove that you know what's going on. Right?
Say so.
It's not a crazy thought.
You hear Gold Nova caster this, Gold Nova caster that. What about chat? You know? Do they know what they're talking about?
Always.
Of course.
As a representative of the Twitch chat, we're born and raised as geniuses.
Only the smartest get selected.
Of course. I don't know if this is necessarily that smart. I kind of like it. It's not the worst of boosts, right? But it's still not going to get you very far. Bro, give it up, man.
I like
Guys,
it. It's good.
Not really.
If there was an opera posted out in there, like there so often can be, it could be effective here. They're looking to isolate. Taco just immediately gives up his life, though. Early on here, not playing the same angle to Mao. Looking to recover that. But, oh, guys, back up and Barton right behind him. Brilliant bait and switch setup in a chaotic situation. They manufacture that so quickly.
That's just the magic. And now with all this time take away from the clock, GamerLegion to put themselves in a pretty big hole. And Lotto, look at the super aggressive positioning. Team looks like he's going to clear it out. It looks like he's got a little bit of indication, but no. Doesn't opt to hard clear the corner and gets paid or punished hard for it. Isaac and Air, I don't think you can call this one a save again, my friends. Maybe you get this bomb down on B, sure. That wouldn't be too bad, but you're still working from the deficit, and this will be GODSENT's first lead of the series.
Oof. And at a really crucial time here, the CT side, you're grabbing 12 and you're keeping GamerLegion away from a comfortable scoreline. So fantastic stuff from GODSENT. Proving that they really did give themselves so much on that first half. Moving on to 12. I mean, you got to say that eco was so massive there in the mix.
Yep.
In 2 rounds prior. I guess it was more so a force buy, but that's just a great way to maintain that momentum that they've been building on throughout the entirety of this half.
Yeah, momentum is just so easy coming when you're on the CT side, and GamerLegion haven't really done that well to shut it down. This one not really going to be called a forced up investment. I mean, even though you've got Isaac on 750, that's just because he saved from the previous round. GamerLegion, they've established themselves in a very, very slow and passive default. I wonder if they're going to change that up because you can see how hard GODSENT are really starting to hook onto that.
Nice little boost up. And they should be able to deal with some of the presence, although it is Eam right around that corner, and you know he has his extra mouse plugged in, ready to just collapse in upon them with this Tech 9. The right weaponry to use your extra mouse with.
But
is this a triple boost?
It's trying to see under the backside. I've seen it before. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I don't think I've ever seen it. Kill though. Uh-oh! Sit down, Taco. We'll take those opening picks all day, every day, but can they take that opening pick to the bank and take a round with it? Well, within a minute, we'll figure that one out because there's still this 2-man cave setup going through. Arrow with the EWP. It found the opening pick, but it needs to deliver a little bit more. Spotting out one, actually 2 players over here as he finally doubles down. I thought that was a third, almost inbound. 40 seconds to go, and somebody from GODSENT's got to make a hero play.
Unsure of where they remain at the moment. And Phelps feeling the pressure. But the real play is going to be in towards, hey, now it's been revealed. Is he going to eat that nade? He does. And that is going to slow down the aggression here. They're going to be able to adjust in towards this A defense. One in temple already. One close behind CT. Can he get those numbers punched in? No. Isaac saves the day. And GamerLegion, they could bounce right back with a big round, with a big up. Triple kill from Era. Dumao can't even escape his position. He'll go down as well, and we're back to a tied scoreline.
It's so back and forth, man. As soon as GODSENT get a lead, it's ripped right away from them. And even worse, come to that point, now they're taking a save. It all barrels out of control after the opening pick goes the way of GamerLegion after Taco falls. And it looks like GamerLegion may have finally cracked the code for something on this T side. Again, there's still almost a very, very long road to actually closing out this game, but this shouldn't be one that's, got stones on the path, blocking your way. This should be a freebie one. They should be taking the lead right back.
Yeah, should be a little. They're making sure to call the timeout. Be patient with this one because we've seen the result of a forced buy, kind of half buy before, and GODSENT were able to just stack up onto a site and execute onto GamerLegion. Now we did see that perfect reaction they started to gamble a little bit more so in towards that B bomb site in the last round in the 3v4 that was had. But instead of committing towards that B bomb site like we've seen them do before, they adjusted back towards A. They made their move elsewhere, and that's exactly what needed to be done in the mid round. The adaptation's looking good from GamerLegion. It's actually an eco here. Not quite the force spy that we've seen succeed for GODSENT. We'll see you later.
Taco has been getting unlucky in the past couple of rounds. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah, the triple boost. I have never seen that work either.
I've seen it done, but yeah, I'm with you. I've never seen it work. Well, now it's just the USPs. They're probably only looking to get a kill or two. They've heard the op scope in the A tunnel, so you can see the positions. The crossfire is trying to be established for that. Take away a couple of 1v1s, a couple of guns, and I mean, hey, look, you can be happy with the outcome. But as everybody swings through, you've got 2 men to go through. It's just not going to be enough to pepper up against with the USPs. You've done some damage, but it's not going to work out for a kill, or maybe it will, Phelps. Still trying to push the envelope here as Era swings out. 1 bullet's the difference, and now after that smoke is thrown through, he's going to be able to find a double. So an op retrieved lightens the workload of the investment in the next round, trying to creep back through to find another, but he walks into a firing range, and GamerLegion snagged the lead.
I bet you didn't expect that, did you? Walking back through that smoke and 2 players were collapsing it upon you. No op held onto for Phelps. Might have to reinvest into that, and that's what he will do. Gonna be dropping that over to, in this round, Barton, who's picked up the mantle.
Yep. You talked about it earlier about how they'll just throw the op to anybody. It's actually just first come, first serve.
It's an interesting way to play the game, but it seems to work for GODSENT in some scenarios. We'll see if it can work in this one. Tapping that from Moss, just making sure it's ready to go. There might be a fast B play. This is a great time to pull it out. If GamerLegion can catch them off guard, and it looks like they've done so.
Still gotta clear out this corner, which they haven't. Lado, only good for 1. I actually thought he was gonna easily get a double behind the flashbang. It looks like they're good for another. Still need to deal with Taco in on this flank. There falls the op. The bomb plant is not allowed, at least just yet. And as it comes through, Taco's come through the B ramp to solidify them on this retake, all up to 0. He's gotten 0 kills in quite some time, and that's going to stay the case as GODSENT continue to tie this game back up. We continue to level out over and over again.
Back and forth just never ends here for these two. And GamerLegion, I really like that timing, that call that was a slightly delayed B execute, but a fast flank from Taco. I think that Era got caught fumbling some nades there. If that wasn't the case, maybe there was more of a chance, but still they're landing some incredible shots through the smoke as well, so. And again, GODSENT, they continue to make a case for closing out this map, 13-13. They do need this round, though.
Oh. Double up setup invested to further ensure themselves right back into a lead scenario. Taco all the way down middle. We'll catch a free pick on Rusty, maybe even doubling up. No, I'm surprised those bullets didn't connect, but we're straight even. 0 finally gets a kill for quite some time. Barton, though, is still posted up on the A tunnels. I don't think we've actually yet to see an op here for the likes of GODSENT.
Here's where that boost, if it was to come out, could be effective. And all of that conditioning, all the rounds where they never seen an op towards A. Now, if it catches them off guard with just a dry peek, and it certainly does. Barton able to collect 1. Peek it out for a second, but Isaac has slipped a gap.
I don't think the trade's going to be found either. If I'm Isaac here, I'm playing full-on trigger discipline because there's an extra man to be found in Donut Yacht. That's exactly what he's doing. Going to single-handedly dismantle this crossfire on the A site. You'll love to see it. GODSENT. They definitely don't. And they continue to see nothing more than Isaac's AK before they all fall. Lotto keeping us off into the next round as GamerLegion are 1 away from taking that point.
Oh my god. Eam was in desperate need of someone to fill in the gaps there. He was doing a great job of finding multi-kills. And what a round it was from Isaac to do so. He even finds the 3rd. Lotto off to save. The money not yet in a comfortable position. I think that this op needs to hold on to it. I think there might have been a little bit of splashing around in the water here. Angle still held, so Eam will fall, but the closing in is coming through. You can see Zero's trying to move in. He's off the map right now, as you like to point out.
Yeah, it's a really fun and cool thing. Still, we are a year into this map's lifespan now. We just decided, yeah, we won't change it. Very infuriating. It's not hard to fix. It's really not. Even if you just MS painted it, bro, just like draw a line. Like another line to separate a boost and, you know, being out of bounds. Crazy. Crazy.
GamerLegion. I feel like this has to be close to the tail end of their timeouts. At the moment, they've used nearly all of them. A force Y coming through on the other end of things here on GODSENT's camp to try and keep GamerLegion at bay from that 15 mark on GODSENT's map pick. I mean, a T side that we thought was going to be enough to pull this one across the line for GODSENT, but we might have been mistaken there with a little bit of resurgence with Isaac showing up with massive rounds.
Oh, man! We caught him picking the note, bro!
He was scratching his nose.
Okay,
Just a scratch. Just an itch.
Come on, homie. Alright, that's a baller room. See the room
Very
tours.
cool. Nice webcam, too.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's got some nice quality to it.
Very clean.
My man really got exposed.
Just scratching. Opium. Either way, we got some aggression down towards the catwalk now. And this is a good little pace change from GODSENT, taking that space where we really haven't seen it all that often. You know, this catwalk control hasn't been in their favor. We haven't seen them smoking up these doors, and now they'll just continue to recycle it.
Well, they're pretty lackluster when it comes to the utility department now, though, with only 2 flashes and 2 ATs left in their entire belt. Somebody's got to pick a hero play. Like, you got to just find some kills back for the lackluster utility you have at this point.
I need to go a little more proactive here. Phelps hanging around, though. They have a crossfire, and if they do want to collapse in upon it, they'll have to deal with the MP9 of Moss. Now, that doesn't really bode too well for GODSENT, does it? They have so many numbers right around this corner, and they start to turn away, turn their attention elsewhere.
Well, how this game is taking a track, if I can necessarily say who's coming out on top of this round, it certainly favors the likes of GamerLegion, who have a couple of players distracted towards A. In fact, right now, they only got to worry about 2 on B, Dumao, and I believe that's Taco. And every time they've gone up B, there's been somebody in this close corner. Wonder if that's going to be on their radar. Isaac, he's pretty much entirely cool out of this A site. I wonder if GamerLegions try to wing it straight into middle, see if they can't go up donut into the A site. The bomb's dropped, and yeah, that's what they're going to attempt to do, but Isaac now falls, so things start to turn to chaos.
Oh no, Taco's flanking the wrong site.
They gotta hope to get this bomb down. That's really it. And they're gonna be able to. I'm actually surprised you're right. Taco going to the wrong side of the map means we're gonna see GamerLegion in a 5-on-4 post plant. They're even weary of somebody potentially flanking in from the EA tunnels, and you still got Era posted up on middle.
At least Taco will have himself a fast chance here, but no, he's being watched. Scheme is covering the back lines. He's been a savior for GamerLegion. It continues to do so. Now, how are they gonna get themselves back into this in a 4v4?
Oh no. Do you even consider going for it at this point, right? I mean, you're already going low on time. You only got the 1 kit. The op brings out the shot, and they finally concede. They wave the white flag and get out of dodge. GamerLegion are going to be the first to map point with 2 chances to play for it and send us to nuke.
What a brilliant position to be in as well. Big round. Big plays continue to come through from Isaac, clearing out the entirety of that A-bomb site when things could have gone very poorly. Like I had said, Taco was on that fast flank. If they would have committed towards that B-bomb site, it could have been a disaster. And Isaac has created so much space here all by himself. It might be a little bit of a comfort and abuse that GamerLegion are looking to go for. I mean, there's so much space given over towards A. You almost never see them pushed in towards tons. You almost never see them aggressing that way. So, I mean, with that, GODSENT have consistently gotten punished on that A-bomb site.
Yep. I'm telling you right now, like, I will die by this, like, by this thought. A site Ancient is not as CT-sided as people make it out to be. I swear to, like, it's not. It really isn't. And it kind of annoys me to see how many teams just pretty much sell their defaults towards B. That's why I tell you how important it is to have A tons control, to sell that, or to at least just lurk around or have somebody maybe lurking in as a CT and as a T.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen GamerLegion succeed off of some of those positions with a Mag 7, if you remember.
Yep.
And it's a great spot to be if you just only have an MP9 and a couple of MP9s you can see in the GODSENT camp. But right now, they're starting 0 people early on towards A, and it's been loved to have been abused. GamerLegion so often before. Again, with this catwalk aggression, though, there is players on the ramp to deal with, though.
Well, a 1-for-1 trade, very favorable for GODSENT, but maybe not so much now that I think that they've only lost that, rather. They've lost one of the rifles.
Oof.
A couple of SMGs, some smoke sprinkled into the mix, but definitely not anything to go riding home about for GODSENT. And Lotto, he's really the man you got to keep your eye on if you're hoping for GODSENT to continue contending for this map, which is their map pick. I'm coming into the series saying, like, this should be a 2-0 for GODSENT, bro. They're going to be lucky to squeak away a victory, even overtime on their own turf.
Out. In a 4v4, it seems like it spread the defense a little thin, although the good sign here for GODSENT is at least they do have a flank. They have someone pushing towards tunnels. Gem Spot calls the ramp clear, though. And a reposition here. It leaves GamerLegion with no other option. And yet to deal with this B side that they're going to look to go in towards. Phelps in a good position, but will he get cleared?
It's very, very up close and personal here, but the Molotov's going to force him into the open. Zero goes for the swing, spots him leaving cave. Now that's another bit of info to grab, and here goes the op. It should fall here shortly. Taco! Relax, my friend. Don't give him all that time. They're still going to try to pad their way in the B side, or are they? No, you're right. They know he's the A anchor, or at least they know he's one of the A players, so they're going to test their luck, see if they can't get this bomb down again.
Oh, but there's Barton to deal with still. And they got the scout, but it sucks like an op if you hit some headshots. There's Taco going fast in towards Stone. It's a workable 2v4, but they have to get those numbers punched in, and they have to be aware of Taco.
Oh no, drops in the molly in there where you were talking about. I mean, it's Taco's flank that's really going to end off this round. Isaac looking the wrong way. He might get a taste of his own medicine. Yeah, Taco ends it with the USP, and GODSENT bring us the distance. 30 rounds. Who knows if it's going to be enough to tell us the victor.
If the trend continues here with a big victory for GODSENT and AK's retrieved, AWP in their hands as well, I mean, this should be what could be a potential overtime affair. I don't want to call things too soon, but GamerLegion a little bit worse for wear. Now, ENCE should be able to buy up, actually, so now that I'm thinking about it, they're all good. Everyone will have the AKs that they'd hoped for. GamerLegion looking for one to close those Pinnacle odds. They haven't shifted just yet.
Can't blame them. I mean, they come into this game pretty much the exact same. Like, GODSENT still the favorites, now only needing to convert one round to solidify that this map is definitely on the table for them.
Are they going to find the closer? Mr. Molly, they don't have to force that smoke to be expended here. They're taking that fast control up catwalk already. Winding up here in towards mid. ENCE's going to drop, but a nice pickup from Dumao to put Rusty down early. That's a big find.
We saw on the T side that GODSENT were so fast with their aggression, so I can't imagine they're not going to be ready for something like that to come in on their CT side. They're the masters of it. You can't catch them by surprise.
Not going to be easy. Rusty has learned that the hard way as he's watching from the sidelines in the 30th round. Never a fun position to be in.
No, it's not. And now he closes his eyes, puts his hands to his nose, and prays that his teammates are going to be able to carry the torch into the next map, hopefully. He does not want to have to play overtime here. You don't want to let GODSENT get heated up towards the end of this map.
Overtime can be very scary for a T-sided team as well, starting things off.
Yep.
Max money.
And I'm going to say right now, if there's not a right side smoke, this round is done. I'll throw that bold claim out there. Because not only are you going to have to deal with Taco in the middle of the site right now, but you're not even going to be able to crunch in if you have to worry about the opper posted up on cave, and there's no reason to vacate it still. Dropping in smokes across the CT side. At this point, you're going to have to go up through smokes to get into this B site. There's no opportunities other than that. And that's what I'm worried about. Let that op have some free reign to work with. Taco behind this smoke. The footsteps might have been heard, but they can't connect for the kill just yet. Finally spamming in through the smoke, and 2 kills delivered for the price of none. 12 seconds, the bomb goes down. It's a 4-on-3 post-plant. GamerLegion might not give it up just yet. Lotto on 1 health. The next nade follows it up for a kill. And it's up to Barton Dumao to save the day for GODSENT. They made it this far. They've tried so hard, and they want it to matter in the end. They don't want to let this one slip away. Knowing where both of the remaining CTs are, ENCE takes a very forward angle. The flash goes deep, and they all find the kills. GamerLegion close it out 16-14.
I cannot believe it. Closing that one out. What a big way to do so as well. We'll be heading into Nuke shortly after this break. Make sure you all stay tuned.
see 2 uncommon to get themselves a 2-0 victory.
I mean, not heading into Nuke of all maps here, that's for sure. I mean, if they can get off to a hot start here on Nuke, it could look very good for GamerLegion to move forward. Naheem, immediately taken care of there. Barton hard clears that close right angle, and now they're looking to collapse in upon lobby.
You just gotta commit to the ace at this point, though. I mean, you've just expended all of your utility to get in here. Flashes come through as well. They were trying to catch them up, but the rotations were made. And speaking of rotations, they've gone to the wrong side of the map. You've got Lato desperately jumping down into ramp to try to deny this bomb plant from going down, but that's not a possibility at this point. But okay, they still are probably gonna be able to pull off this retake with Taco hitting shots like that.
Have too much trouble here. Still have to deal with Zero on this crossfire alongside Control as well. Isaac, how much can he gather from this position? 1 kill in. He dinks down another here, but they need some support. He's missing some clock shots and spinning around. It is just Arrow left, last man standing, and I think a 1v4 it might be a little bit too much to ask for. Taco tapping that bomb. No one's really helping him out, though. There you go.
Bad, yeah. Like, there were a couple of low players there. That really could have spun out of hand quickly, and that's, I mean, imagine if that extra player in Control finds that double kill onto the player on the rafters, because he would have had time to reload and continue to fight in that 2v3, but GamerLegion are going to be sent out of it in the first round, but I wonder if they're going to throw an investment on the table with a bomb plant.
Imagine that'll be the case here. Could go for a full eco, although I think we'll see Galil shortly. A lot of utility actually being invested. This one's an interesting one. Tech 9s instead. I imagine this is utility for an A-pop. I'd have to guess with the amount of utility that they've invested into. But we'll have to wait and see. Those glass doors have been broken open. And they start to head in, at least initially, towards that outer yard as well. So, I want to see what they're going for with this round.
Yeah, I'm with you. I assume it's going to be a finish towards the A site. Because with the, all these close range pistols and such, you don't really want to go with like an outside take or maybe going into the B site through like lower. So, yeah. They're just going to try to pop into the A site, come out, drops a smoke in. Actually, no, it misses the mark. Barton behind this smoke is behind the first kill, and it looks like the rifles are just better for these close range engagements, man. I'm with you. I don't know if I necessarily like the force buy. It was a bit questionable for me. Rather, just the weapons they decide to go with on the force buy, right? They're still not anywhere closer to connecting out of this round, and they only walk away with 2 picks.
Yeah, that one was a head scratcher for sure. On GamerLegion's camp, I mean, you have yourself a chance to walk into a quick A-pop, but you kind of delay things out a little bit. You allow for them to get to comfortable positions. You had an opportunity to maybe go outside, but you should give yourself any weaponry to do so. There's no Galils. I mean, the MP7 was the best gun they had with the bomb plant, and usually we're talking about how that second round buy after the bomb plant comes through is more effective than the CTs can bring out, but not the case there.
Yeah, I think they kind of were in their own way going into that A site take, but now it does look like it's going to shape up to be a quick 3-0 start, which is exactly what we saw from GamerLegion over on that first map in Ancient. But remember, it was the late rounds on the T side that really started kicking them into gear, so I wonder if it's just going to be a bit of a slow start again from them.
Hope's looking to deal with this outer yard. There's a couple of Deagles heading their way. Again, a little hefty investment coming through here, more so than I'd realistically like to see, although they still should be good. But at a standstill for now, looking to bait out that utility of the CT side, maybe drain the pockets a little bit. Always good in rounds like these that you don't die too quickly. Oh my god, Taco, that wasn't even close to on him, was it?
No.
I got blessed by the spray.
Pray God's smile upon him today. But yeah, everybody's just starting to be swept away in this one. The rifles, again, it's just better at long range, better at everything, really. Especially when you don't have flashbang to get him off of these crucial angles. Taco doubles down, and it looks like he was left all alone in the 1v5, trying to chip in any frags he can possibly accomplish with this deadly Desert Eagle. Certainly not going to come for free.
Getting spammed down through mini, so he can't even escape this red box area, and will be found out from Dumao. Locking things down, no extra fight mouse plugged in. Did not use code Winter 10 in that one.
They didn't.
Nor in the last. But you can. If you want to get yourself some extra fi gear. You got all sorts of peripherals.
I'll say it. People who don't use Winter 10, or at least code Winter 10, kind of cringe.
I have to agree. Gotta get in on that. It's a good deal. That's why we talk about it in the eco rounds. When it comes to Tech 9, such because it's good for your economy.
Manage your economy better. Don't be taking save rounds. Well, actually, even if you do, they've got you covered on all assets, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. My eyes are
Everywhere. I'm just looking for this yard aggression. It's been so effective in that last map alongside Isaac, who kind of had fallen silent towards the tail end over on Ancient, but were able to pull it across the finish line nonetheless. I mean, those two were the reasons that GamerLegion were able to pick that map off. And we talked about some of the individuals that needed to step up. Eames certainly one of them, but Isaac, a great supporting member there. So, you usually kind of expect Era to maybe chirp up with the op a little bit more, but I mean, you'll take Isaac and the playmaking that he was able to do to pull that one across the line.
Still slow and steady does it. GamerLegion, they're coming off of a very passive default. When we look over at their Ancient T side for the majority of it, it was very, very, very slow. So I wonder if, again, that's going to be the game plan going in here. So far, it looks like that's going to be the case. Now walking up to the single door, the bomb's dropped, and the entire game plan's now going to start to unravel at the seams. You still got to clear out a man on the rafters. But Zero does it like it's nothing. A nice extra shot comes through, and Eam is still lingering around the red bin. Timing is everything, but as the shot's ready to smoke, the trade will be inbound. Rusty gets another, and it looks like GamerLegion are finally going to get on the board.
Man, there you go. Nice opening gun round right there. Some beautiful shots being hit. Zero with the double opener on the B bomb side, or the A bomb side as well. Fantastic work from him. Knocking GODSENT down a notch here on that strong CT side start that they've gathered. Now with that strong start, they'll be able to reinvest here. It's going to be Taco over in the ramp room, picking up the op to kick things off here for GODSENT.
Yeah, but this is a big investment from GODSENT, right? You lose this round right here, and GamerLegion... Oh, wait, oh my god, this is going to be a super fast play into A, isn't it? It's not going to work. Trades, though, go 1 for 1, and now GODSENT are scratching their heads as to what's actually going on here. Is it going to be an A commitment? Are they just trying to pull rotations, make a fake? Who knows? Because GODSENT don't really have all that much information right now.
Yeah, at the moment, GamerLegion creating some panic in the comms, in the early stages at least, for GODSENT's camp. And with that 1-for-1 trade, it does spread that defense a little bit. Then you can see that there's some lacking presence, specifically towards that outer yard. Only Dumao, and this is incredibly a passive angle. If he can land this shot, you can do anything, but instead just kind of spotting and letting him slip by.
You can still see he's eager to try to find this pick here. GamerLegion have gone without the outside smokes for the time being, and it could cost them big time. Swing through on Mini, but no, actually, it's Eam taking that one to the bank. GamerLegion, they're looking pretty poised to find themselves another round here if they can continue up on this pace. Remember what I said, you win this, and you're probably going on to tie up the game if you're GamerLegion.
Still waiting to collapse in upon Mao here. Good for one. Good for a second before Rusty trades, and it's back to equals off that trade. Into a 2v2. Barton's made a little bit of noise, but tucked in towards Hut, it's a perfect spot for him to go into.
Timing is everything, and as soon as Era clears out the back of the site, he should understand that there might be a player coming in from a quick flank in lobby. And Barton, look at this free position. Just gonna hold this cross in from single door. There's no way this is ever getting cleared out. Not in a million years. Surely not, right? Is that the gun barrel spotted? Oh my god, no, it's not. And now Rusty's dropped the bomb. You've got a W up. There's really no more time. And missing the bomb, too. I don't even think there's time to plant it behind the silo. Yeah, you can just see Barton sprinting through, gonna find the kill. And one fatal misstep, not grabbing that bomb, is the reason that GODSENT win that round. Because if he gets it, there is time to go behind the silo and get that bomb down. You can try to work 1v1s, and maybe there's not as much pressure.
He just wasn't able to get into a safe position right there, was he? And that's the demise right there. Alongside a big double kill from Dumao in the outer yard. Fantastic work from him. Immediate exchange of the op into Dumao's hand now, so that might be used for an outer yard aggression, I'd have to imagine. He's been kind of hovering in that direction. So from the ramp room in towards the outer yard, from Taco's hands to Dumao's.
Well, maybe not so aggressive, but still in garage he goes. I like this. Not really offering his head up to that player on top of silo. Casey's there, but Eam's really the man you got to worry about because time and time again, he has delivered with massively impactful kills, and this time he's going to make his way down secret. I actually don't think we've seen this from GamerLegion just yet.
They're giving Eames so many opportunities to try and find fights as well, and that's probably what is in the game plan here for GamerLegion. You just want him taking as many aim deals as possible with the AK specifically. He's kind of cleared out a bit of that outer yard, but there's still two players that have been keeping him at bay in that lower bomb site. Just recycling that smoke down. Taco might be left with a lot of pressure on his shoulders here as that ramp anchor.
Still, GamerLegion, you want to just go with this pack mentality on the pistol. Taco's on top of the ramp box, but I assume he'll have ample time to fall away. The jump spot's going to come through to spot out Eam and his AK. So now some alarm bells may ring out for GODSENT, who instinctively pull the rotation of Taco, but picking it back up. Is that up we talked about earlier? You still got to at least try to trade him out. The flash goes deep. He's blinded off of the angle. He won't connect the shot, but this is still a nice little 5-on-5. They're trying to work their way into the B site. There's 2 players here. One at the back of the Raptors. Eam gets the trade, but there's still a man in dark. I don't know if Taco's fired off any bullets, but it's still probably he's going to go undetected for the time being. This bomb goes down, and that was really the only goal for them.
There's numbers punched in, and oh, okay. Things could have got a little bit awkward. Eam finds a second one on his way out, so yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Mission accomplished there with a bit of a half buy in store. You want to do some damage. But you also want to get those numbers punched in so that you can kind of afford an investment in this round. Looking good on the GamerLegion camp. That max loss bonus will have everything they could ask for in this investment. They do need to start closing out these rounds. We can't keep talking about coming close here. Otherwise, GODSENT could really start to run away with things.
I was just about to say that too. Like, we can't just keep applauding GamerLegion for doing a nice job of getting the bomb down or getting a couple of kills, right? Because it's starting to get out of hand. It's 5-1. You lose this round without a bomb plant, and you're looking at 7. GODSENT, you'd think this is their map with how it's looking right now.
Yeah, this is the comfortability I was talking about. You know, the fact that they're leaving this map open in best of ones despite their low win rate, it shows that this is one of their more played maps. You know, you get 3 bans and Nuke wasn't one of them in those best of 1 stages in their previous results. So it's not like they are not well trained on this. Just haven't had the victories that they need, and they're looking to start that now. They need to if they want to keep themselves in this event. I mean, they have to stay alive here. No second chances in the playoff stage.
Outside control now in the favor of GamerLegion as Phelps spots in. Well, actually, maybe not so much. Timing doesn't pan out for him, and even though that smoke's deployed, the Molotov will still burn in behind it. In fact, it screws over the one-way, and Eam uses it to creep around.
And just kind of sticking to that game plan of allowing Eam to take as many fights as possible. Trying to utilize him as the entry man. Specifically when it comes to some of these out-of-yard takes. Now, everyone's grouped up in this position. That can be tricky to deal with here. One boost goes across the big garage. Not spotted here, so Dumel could get caught blindsided.
Not anymore, as he's tucked himself back in a CT spawn, and I'm still kind of annoyed with GamerLegion because they continue to take all of this time to get anything done. 40 seconds to go, and they've not only got to take care of this outside player, but then they've got to somehow manifest an extra player or 2 to go down towards the lower site. And you've got 25 seconds now without any form of control on any of these sites.
I mean, where do they go from here? They have a chance to walk in towards B. I think they're going to try and collapse in upon this A-bomb site. But still, I have no idea. There's one that's rotated off in B in the meantime, though, in perfect timing. Actually might just favor them. They think it's an A collapse, but really it's B. They're fighting picks all throughout the map. There's no need really to worry about the clock. They just find the kills on the fake, and I think that Phelps and Barton are off to safe here, considering they don't have anything in reserve. This is a much-needed one.
Well, they are going to walk away with it and make me eat my own words, but yeah, I'm with you. Just call it a save, GODSENT. Even though you've won the past couple of rounds, some of them convincingly, some of them not, there's still not that much of a safety net established for you. Zero might just take away a couple of guns, though, depending on the timing he gets on the roof.
Good collect on the exit. That would be huge for him. Really ready for this. They get around the corner, so they should be safe. All as well. The GODSENT camp, but that round was just so chaotic all over the place for GamerLegion. They're collapsing in upon both sides, and really they just find the kills that are necessary. So sometimes those rounds, if you don't find the kills, can look very, very silly. But once you find fake frags towards A on selling that, it becomes a whole lot more difficult for GODSENT to deal with, and especially with Dumel kind of getting overwhelmed in his passive position. Makes things so much easier to collapse in upon that A bomb site and really sell the fake.
Well, can GamerLegion keep that success up? Again, it looks like they want to go for a fast play, but now missing the mini Molotov. It looks like Rusty calls it off instinctively. Isaac behind this smoke could potentially find an opener. I've seen CTs play around it way too many times for my liking. Would not be surprising to see him pepper in a couple of lucky bullets.
Ooh.
In fact, Taco finally decides to break the ice, but the nade goes back for almost 100 damage. That's pretty worthwhile.
$300 well spent right there from Taco. I'll take that any day of the week. It's deterred any further aggression, certainly towards that ramp side of things. Game plan, walk in again towards that outer yard. again looking to take some of these fights and Dumao back onto the op. But Phelps is in such a strong position here and towards Secret, so they take a more aggressive approach towards the center yard. Last time he was kind of nullified by a molly that had been thrown his way, and a molly will continue to be thrown his way here once again to force him off.
GamerLegion, again, it's just rinse and repeat. And I wonder if GODSENT are going to be able to catch on this time around. I mean, up the smokes has gone Eam, but it seems like Dumao's got an inkling suspicion that somebody's already done that.
You seem to have the idea, right? Eam might be limited in his lurk position. There's only 30 seconds left onto the clock. They force one off the top of the hut. They might look to collapse in upon A. There's really only time for that at the moment. They need to find these kills soon.
Otto's still sitting close on Tetris. I don't know if that's get made, but it's still being hard cleared. Zero will walk away with the pick, and now you got to rely on Barton on the Raptors. Doubles down, triples up. This is the problem with the timer. You force yourself for a very chaotic A-side hit, and if one thing goes wrong, the entire round starts to fall apart. Yeah, sure, shots are missed, and he even puts in a couple of respectable kills, but the resume does not add up to a one round.
Yeah, I mean, that simply comes down to needing to trade out Barton. The fact that he's good for 3 is so absurd right there. Massive overperformance from him. But it is kind of a player that you can expect that from. He's so good on the anchor rolls right there, and he shows it again. I mean, in a dire straits, his teammate goes down. He does good damage on his 0, sure, but needed to get a kill there, and instead he drops down. But phenomenal work from him. GamerLegion calling a timeout off the back end of that one.
Again, I mean, it's a bit different than what we just saw from them on Ancient. On Ancient, they did start off with this very, very passive default, but by the end of that half, they were the ones really controlling the pace of the game, sometimes making fast plays, sometimes slowing it down, and sometimes a bit intermittent where they fake out a fast play and see what GODSENT gave over to them. But right now, it's literally just them taking a minute and a half off of the timer every single round. And look, that last round where you caught rotations, where that was how you got your second rifle, it's not something you can consistently rely on because it only comes with over rotations from GODSENT that they're not going to make anymore.
Yeah, I think they've been a little bit read into here at the moment. Consistently trying for these late defaults that have had wavering success. I'll just say that. I mean, they did see that one round where they got caught in transition, but like you said, there wasn't much else to be said about it. And again, Eam has been more so proactive than the rest of the camp as kind of that outer yard lurk. Again, game plan here is to utilize him to try and fight, try and open up rounds. Has to do so. He has to maybe be more proactive. Their last round, he got caught kind of in an impossible scenario, no time left, and couldn't really have his impact that you certainly needed him to have overall. But it looks like they might remain steady with the game plan here of just waiting that clock out.
And this is this GamerLegion that I was worried to see coming into the game because there's literally zero confidence from them right now. Nobody is really pulling any kills. I mean, other than Eam, he is doing fairly well, so maybe I'll take that back. But for the most part, it is just him, and the 4 players around him are just completely silent.
Yeah, you might need to see some more proactivity in the early stages here. I mean, 5v5 here with 35 seconds left and a smoke down towards ramp. How are you going to move past this right now? You're running out of time, you're running out of clock, and smokes just continue to be recycled down in towards the A-bomb site. There's 20 seconds left. They're still in lobby. They've just now thrown out a yard. Smokes Taco finds the first. Dumao drops the bomb. There's literally no time to do anything at the moment.
It's actually just done. Like, the bomb's dropped in ramp. It doesn't matter what they do. Even if they find these kills on the A side, it won't matter. It'll be all for nothing. This is what I'm talking about. Like, one thing goes wrong, the round is done. You could see, as you said, I'm glad you pointed it out. They just recycle smokes until 25 seconds because if you're not going to do anything, then they're just not going to use their utility. Again, that's kind of why that first round is converted by GamerLegion, because GODSENT weren't ready for that super slow pace. They were using a lot of their utility in the early round, and they were panicked when it came to that 30 seconds left territory, but now they're just waiting for you to make the first move, waiting for you to do anything, and then they throw in their smokes. And since you're not doing anything, you're not throwing any of their smokes until you're trying to go in, which is already 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head here as to what the main form of approach is, and we haven't really seen any changes of pace from GamerLegion other than that one fast A execute on the second round. Other than that, been slow defaults, waiting patiently, waiting for overextensions that will never come because GODSENT and know exactly what's going on here.
Not even dogging on the slow play either. It's just like the definition of insanity is just repeating something over and over again and expecting a different result. That is actually bar for bar, word for word what we are seeing right now. Where they every single round are just having EAM lurk outside a minute 30 ticked off of the clock, and by the time they're able to get into one of these sites, they don't have anything.
No doubt. Another opening pick there. A lot of spotting out. No, he hasn't yet. And they might be able to close in upon him. No, just simply falling off. Giving up a little bit more ground at the cost of could be a potential execute here. Lotto has been good for 3 in the last. Looking for another 3 here. Last 2 are posted up. He finds his third. Lights out from him. And it should just be EAM again. Kind of just an impossible scenario. But this time, it's much cleaner for GODSENT. This time, they'll be able to build up a bank off of this round.
You don't want to let anybody fall here. You can see how big it just means with the economy in mind. Taco finds the remainder to save his opera. I feel like Jamal would have fallen there if he didn't get that kill. I see what I did there, falling. But still, 8-2, GODSENT not too far away from sweeping up this half. I mean, this is easily shaping up to be like 11-4, 12-3 at the pace it's going.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I want to see something quick from GamerLegion. I don't know what exactly that would entail. I think they've been trying to get a couple of vent dives in the mix, but haven't been able to do so. So maybe they can utilize that part of the map to do some damage. You do see Era on the AWP, so maybe you can do something with that. Although it gets tagged down into the molly. Oh my god, he almost fall. That would have been a really rough start with a hefty investment into that gun.
I like the presence that GODSENT put out outside here, because even though GamerLegion have had this super slow and passive default, their only real key in getting back into these rounds has been off of the aggression and outside, has been off of team finding lurk picks into CT spawn and them crunching into the A site. And GODSENT, have faith in their A players. That last time we saw Barton here on the Raptors, he got 3. We've seen what Taco can do in the ramp room, just getting 1, falling away and buying them some extra time. So why not put extra reinforcement here?
You have a lot of experience in the anchor positions, and then just so much firepower being spent towards that out yard and Dumau, and the combination of Phelps. They look to be really working well off each other. But EAM forward is going to clear this. Oh, not in time, but somehow he gets away, avoids Phelps' grasp, and now changing the corner. Taco and Barton, they both find a pickup piece, and Phelps comes in the meantime just to grab the last. It is just incredible that they have everyone ready for that big garage position.
This one's just done. Another convincing round from GODSENT. 1 away from striking double digits. And again, GamerLegion, they can't get anything going. They really can't. They finally need to call a pause, stop this timer, and say, guys, what is going on? This is our map. This is where we're supposed to be taking the series. This is where we're supposed to say, hey, GODSENT, see you in the next event.
I'm with you. They can't seem to find any ground here. They'll only need that one map to move forward into the semis, but it can be elusive. GODSENT keep playing like this, where they're just reading them like a book. They're reading into these game plans. And I wonder if off this timeout we'll see any change from GamerLegion. They were showing some very effective adaptation if you consider the fact that GODSENT were never able to pull up with a too comfortable of a CT side. Their T sides were pretty adaptive. They were playing, effectively towards that A bomb site. They were figuring out what worked specifically when Isaac was able to find picks over towards that A bomb site. But right now we're not seeing that same T side from GamerLegion that we once did. You do expect it to come out potentially after this timeout.
I mean, you'd hope, but certainly not here, as it's really just bits and pieces to try to find any success. Trained at that, but look at EAM! No care in the world as he goes charging into Mini, but his head gets taken off for the price of it. Now it looks like GamerLegion are once again just being brushed aside. Isaac trying to find anything back for them. Not a single HP of damage, I believe, has been inflicted. Actually, no, I lied. Barton got tagged up by the Tech 9, but other than that, it's just Rusty with the bomb on his back. Maybe he can plant this bomb at the B site, right? There isn't anybody to worry about just yet. Taco won't be too far away on the rotation as soon as he opens up the double door.
Might be able to get the numbers punched in, though. Yeah, I think he will. Back to Silo, he makes it safely. It's a small victory. I don't think that money is going to be too much of a factor here, although max loss bonus you can buy no matter what. There you go. Double digits hit for GODSENT.
Well, you're still going to need to see something from GamerLegion. I honestly say, look, you pick up 2 more rounds here, you go onto the CT side with 4, you win the pistol and work from there. who knows how this game ends, right? But I think anything 12-3 or worse, and this game's just done.
Yeah. I have to agree. I know that GamerLegion, I kind of touted them as a team that can come back from very difficult scorelines. They've done so up against Eternal Fire previously. They've shown some real composure right now, but this time they're looking like the ones that are frustrated on their T side. They tried to pick up the pace in that last round, and they got met with a brick wall defense. Dumau in secret with an AWP here, revealing this position somewhat. There's a big gap in that smoke.
Oh my god,
Phelps
no
caught in
way!
the reload. Sees the shadow. He sees the shadow though, and that's bomb dropped on the ground right in front of him. There's still Dumau in the smoke above it. He strikes as well.
You've got to get a bomb plant here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you don't, you're right back to eco territory. And they're already being sent out within the first 40 seconds of it. Era posted up, doesn't get the shot off in time. So now they solidify themselves as the favorites in this round. Trades continue to go back and forth. Era's off, yet to be spotted. But with Ian now following the star of the show, somebody's got to pick up the torch.
Era and Zero, that's all they have left. Zero on low HP, but does a beautiful headshot there. Catches Phelps on a bit of an overextension. The movement being made here elsewhere. Bomb not yet recovered, and it might not be so. Taco denying that ability. He continues to just take fights every which way. Era eventually able to find it, but again, that's more time being bought. I think that Barton will strike here shortly.
17 HP. He falls, and there's an 11th for Godsent. I said you needed to get that bomb down because, again, the money's not great, and I honestly would be surprised if they didn't go for investment with the money they've got now. I didn't think they'd have this much cash built up. But still, if Godsent continue this pace, this is almost certainly a 13-2 half. As is, they're already super happy with it. And GamerLegion, they're running out of time to make these things work.
Yeah, best you're walking away with 4, and that's somewhat workable. I mean, you'd have to put up a stellar CT side, but I can't imagine that happening right now. We're just seeing such a lacking firepower that we really didn't see over on
Frustration.
GamerLegion. Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, maybe these players starting to... Is your door open? Bro,
Gotta let
what?
the cool air in.
That's what windows are for. Because there's, like, screens on them, so bugs don't get in, bro. Like, what?
Think about it.
I'm thinking about it, all right.
Door's just a window you can walk through.
Yeah. And you know what else can walk through? Animals, bugs, bad smell. Never mind. But still, the first two.
Ooh. There you go. That's some pace that we haven't seen. Zero. Picking it up off the timeout. Yeah, we'll pick up the opening kill. Something we haven't seen in such a long time for GamerLegion. Although Taco looks to take things back. Another kill going in. The A bomb site somewhat clear. A lot of the only defender.
Taco in from the flank. The Deagle has gotten one, and the team kills reined in as well. It's a 2-on-3. Again, GamerLegion getting in their own way. A flashbang comes through, but it won't blind anybody up as they're both spotted swinging into the single door. The Tech 9 of Dumau wants to tap away. In from heaven, it's done some respectable damage, but the op shot missed. Still recapitalizing for it. And it leaves it up to Eam, who drops down the vents. And if there's anybody you want in this situation, it's him. With the double up, Taco comes in from the ramp room, not yet to fire off a shot. 57 seconds, and he holds his nerve for a 12th round. Without a bomb plant, GamerLegion are going into this next round with a buy that seems like it comes from the thrift shop.
And that one, it looked to be a for sure round right there. For GamerLegion, they had such a good start. They finally were finding opening picks, and it was only one traded back into the low HP bar with the HE. But at that team kill, that flank from Taco, the proactivity that comes through in the mid round, GODSENT just continued to deny. And that frustration, I have to imagine, it's only worse after that round, right? Because that was an extremely frustrating round to lose.
It was there, it was in the palm of their hand. They even found the opener. Still, tale stands that GODSENT are potentially about to walk away with a 13-2 half. I mean, look, this map is very CT-sided. It's right up there with Ancient, but still not this much, man.
No doubt.
Oh, my lord. Okay, well,
Oh.
if Phelps waited there for a second longer, that would have been a free kill into Isaac, but no, it's him finding the free kill as they continue their aggression down to the lower bomb site. The flashbang, though, allows the trade, and that's one of the rifles now being dropped. A worthwhile trade for GODSENT means they're now only going up against a couple of pistols. Well, the one rifle and the Galil, but Not really much to note about.
Working in that A bomb site potentially here with the heaven position. And Barton hearing a lot of presence towards Mini. In the meantime, they retake lobby as well. So GODSENT, this proactivity can be effective. They just have to have the right read of the situation. It seems like at the moment they should, considering they have a player close by in secret. And it really leaves only one option of hitting into that B bomb or A bomb site, I should say.
They are going to go into upper and see what they can't get done. The Molotov thrown in his Rusty's Deagle barrel should be spotted amongst the Raptors right now. Barton, nothing but targets, but he doesn't connect. And it looks like this one might be the way that GamerLegion cracked back into this one. The nade should take care of Dumao. And it leaves it all up to Taco coming up through the vents. It all starts with the whiff coming in from Barton. Past that, it looks like GamerLegion aren't going to end this half off completely speechless, but still a 9-round deficit. They need to try to claw it back on the pistol.
No kidding. Are they going to figure themselves back into this one? 12-3 just doesn't give yourself any room for error. You're going to need perfection, and that has to start with the pistol. Orbs of armor here. Taco, what's he going to choose? And another. The confidence is exuding from the GODSENT roster. You can see for good reason. Only 5 kills between the top and the bottom. Everyone's stepping up to the plate.
GODSENT, they are very, very aggressive on this T side, and even when you get rounds in very, very multitudinous sections, it's usually not enough to slow them down, so they're going to have to demand respect tooth and nail, but this is a good way to start it. Into the ramp room, though, 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. GamerLegion are instantly putting back into a 2-on-2, and it looks like they want to go into this upper site where Eam is still ready and waiting. The timing is everything as he sits behind the single vents, and his only duty is going to be to buy time for Aja to come through on this rotation currently at the lower site. Now they're clearing all their little nooks and crannies. Dumao, it almost seems like he's certainly going to look through this single door. He can't find Eam not looking the right way. Caught on a gush, and now it looks like GODSENT might just sweep away this pistol. It's Isaac left in a 1v2 clutch. He had some big rounds over on Ancient, but now on Nuke, he is 5 and 15. Here's both of them sprinting back into the single door, rather into the hut. Now as he taps the bomb, they don't know if he has a kid or not. They both come swinging out to try to play the trade setup, but it is ring around the rosy here.
that was a bit ridiculous right there, but they do close things out. They didn't plant for Silo, and then they both dive in towards hut. Somehow he manages to tap the bomb, gets past it, but all in all, a clean closer from GODSENT and a pistol that doesn't go in the way of GamerLegion means that that adds a lot of stress here. The force buy, if they lose this, potential force buy for the rest of the game, as they probably just want to recover some ground here, maybe gain some confidence, get those rounds rolling as soon as possible. The Deagles can always do damage. You'll never count them out, especially on a map like Nuke.
That's true. These close range angles can be very, very deadly, but again, it looks like GODSENT are probably just going to try to take the range into the A site. You can see them lining up this utility. Yeah, there it comes. Flashes and everything galore. Completely blinded up as Isaac and the Galils get the work done pretty easily. A 2-on-4. This one's already scrapped power to the next round. 14-3, man. The biggest lead we have seen all day. I don't think it's going to start to even out anytime soon.
Thanks for being covered from Dumao, who walks right into a Deagle shot. Rushy says, thank you very much. Look at it, recover that Galil, I'd have to imagine, but no luck. Lotto has that on watch. He's still full HP, what is that? What a sick no-scope from Era. But that's all it will be. A little shot, and we'll drop soon after. Pinnacle odds still favoring GODSENT. This makes a lot more sense. I haven't moved quite yet, and remaining at that favored position. You just imagine that that'll remain true, especially after they handily take what it is, this map. And it is going to be force buys as well for GamerLegion once again.
Well, yeah, no, I don't really know if I can see much coming back from GL in this game. I mean, they've gone for the full buy at this point. You might as well. Even if they don't work out, it's like, what have you really got to lose? You've already lost your dignity, so you can only really work to regain it.
A little something on your way out, maybe.
Yes, sir.
That's all it should be here. They have dived down quite a bit. I mean, they've taken lobby control, so this is exactly how you want these kind of ecos to go. You take a good bit of space in the crucial bits of the map. They have done just that. In the meantime, though, with that aggression, it leaves lacking presence in towards heaven. Air's tucked in towards the cubby, watching this outer yard, because so much ground has been given over elsewhere to GODSENT.
I'm surprised they've slowed it down as much as they have, but I guess rightfully so, because they would have come walking into the welcoming arms of the Mag 7. And now coming around through Heaven, Harrow should be spotted, and Phelps doesn't even take a single lick of damage. Now crunching into the A site, even putting in more than... Dude, it's crazy, because this round, on a technicality, Phelps has done more damage to GODSENT than anybody on GamerLegion has.
Ooh, there you go. Able to find some damage right there. Diving off ladder. They know that they still have to deal with Phelps. Rusty might be able to do so as he's turned his attention elsewhere. No luck. I mean, this is a locked-in round. I feel like there's so many chances for GamerLegion. They had so many right positions. It's just, again, these frustrating situations where they can't land some of the shots that they need.
I'm actually surprised they're able to get a rifle out in this one, too. With all the force buys they've been throwing in. Maybe, because I think we actually saw Air only go with like a 5.7 and Kevlar. Probably for the reason of, well, we should try to get a rifle or two out in this last round. But still, it's SMGs surrounding it, an MP5, 2 MP9s. Like, might as well just scrap it on to Vertigo, see what you can't get done there. And it's a bit of a taste of GamerLegion's own medicine, because the last time you and I saw them on this map, they blew out Eternal Fire.
Yeah. This wild, fast A play to try and end things early, but Isaac has something to say. Stepping up to the plate from the back of Silo. Phelps to recover that lost space, but no, he's remained stalled. And finally, there might be some success in the second half. That's the case. Isaac shuts things down, and there you go, GamerLegion. They're hanging on.
I guess. Like, I don't. Like, okay, I don't know if it's meaningful at all anymore. Like, they're just getting stomped out. Like you just finished smoking a cigarette. Like, after you throw it on the ground and, you know, you stomp it out with your foot. That's what's happening right here. And you gotta think, like, what if GODSENT didn't throw away a couple of those rounds over on Ancient? What if they're the ones coming out as the victors there? This would be such a fast 2-0. But still going to be a 3-hopper nonetheless, and GODSENT still looking to try to pull out this reverse sweep. I talk about it now because in a 2-on-4, I have literally zero faith in GamerLegion here.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of stacked up on the wrong bomb site. Isaac could have something to say about it. Even if he finds that one, still a man advantage. They spotted out that last remaining player over towards the A bomb site. But again, Isaac was the one to step up to the plate last round, and it is Eam on the other hand of things. So maybe there's some damage to be done, but as Eam falls, so does GamerLegion's chances. As we look to maybe turn our attention towards that third map, Isaac trying to pull things back. Denied from Barton, who closes things down, and GODSENT closes things out 16-4.
And with that, we look to see if GODSENT can keep this momentum up, this fiery pace that they've wielded going into map 3. It's a very, very dominant one, but now we get to see what they've got to show us on Vertigo to see if they can't pull back this reverse sweep. can tend to reverse sweep this series 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that happening for sure, although GamerLegion put up an incredible fight on Ancient to close that one out. Just wasn't really the same case exactly on, just laughing at the team kills. But it wasn't exactly the same case on Nuke. It was very one-sided. I mean, that's the godsend that we can come to expect on Nuke. That's, even despite some lacking win rate, the ability that they can show up is just, you know, like you had said in Nuke, if they had won some, you know, crucial rounds here and there, you know, built up a little bit of a healthier economy, that could have been a better look for them. But overall, GamerLegion looked to take things back on Vertigo, close things down, and Godsend again as that invited team. They want to be moving forward here.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying to break the streak that we have had today so far. Every single invite team has fallen, at least this time around. If they fall, they didn't go 0-2 like Entropiq and Big, but still very possible that they close or get closed out on right here. The pistol round, it started to look the way of the CT side, but now Barton doubling back down. Pretty much sells GODSENT back into this one, even tripling up to trade finally, but it's a bit already strange. Taco's caught Isaac on the flank. And now there's an open B site to abuse. GamerLegion gonna need a 1-on-3 retake to pull off a pistol victory.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and grab himself a smoke. He has a kit, or rather a flash and a kit, I should say. But still, that doesn't really lend itself at all to this retake here. Dumao has a full set of utility on his shoulders. So, I mean, of all people you wanted to be Eam in this situation, it just seems like too tall a task. He's gonna realize that it's planted towards B, so he's gonna slowly make his way over. But yes, it's like 3 fights, and you just don't really see that as a possibility, considering he has to also get that bomb defusal going as well.
He did pick up the kit, and he spotted at least one, so there's something to work with, but he's got to get these kills going through soon, because, yeah, even though he does have the kit, I'm kind of with you in that regard. You're not going to have the most amounts of time spotting out, too. He's still yet to connect for any of these heads. This round's pretty much just done. It's about stat padding! Oh, my God. That second shot was nothing short of incredible, and now he just looks to stick the bomb. 3 kills so far from him. And he wanted the 4th, he wanted to defuse, but GODSENT just barely deny it.
All people, it would be Eam to win that, wouldn't it? But just can't close things down. Nice attempt, though, overall. He almost pulls out the impossible. If there was any sort of mistake, if he had fallen off that ledge, I'm sure that Eam would have gotten that defuse off. But they stay alive. GODSENT closing that 1v3 out. And a force buy to be answered back from GamerLegion. This is familiar territory for them.
Yep. It's still very, very close there from GamerLegion, and remember, it was them getting stuck on a standstill on that T side, so I don't imagine you'll see GODSENT go anywhere near the half we saw in the first of the previous game. But still, they have been able to, at least consistently, take these little gaps they've been given and push them a mile. And just when you look at the rounds, right, they're usually finding themselves up 4, 5, 6 in a row, or maybe even like 5-1, 6-1 in most halves that we see them.
They've been able to really string things up nicely. And you want to keep that pace up. Opening kill going their way as well. So that mid-aggression gets punished from Dumao, not allowing for that to pull on forward. V5 found out early, and it's pretty much the deep site. Very much clear. The nade's an unfortunate bounce. Not going anywhere, and they'll just walk on in here. Free of charge for the most part. Even the only one to deal with, and he only has a MP9. They're going to re-aggress, so no, they're so close. It's not going to be ready to deal with it. Force off the angle, but the repeat coming through from Eam. That's so bold. Phelps, he finds 3 kills to answer things back.
He didn't even have his gun out. That should have never happened. That should have been another kill from GamerLegion, and this should be a round that they're contending for, but now looks like they're just, again, relying on scraps to take them across the finish line here. Isaac gets like a little and decides to just keep it into the next round. GamerLegion start this game off 0-2.
Just gonna hold on to that. What a great recovery that was from Phelps, like you said. Had his nade out, caught fumbling a little bit, but still doesn't stop him from finding 3 amazing kills with the Galil. Not easy to master. That's done so nicely. And oh, Dumao gonna collect on Isaac right there. Dropping him down and not allowing for that saved rifle. That would have been really nice to have as well. You could have dropped that Eagle over to a teammate, and it would have bolstered a little bit of a buy. But here are those odds swinging. More so in the favor of GODSENT here.
Well, this is going to be one that they contend for. And we have actually yet to see a 4-0 start. Right? Every single time it's been 3-0. And then the other team wins a round. But it usually changes after that point, right? Where maybe GODSENT continue it going for a 4-1-5-1 start. Maybe GamerLegion gets it out from that point forward, but now we get to see what GODSENT are actually going to be made of when the rifles are brought out on this map of Vertigo. I mean, I spoke of coming into this game that both of these teams have a very similar map pool when it comes to, like, their top three being Vertigo, Mirage, Ancient, or Inferno thrown into the mix. And for GODSENT, I believe it's their number 2, GamerLegion their number 1, or it's vice versa. It's one or the other. But still, again, it's just the fact that GODSENT have Tier 1 experience on this map compared to Tier 2 from GamerLegion. It's a step up.
Yeah, that's always going to be the case here with the GODSENT roster in this matchup individually. The experience that is held right now is pretty vast in terms of what GamerLegion have had to deal with historically. All those Tier 1 events that GODSENT have qualified for, fought for. I've given them a lot to work off of, and even when they've been down and out, it still looks to be good, but GODSENT, they continue to drop the Isaac's DL2 on his way out. Good to see him getting warmed up. He was a bit quiet over on Nuke, so if he can show up in Vertigo in the same way, I mean, nearly ended with 30 kills in the tail end there of Ancient, so definitely going to need to take charge alongside him, and he's done so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you bring up that point, because for GamerLegion, I feel like the biggest problem on Nuke was just individuals not showing up. Other than Eam, it just didn't really seem like anybody was doing anything. Maybe Zero a couple of rounds, but for the majority of it, it really was just down to Eam.
No doubt about it. He had so many individual plays alongside Isaac to close out that map. Really facilitated that victory for GamerLegion. GODSENT weren't able to deal with it to the full effect here. Good news is, though, they have Eam and Era, this dynamic duo, holding down the ramp side of things. And this is also going to be making things extremely difficult for GODSENT to gather. These are two players that oftentimes will not allow you to create much space, and right now they're doing so with this op presence being held.
So there's utility to go to try to get them up through this A ramp. Eam, as you said, a force to be reckoned with, but not when they're both completely blinded off of the angle. Era just barely won't catch the shoulder of Phelps, and now it looks like maybe they're going to transition back into this B site where Isaac and Rusty are ready and waiting at the helm, hoping that the two men being here is enough to pattern up this defense and stall GODSENT out. They are taking their sweet time on this one, very uncharacteristic of them.
40 seconds left. They're mollied out once again towards that B-bomb site. They're going to boost up towards danger at the moment. Could catch him off guard potentially with this positioning. They need some flashes to facilitate. Maybe not, though. Taco just takes charge, finds the first. And now it's just Isaac, now blinded off the angle in back of default. Needs to get out of here. He swings for the fences. Good for the first, spamming for the second, but no luck. He gets spammed down through the smoke. Zero now left to hold the line, but the Galil's do the damage. Barton lights out. There's only 14 seconds left. They gotta get those numbers punched in.
Wait, this one might be done, because if Barton gets shut down on this cross, then this round lives and dies with him. But no, the upshot miss. There's a chance, or maybe not. Eam shuts down the flank. The boost is good enough. And there are so many ways where that round can go in the favor of GODSENT, but no, it's the curse of this series. 3-1 has been seen every single time.
Curse of the series and the curse of the clock getting the better of these T sides continues, man, because again, you see just not enough time to work off of, and that panic that sets in the late stages of that round for GODSENT, despite having a decent little advantage, you know, 2-on-3 to work off of. It just, the chaos, the bomb being dropped in that really awkward position and having to recover it was everything.
Right back to the style of plays. The MAC-10 of Blotto's almost, it looked like he was going to go straight up to that 51 smoke, but no, they put their foot on the brakes as soon as they take control of the ramp. A lot of the util already flowing through from GODSENT. I feel like they may just use this little bit of information to commit to the A site, and they will. They need to trade out these players inside hull, though, and it's a bit too late. 1 for 1. Still need to deliver more. The MAC-10 at long range gets one, but still a missed elevator smoke, and there's a big gap to be exploited, including that. The bomb's dropped into the open.
Taco has another smoke down, but no smoke ever comes in that left side, so they got one piece of the puzzle. They just couldn't find the other. It could have been such a stellar execute. Now it's just Taco left in the clutch, 1v3, spotting out 2 of them. One in towards Emo. They're giving him fights here. That's so scary.
I will say, I don't think this one's all that unwinnable, right? You've got a low member in the likes of Isaac. He knows where 2 of the remaining players are, and it even seems like he's ready for this flank to come through before too long. Smoke to get him up to the site. And anybody giving away a 1v1 could potentially lose the round for GamerLegion here. Jiggling through and having Taco peppers in a couple of extra bullets at this point. They're just trying to buy time for this fake or the rotation. That's the only player who wasn't tagged. 30 seconds and he continues to walk his way slowly up towards the site. Everybody playing so passive, so patient. Isaac with 14 HP. Only one bullet needs to be connected to find him as a kill, but no. Taco looking the wrong way means GamerLegion find two.
There you go. Stringing two together. Able to clutch that one out. And again, that kind of just leaves me scratching my head as to why there was no secondary smoke there. They needed that one on the left side of things to block off that elevator presence, because if they had that, it could have been into a 3v3. In the post plan as well, they would have been able to punch in those numbers, but that elevator player found multiple kills in the trades that were finally ended up going in the way of GamerLegion. So, brilliant usage of, I guess, the lack of utility from GODSENT coming through and able to hold steady.
Now, as it's a forced buy call, GODSENT don't want to let GamerLegion have this tie, and they're putting a risk on the table of giving away the lead if they lose it. I like the risk, I like the play, but again, I'm not too sure if it's going to work out because they don't have the angle in middle, but luckily Barton's not going to fall. Can't see the same. Zero goes back in for a repeat. Almost finds the triple, but one bullet away. It looks like Rusty will clean it up. The bomb now dropped, leaves it all up to Phelps and Taco with nothing more than Tech 9s and a Mac 10. I think there's not really much longer left for this round. Rusty cleans it up with another, and it looks like it's all up to the lone IGL. 1-on-4, and he doesn't find anything more.
Not quite. Force Buy gets punished here, and it gives GamerLegion a real chance to take the lead at the moment. We'll see what is brought into this one. I feel like the real winning position there on Nuke was that, you know, not everything, or it wasn't like one individual stepping up to the plate for GODSENT. It was really everyone. There was such a tight kill distribution. Everyone was hovering around that 18 mark and pretty close by in the high teens. He comes through from E, be able to nail that opening kill, but you know, if they don't have all five stepping up to the plate on Vertigo in the same way, it might be a little bit of a trickier access to finding this series. And GamerLegion looking good in the early stages.
Well, I'm not surprised that we're seeing one hell of a battleground on this map, right? I mean, seeing that this is one of the best teams for both of, or best maps for both of these teams, I expected nothing less than a very closely contested game, or at least off the start. I am very pleased with what we've been delivered so far. And it's not even like it's slow too. It is a brawl. It is in-your-face aggression from both of these teams, scrapping it out truly.
Yeah, and it's good to see a couple bits of pace change as well for GODSENT. We've seen them run that clock down, or you've seen them try for those fast plays. Both met with limited success once those rifles have come out, though, for GamerLegion. I think they're struggling a little bit to figure out that A-bomb site. And a partial credit to how effective that duo has been, Era and Eam. Posted up his Lotto. What a great flash that was. Rusty chasing him down.
Oh my
Another
God.
flash comes through, and there's just nothing to get for Lotto. He can gather no space. He can find no shots. Barton looks for the trade, but immediately taken care of. And they all come falling. There was a 4-man A-stack early on.
And it just seems like these rounds are dictated within the first 30 to 40 seconds. Taco on 2 HP somehow wins out his duel, but I can't see the save now as Era's rotated through. One bullet needing to be connected, but he doubles down, picks it up himself single-handedly in GamerLegion. Take this lead a bit further. This is going to be another save almost instinctively coming through from GODSENT. Can't really afford much. And look, all I'm saying is thankfully Lotto has an assist.
Yeah. At least you can gather that. But not much else. And I mean, you can see how he was just completely nullified in that last round as well. How absurd was that? The flashes that came through raining down range. Just no chance to fire a shot off. He wasn't blind. Great usage of utility there from GamerLegion, keeping them at bay. Now, Phelps pushing through the smoke, diving in and out. But again, doing a great job of holding this ramp. There's one option though. Closed down from Rusty, who finds the first. And Air's joining up in this defense. Back's turned, but out with the Tech 9 180s. What a fast flick.
He'll still be around, likely going the way of GamerLegion, but it's still going to get costly here in a moment. 1-on-3 for Phelps, and he could catch a player or two coming in from the A rotation. I'm not too sure if this is going to be expected or not from GamerLegion, but you can almost certainly feel like he's going to find one, very least. Honestly, if I'm Phelps here, I'm trucking my Mac 10 off of the map and upgrading to AK. I think that'd be the smart play, but no. Did they see him on the cross? They might have. Well, he's going to grab the AK and make an audio cue, so Eam now on high alert. As Phelps comes swinging through on Guardian. That could have been a first pick to go through, and that may have started to change around the tides of the round, but end of the day, it is still GamerLegion doubling that of GODSENT.
Hold on to that magic number of keeping 3 alive as well, so economy is not too far worse for wear. Only a couple kills coming through from on the Tech 9, and not much else to be said about it. Did have that extra Phi mouse plugged in nicely. Even though they didn't win that round, it looked like he had a Winter 10 plugged in there. Get 10% off.
Umao was sitting snugly with it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, in through middle they go, and it's a setup! It's a nice stack coming through! But somehow it looks like GODSENT may just be able to win the interaction. Era barely able to escape, still sticking around for seconds, though, through the box, won't connect. And it looks like his luck has finally run out. Eam trading positions with Phelps alongside the ramp. This could be another pick going the way of GamerLegion. It all depends on where they're looking and when. He hears the footsteps coming down in this rotation, though, so he's just going to try to play the timer. That's going to be the bomb dropped. And I'm not too sure if he's weary or not of Eam's position, rather Phelps' positioning, pushed up into the sandbags, but he's certainly playing it safe like he does know. Oh my god, no way! Phelps pulls out the knife, Eam doubles down, GamerLegion steal a 7th, and now GODSENT are sent straight back to eco territory.
Ouch, that hurts to watch right there. That is a heartbreaking reaction right there. That's 7 rounds thrown together for GamerLegion, and we talked about that frustration kicking in on the T sides for GamerLegion over on Nuke. That might be the same exact case here on the opposing end, and especially after witnessing that. That has to be one of the most frustrating things to experience ever, pulling out the knife right there, thinking you finished the job, but you haven't. Fast A play coming through, up the ramp, looking to deal with the op of Era, but he'll just fall off with ease. And so much utility damage done to Phelps. A tag through the wall as well.
Uh-oh, they're going to try to flash back in. They are, but no, decide against as they hear the pistols pitter-pattering up towards the A side. A couple of kills flash in. And GODSENT seem to be leveled within the first 30 seconds of the round. They're still trying to make something of this round with the bomb on the back of, I believe, Taco. Trades, though, are going to start to tenfold favor the likes of GamerLegion. Oh, it's 2-on-2. Dumao's connected a nice little 1D. Now they're going to try to play around this timer. Rusty getting a bit of info as he doesn't spot anything coming up to A just yet. Eventually, they're going to understand that the rotation's being pulled back towards the B site.
Oh, man. They're really making something of this round when it felt near impossible to do so. A movement in towards middle. This is kind of where the only gap really is at the moment. They can exploit it to perfection. That A ramp control is kind of maintained, and he continues to push through. Rusty will gather that space, so
here's the thing, right? Rusty is going to speed that absolutely nobody is here in the B steps, so they're just going to be able to turn their attention instantly towards middle. You can see Isaac on high alert for that Guardian peak to come through with 30 seconds left. He's got the right angle to try to contest against this, but it all depends on if the trade is going to come through. And with a dink coming in at long range, he's just trying to play around the pillar, give time for his teammate to come and assist him, but the nade finishes him off. It's a 1-on-2. They've got the indicator of where the last man is. A 1v1 now as the bomb looks to charge into the A site. He's got armor. He has a flashbang too with 14 seconds to go. Should be able to plant safely around the box. Upgrade to the M4A1S. And Rusty is going to take his sweet time playing this one-on-one. Plenty of utility with a kit to go.
This is a 2-on-5 at one point. Dumao is now put into the 1v1. A very winnable one at that. There's a full belt of utility on Rusty's pockets to utilize, and he starts to use it now.
Oh, is he just going to go for the crane smoke? No, he's going to throw it a bit deeper, but now coming in off the peak. Oh my god, what is that dink? Dumao, he single-handedly wins GODSENT that round, and maybe just because of it, they're going to be able to stay alive.
Gotta be kidding me. That is star power you can rely on. That's a 2v5 that they close things out. Taco finds the 2 early Tech 9 kills, making it so much easier, but then that one dink that follows it up, and then the way they played it, the way they were able to read that position. That's that experience that Taco can provide when he's that secondary man alongside the firepower that is brought in with Dumao. It's so hard to win those clutches, and we've already seen them work those 2v2s incredibly effective before. What a fantastic recovery there for GODSENT, and the potential to work off of it and
honestly,
give even more.
I wonder if Nuke was just pardon me not being able to find a better word, but a stupid pick from GamerLegion, because you go to Ancient, and even though they end up barely winning it, barely scraping by, it still, like, looks very comfortable. You see rounds where they're getting aggressive on the CT side. You see them playing around with the pace a little bit towards the bad end of the game, too, when they were on the offense. And it's kind of the same story here, where some rounds they're playing a bit slower, and others, they're straight up taking the fight to GODSENT, going up middle, up into the B steps, up into ramp. And I wonder if it was literally just them being uncomfortable on Nuke that caused them to lose so badly.
Good question. Ooh, spotted. Mount knows. What? What?
Oh my god, what is this game, bro?
Only Eam wins that fight, though, if we're being honest. He's the only person that's able to close out a fight like that. Absolutely absurd. Now, good news here for GODSENT in what was some pure chaos in the early stages is that B's fully clear. This is
Guys,
an unbelievable call.
They're not even going to attempt this retake either. Like, if this bomb goes down, you're not attempting the retake. Because you have, what, one smoke? What are you going to do with that, right? You either get yourself an advantage right here off of Rusty's aggression, or you're just calling it a save. And yeah, GamerLegion, they pack it up and haul off.
Yeah, I would have been enticed by a pick there potentially, but that one, a bit of a head scratcher.
I mean, I think it's the best of both worlds. GamerLegion, I completely understand Rusty just charging in, because in that 4-on-4, right, we always speak about that magical number and 3 players staying alive, which they're still going to walk away with. But Rusty, it's a low-risk, high-reward situation where he goes in, he dies, you're already pretty much looking at a save. If he gets a kill miraculously, then you're the reason that your team might be able to come back into the round. So, I kind of like it.
Yeah, no, I can understand Rusty's aggression there. I just wonder why they stacked so much presence towards that A bomb site there. I mean, if you want to retake that ground, it's nice to have, 2 or 3 players there, but you can still afford maybe even just a mid player. You can have Eam hanging around towards B. He's so capable of finding multi-kills. He's already found 1 in the round, but either way, GamerLegion calling it a timeout as that gamble stack doesn't work, and it's not the end of the world. With that stack, they're able to afford another healthy buy round in here.
Well, yeah, that is a quote-unquote healthy buy round, but I don't know if I'd necessarily call it healthy when it seems like it might be on life support here shortly. GODSENT just walked into the hospital room potentially looking to pull the plug.
With those 2 in a row, man, that 2v5 was absolutely everything in terms of gathering some momentum back, because imagine if they lose that one, they can never find their footing here. I mean, you could be looking at a 9-round string of rounds once the rifles come out for the likes of GamerLegion. That it makes things so tricky to deal with, but they avoid that tragedy from an incredible play from Dumao.
GamerLegion going to start this buy off on the right foot as Rusty's already picked up the opening frag. Now GamerLegion look to try to transition into a very heavy mid defense, completely giving up the B site for the time being. They got the right read. That nade is eaten like it's dinner. Even a double one thrown through it doesn't do as much damage, but still very, very impactful, and just barely aren't going to spot Rusty on this elevated angle.
Yeah, he's looking for that boost up there, so as they fall off, it's a bit fortunate for GODSENT, although I say that the numbers continue to drop as they look to turn their attention elsewhere. Lurk smoke up, trying to isolate this fight, but the Eam is right behind it, so it doesn't get any less scary as you turn the corner.
This is such a weird off angle to clear, too. Phelps, you can see he wants to come up and clear this one. Timing doesn't favor him, though. 50 seconds left, and they look to pad their way up to the A-ramp era. Stuck in the sandbags, they throw a molly, and his campaign is done, but he gets the leg shot. And there comes that molly that I was worrying about. We're still into a 3-on-3. Look at the health right now, and now it's not even about just winning the round. If you're GamerLegion, you win it with 1 or 2 players alive, and it still doesn't matter. You're the ultimate losers. You're tonight's big loser.
For sure,
Please tell
they
me
don't
you
have
got that one. Please tell me you got that one. Axner. Man.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Rusty pushing past the smoke. He still finds a kill. Barton finds a headshot. Now Rusty is good to lock things down for 2. 3 in the round so far, but still, he's going to plant this bomb. Phelps in the 1v2. He's found so much success that nade will do him in.
X-Men, what do you do in your free time?
Like Counter-Strike, to be honest with you.
I was going to say, don't tell me you watch TV, because you clearly don't.
I really don't watch too much TV. I'll be honest.
I'm not gonna lie, I have not flicked through a television in about a year and a half. So that's not even an excuse anymore.
Well, seems like same case is true for GamerLegion. They look well practiced. They haven't been watching too much TV. A lot of time in the DMs. How that round win. Rusty's helped him out in a big way with that one. Ooh, a little angle to work with. Eam.
There's a gap in that. Oh, Era. He's been abusing them time and time again because of this, and he'll do it once more. Martin can't even answer back to that one. Phelps desperately hoping that Era gives him a pick back, but the flashbang, I even thought he was going to swing off of that for another pick, but no. Eam continues the aggression, the domination, as GamerLegion once again find themselves up 5-on-3. And we've actually seen this like 4 or 5 times now from GamerLegion, where in the first like 30-40 seconds, they're up in a 3-on-5.
Yeah, it has to be such a good feeling as well. Now they do still need to close it because we've seen rounds like this become dicey before, but Isaac holds down the line here towards B. Flashbang setup comes through to continue the rampage, and Isaac even pushes forward, not scared of anything, able to isolate fight after fight, finishes things off with a crisp headshot on a Dumao, and it's 9-5, and the money a little bit lacking for GODSENT, so it could be potentially be a 10-5 scoreline. Look at that, the Pinnacle odds.
We haven't, right? I mean, we still have a very sour taste in our mouths from the GamerLegion offense that we had previously seen on Nuke. But remember, we saw a scoreline akin to this already in the series. 10-5 was the first half outcome on Ancient. So I'm not going to count it past GamerLegion just yet. But still, I feel like this round might be a necessity from them just to have a bit of more safety net established. Still trying to find picks. Rusty tucks behind the pillar, drops in the smoke. Almost everybody here right now for both sides of the coin. Nades, it's Hellfire over on the B site, and it's nothing but frags for CT's side thus far. Phelps about to clear out A. He's got a little bit of a room to work with for GODSENT now as they make their way up through the A rim. Taco and Co exchange weaponry as he's only 1 bullet from falling.
Oh, that Molly. He'll be able to punch in the numbers, but he might go down for a sacrifice there. No, he gets the smoke down. He hasn't punched in the numbers just yet, but oh, it's going to be close. He does get those bomb planted. There's a lurk into Mao as well, but oh my god, Phelps goes down in the meantime, and Taco left with only a Glock. I don't even know if he has a gun right now.
Wow. Nah, this one's just done. Look, there were chances for GODSENT to take this round, but it was just a bit too hastily on getting that initial bomb down, or maybe even finding picks back. Fact is, GamerLegion have just stomped their way to a 10-5 score, and you're lucky to have that because you think back a couple of times where GODSENT didn't deserve some of those rounds. Think of that 3-on-5 that was thrown away against the Eco. You think of that, 4-on-4 retake that just left the B site wide open, so they had to call it a save.
Yeah, that's just massive.
If GODSENT are able to pull this back now because of that 5th round, or because of having 5 rounds, GamerLegion are going to be kicking themselves for those tiny mistakes they made.
No doubt about it. I mean, they've given themselves a lot to work with here. On the T side of Vertigo, 10-5 scoreline. You started things off with the pistol round loss, 0-3 start. And then you find 7 in a row. It only really came to an end as that small mistake on the Eco had came through. And other than that, GODSENT have struggled, to say the least, on those rifle rounds overall. You know, a lot of abuse being taken towards A. Isaac is stepping up to the plate there alongside Eam, both at 16 kills. I mean, this is exactly what we saw over on Ancient to allow for GamerLegion to win that map, and what a victory it would be here, keeping their head in the game. I mean, this has just been the story throughout the entire event for this GamerLegion roster of really never bowing out of a match.
Oh boy. At a place called Vertigo. GODSENT needing the pistol, I'd say, to stay in this series, trying to pull the fake with a couple of footsteps going onto the Raptors. Rather the Raider to go up towards the A side, but it hasn't pulled anybody off. Good stack from GODSENT, but how will it pan out for them as Taco's got the dualies close on danger?
No armor. They got a boost up here. Expecting his Taco. No way he's ready for this, though. Goodbye. 0 hits the dirt so quickly. He's getting spammed down. He has no armor, and he dies quickly.
Usually you see those dualies get dropped over to somebody, but a 1-for-1, definitely not worthwhile here. Now Era's just trying to keep players on this B site. Keep bodies here. Are they still lining up this attack? I mean, there's potential for them to take it home, especially with that kill now coming through. One player, regardless of where you decide to attack, but Bart Got a couple of low targets in front of him. The flashbang blooms in, but Rusty's got his teammates back. And GamerLegion are just 2 kills away from pretty much cementing themselves as victors of this series, I'd say. This will be 11-5. GODSENT have to go on to a force buy. Just for a prayer at staying alive in this event. I told you, coming into this series, every invited team has gotten knocked out. I certainly thought the streak would be broken, but I also might be proven wrong here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, I was with you. I thought that GODSENT would at least take the series overall. I mean, I could obviously see that with GamerLegion in good form as of recent. You could have definitely seen them pick off a map. The whole series, it seemed a little far-fetched, especially after what we just saw on Nuke. But they have been so steady throughout this entire event. Again, I mean, their internal fire victory to move forward here, 2-1. They're able to do damage. Rusty finding that last kill, denying the saved hit. That was all they were going to have. But as I was saying, that victory, it started out with a map loss, 16-8 on Mirage, so their map pick. And they come back with a reverse sweep on Eternal Fire, who were looking red hot form in that opening map. They just denied them so much afterwards. And they might look to do the same thing here. I mean, a rough nuke into a big victory of Vertigo. Close things out.
Well, GODSENT making the more disciplined play and not going for that investment, but it's going to be another 7-round gap for GamerLegion where they only need to convert 4. It may sound like a lot, but 20 kills away from taking the series and taking out another one of our invites is not that far away. Rather, 20 kills. You technically need 25, because this round, I guess, isn't guaranteed, but still it is just USPs. Did he not? I was going to say, Isaac definitely saw him.
See those little tootsies on the ground? Tap those
Tootsie
toes.
Rolls are good, by the way. You ever have a Tootsie Roll?
Yeah, I like some Tootsie Rolls every now and again.
That's what I'm saying. The other day, I went to the store, and my mother asked, wanted any candy. I was like, yeah, I think a bag of Tootsie Rolls. And she, gave me a 5-minute talk about how I'm extremely weird for having one of my first picks be Tootsie Rolls.
No, I agree with her. Yeah, it would never be my first pick.
And what would be your first pick?
Reese's.
That's an okay answer, but they're really good. I love them, right? It's just, I gotta be in the mood for Reese's.
It's fair.
You know, where it's just like, I can always pop a small Tootsie Roll and be like, yeah, okay, it's chocolate.
Lotto got a second kill.
Nice.
I feel like that's a little bit worrying. Late in the stages, it's not really an impactful.
He's heating up. Keep sleeping on him.
I mean, potentially, but I mean, he has to do something here on the CD side. You've seen him even entrusted with a couple of ops now and again. That's a hefty investment.
Cowards.
This is serious business for Zero. It's just gonna take the kill. Walk away. You gotta get the eeks. There's potential to be robbed of your eco.
Of course, of course. You never know what jerk is gonna just slide in and say, "You life kill." That's some stuff I'd do, but I wouldn't even steal away the kill from you. I'd just TK you.
Messed up.
TK you, let him pick up the gun, let him farm my team, and then get 1v4.
Oh, Antron's good for that. This is a lot of utility invested in Barton, but he's onto the FAMAS. That spam is right on the money. Lotto about to get nullified again in this round, just getting spammed through the smoke. He's had an unfortunate Vertigo so far. He almost continued.
This is absurd. It's crazy. All of this damage already inflicted on in the early round. Still obviously isn't going to necessarily contribute to a converted round, but could here shortly if someone like Dumao falls, one of your last remaining players on 100 health. He's given up a 1v1 in middle. They haven't been very confident at winning them so far, but this is a really nice angle being held from him. Era's going to swing through, and that's an opening pick going the way of the defense, finally.
Easy right there from Dumao. Well, Red stopping that boost up. Now it does come down to some of those low HP players. Lotto specifically don't want to give up too much there. Been jiggling out with a molly. But he's going to conceal a little bit of space. He has a teammate tucked in towards sandbags and Phelps. He does have a molly, or rather a smoke, I should say. If a molly ever does come. And it will.
Trying to double molly him? I thought maybe they were, but now they should just huck this nade in. They've got an HE to go through, and it would just further help their claws here. Zero isn't really in the right spot to throw it. They decide to pad their way up through side hall. I wonder if maybe they throw in like a crane smoke now just so they can have some safe crossing up through side hall, see if they can isolate these fights. But they're just waiting out that smoke to fade into sandbags. The kills found, and we're back into a 4-on-4. Here's where health could start to become a problem because look at all these tagged up CT players. 1-for-1 trades. It's Dumao and Taco against the world. A rifle round that's almost a necessity at conversion at this point. If you don't find it, and again, you may just kiss away your hopes and dreams of staying in the event. Going out as the invite, and just that. There's no kits to go, and I wonder if GODSENT even attempt this one. You can already see them starting to fall away. Yeah, no, they're calling it off. GODSENT have just forfeited up 13.
Oof. That is heartbreaking right there. I don't even know if they realized how low Zero and Isaac were either. Because maybe that would entice them into a retake here, but instead just falling off. GamerLegion putting themselves under 13, winning that first gun round. And I mean, if you consider it, GODSENT, they didn't try for the force buy. They were really trying for this round here.
This was the end all be all, and this is actually the first half that we see that doesn't start, or that starts 4-0. Or rather,
Potentially.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I thought that was the fourth round. Interesting.
Well, it was the first gun round, so I mean, with all the force buys we've been seeing throughout this series, it would make sense overall, but not the case here. I mean, there's a chance to do it up against what is a scout in Lotto's hands. The rest do have ENCEs, so it's still a pretty decent buy up. Paco, extremely forward in his positioning. Wonder if the footsteps have been heard here.
I just wonder if they're going to clear this out, because remember the couple of rounds back where the hose of Taco were spotted out in a position akin to this, pushed up in the B steps. So maybe they're on high alert of somebody potentially being pushed up and very aggressive. A lot of utility already comes flying through, though, from GODSENT. I feel like this is a big ask, right? So Taco gets cleared out. It's almost all for nothing, right? You just wasted so much utility in trying to hold on to the B steps, but now it's all for nothing.
And Barton's trade potential been nullified by the flashbangs that have been thrown out here. They're lining up for an execute in towards B. There's no need to commit. A minute left to work with a symbol of boost perfectly. And spotting up Dumao close by, he gets caught with his nade out, fumbling. He'll drop. It could be flawless here for GamerLegion. A 5v2 as they look to deny GODSENT moving forward.
And Era's still posted up. I don't even know if Lotto's going to be able to get away with the scout, understanding that an overextension is not required right now. Maybe it is shortly as he is getting hunted down. They smell blood in the water, and Zero wants to find it. The scout can't even one-shot him. Now, pulling out the USP as he connected the initial body shot. It won't be squeaky clean, but anything past that's no longer guaranteed as Lotto has one bullet connecting or separating him from the graveyard. And finally, IM puts it into him. 2 away from snagging the series and clean sweeping this D side.
Oh. I mean, even still, they've put themselves in such a winning position right now. Force buys for the rest of the half here for GODSENT. You can see 5 FAMASas coming out. Could be efficient, could be effective, but up against the firepower on the other end of things, GamerLegion are so hungry and so close to closing.
So close, but yet so far. Still need to lock in these final 10 kills. 5 FAMASas against the world. Absolutely no kits, but a whole horde of utility. One of them has now jumped down. The spam is through, and Eam catches a quick opener. Another man lingers outside of the smokes, and the likes of Phelps. They are still looking to contest for a ramp control above the smoke, though the head is spotted. And it's another 2-man opener. We saw this a lot on the CT side, but on the offense, I felt like it was going to start to fizzle out. No, it's just the exact same story.
I mean, they just simply have to fall off of that control attempt. What do you even do in a position like this? They know that re-aggression is coming forward. Taco will go down the stairs at a certain depth that turns the corner towards. He will drop. Isaac a little bit labored, but we'll find it nonetheless. And to make matters worse, a 5v2 with Dumao and Barton left last man standing. B is open, and so they'll split up 1-1. I mean, what really could go worse? It's up to Dumao, and he's been good for a big round here or there. But this is just too much to ask, surely.
Yeah, for GODSENT, I don't even know if it's worth, like, just to try to find kills. Holding onto these rifles, I mean, I guess, yeah, sure, given. That's if they let you, right? A flash is now brung up from CT, at least I thought so. But they're still trying to hunt down these picks. You can see they don't want to let them get away for free. But for now, they're just going to try to get the bomb down so they can take their free round. Kills continue to come through, though. It's not like these FAMASas are going to be completely unable. In fact, they may be able to upgrade to AKs, so I guess it's worthwhile.
You'll have an AK over towards B. I think Dumao's on his way to go grab that one. What a small victory, you know, in the grand scheme of things. That's 15 now for GamerLegion. They're on series point. You have to win 10 in a row on your CT side. And that seems far too much to ask. For a GODSENT that looked so good on Nuke as well. The CT sides were lights out.
It's crazy because you think back to Ancient where maybe 1 or 2 rounds goes their way and this series is already done. Like, we don't see where to go. We see GODSENT sweeping the series 2-0, but...
Right.
Guys, if we want to prove we are good, we will do it now. 15-5. You know I gotta say it. Not even just because of the score, but because of who's on the server.
Here we go. Timeout gets called. You imagine that's what's being said.
Dude, honestly, right now, I can almost promise you that you're probably a bit tilted right now if you're GODSENT. Nothing's really going your way. 1v1s aren't being won. That's definitely a way to get some smirks cracked. That's definitely a way to get some giggles going. Try to change around the attitude of everybody.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, the morale has to be a little bit low in a similar way to what we saw some frustration kicking in the cams over in GamerLegion over in last map. It's just the same case, but roles reversed now. There's all smiles over on GamerLegion and GODSENT trying to figure out 10 rounds in a row. I mean, it seems far-fetched, but they do need that morale boost. We'll see if Taco can rally the troops.
Not like they're lacking on the investment here. With the upgraded AKs, there's going to be a lot of util thrown onto the table. But GamerLegion are going to try to take their sweet time here back to this very slow default. And I mean, that's actually not what we've been seeing from them this game. It's usually been super in-your-face and aggressive. Maybe that's what GODSENT were waiting for on this last round. But no, GamerLegion could catch them by surprise by taking it slow. A lot of util actually already used up too, so I guess that was probably the plan.
Next setup goes in towards mid, but Zero not blinded up doesn't matter. Conversion still found from Dumao, and he gets out of dodge as well. A great set piece on the play. Alleviate some of that stress, and now they're trying to play this crossfight here. One step by the gap era. He'll drop again to Dumao's effectiveness. And Rusty walking away extremely worse for wear. Taco as well has cleared out a B player, and it seems to be fairly decent. For GODSENT, a great start for them to try to pull off a comeback. It's a long time, a long way to get back into this one, but it has to start now.
Well, I mean, you still just want to keep as many players as you can alive, possibly, right? But Eam isn't going to let you get away unscathed. He at least takes one. There's still another man to be found, but Lotto swings back in to trade out his boy. Rusty drops amongst the ladder, and with 25 HP, he's going to try to make a conversion happen, but regardless of where he wanders to, there'll be a GODSENT member waiting for him.
It's all about finding a kill or two on your way out here, but with 25 HP just seems so unlikely. And he will hold on to this 8K. He's got 7K in the bank.
Yeah, it's not like
no
he's
big deal.
Separating himself from the eco, but Taco is still going to try to find this kill, I think. No, he's just chilling.
Yeah, I think it's more important that you hold on to your weaponry as opposed to going for the hunt. I mean, maybe after time it's nice, sure, but the money they know is stacked up pretty high after 5 rounds in a row for GamerLegion. It's not like they're getting anywhere near breaking that economy.
Still about the exact same buy we saw in the previous round. And I'm still surprised to say that all of these rounds, I feel, are just dictated within the first 20 to 30 seconds, usually where a team comes out on top by 2 or 3 picks. And from there, you don't really see many comebacks. We saw 1 or 2 of them this game, maybe, like 2-on-4s, 2-on-5s. And by game, I mean, like, the entire series, where we even go back to Ancient and one of them came through. You remember that? I believe it was Taco and Lotto.
Yeah, and incredibly effective in those clutches. Taco has been a part of a lot of those clutches as well. Supporting. Might need to see some of that later on if things ever get a little bit rough. Oh, Era. Taking a pop shot, revealing his position. Phelps is posted up. He's now been picking up the mantle here of the AWP. But look at all this space Isaac's creating towards B. This is a little bit scary for GODSENT. If they're not careful, they can find themselves in really dire straits with a fast B execute. Nice molly to keep him at bay. Oh, but clean movement from Isaac. Look at that.
True. And look at all the players they pulled on rotation here. It looks like they're just going to try to send all their reinforcements over towards the A ramp. This kind of dictates the outcome of this map right here, I want to say. You win ramp, then GODSENT stay alive. But if GamerLegion are able to take down Phelps and co, then That should just start to lead the beginning of the end.
So up with the up, still forward in positioning. Lotto gonna be tested here. Era only able to land a leg shot onto Phelps, not fully deterring him at all. There's only 25 seconds left here. How are they gonna get past two players and a quick rotates that can arrive onto the scenes? Rusty walking up side hall. They've cut noise here a little bit.
Oh, pulling out this, or rather his knife at the worst time, continuing to charge up through that Molotov, just gives Lado a free pick for himself. Utility now starts flowing into this A side as they try to isolate 1v1. Straights are nowhere to be found. Where comes one back, but it's just done. There's no time left. It's about finding kills if you can, but Era's just going to try to hold on to his op as they continue to push him down, keeping it as a necessity for success in the future. The nade bounces through, but it's not enough for the kill.
Good damage on the way out here, but the same struggles over on Nuke showing their face here on Vertigo, where there was just very slow starts. Not a lot of space being created on that T side. Now, we did see some very heroic plays come through, you know, diving inside of the flames. Rusty looking for kills there, but overall, I mean, you had 3 players still to deal with on that A bomb site with 7 seconds left, and there was a molly on default. There's just no winning that round.
That was just well played by them, right? Just letting GamerLegion get in their own way. And we're starting to see them go right back to what didn't work on Nuke. That very, very slow passive aggression on the T side. They wait for the majority of the round. The timer gets in their own way. And I don't think that's going to allow GODSENT to completely come back. But again, remember, every round you give them, you get a bit more nervous.
For sure. If they can hold steady here, that would be an incredible comeback. Long way to go. We'll start with another gun round they have to deal with. Haven't really collapsed the economy just yet. Taco with a great set of utility, but he's revealed his position. Still stands tall. So confident in the dry swing right there to drop Isaac.
Good start. I don't think it's going to sway them away from this B-side take all just yet. Spotting a man on the jump spot again. This op of Era has been very quiet.
Found a couple of big picks around those smokes, but he has sort of slowed down here. And he might get caught if the swing comes through, but staying safe for now. Did see them try and pick up the pace here a little bit. Over in the GamerLegion camp, it got punished swiftly. They tried to take that B ramp control early on, and there's just no luck to be had. Oh.
You always get worried when you see that. Every time. Without fail.
A little too close for Clumper. What is that shot, though? Lotto dropped to the ground. And now that that could create panic rotates, you know that likely if he's jump spotting, there's not much else presence there.
Nope. That might be what GamerLegion need to come back into this one. A missed smoke as well, and now it's really just going to fall into what this Opera can get done. And from side hall, GamerLegion continue their very passive approach into this site. There's enough smokes to block off both of these crucial angles. It seems like right now they're... Oh, never mind. They do throw both. And I thought they were only going to go with the elevator one. Waiting it out, throwing in the utility to try to deny that in this bomb plant. Maybe you just plant in the Cloud 9 angle, though. I don't necessarily think you've got to get it down in a certain spot, but as now all of the utility has been expended, they're going to wait for the nades. Oh my god, this could shut it down! No, they're just barely too late, and Ian gets away on 27 HP. They look to play this post plant. The op spots out another, but the shots aren't connected from either side of the coin.
Ooh, and Aaron misses another crucial shot as well. So there's potential here. There's a fast flank coming through. Eames watching it. Timing favors him. The bomb's being defused. This could be the last chance here for GODSENT.
Oh my god!
It. He has time, but no! Denied from Rusty. Dumao, there's nothing you can do. And he will drop as well as the rest of GamerLegion. Close things down, and there you go. They close things out and continue the trend of massive upsets all day. Look at those lights flashing. That is fantastic.
He's having a good time with it. That's a big win, too, for these guys, right? They've been looking for, like, approving wins like that. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
That is so sick.
It's like you get a baby like that new, what are those things, right? They're like those little rattlers, like the maracas. He's just playing around with them. But that's such a big win for GamerLegion because yet to find these consistent wins against teams that are definitely favorites against them, that's like one of the first times we've seen them in quite some time. Every time we see them going against tier 1 opposition, they just get slammed.
Yeah, that has to be such a big victory for them. I mean, again, throughout this event, they've been putting up great maps, great series overall. I talked about that Eternal Fire series that they were able to close out, and so that trend just continues to keep up pace for GamerLegion as they continue to improve overall. And this victory over GODSENT, an invited team like we had brought up, has to be a big confidence bolster heading further and further down the line.
100% right now with this big, very confident win under their belts. Hey, again, continue the trend that you've already said about. They're going to go on a takedown for take against forZe tomorrow, which I think is going to be a really interesting matchup, but we got to hurry things along because we're already running a bit behind schedule. We've still got one more game today. Let's see if ENCE can finally snap apart from the streak.
Winter Series, as we will be joining you guys for the final best of 3 of the night. And of course, with that, I do mean Josh and myself. We might not have a 16-year-old that takes us to a triple OT on Mirage or something, but we do have a banger of a match coming up.
Tyler, I have no idea what's going on and why I'm so pink. I'm looking at my camera up here. I'm not pink at all. Right there, I'm like a blueberry. I don't know what's going on. we'll just live with it for now. Yeah, I actually caught sort of the end of that last game. Well, I say I caught the end of it. I caught the middle of it, then I caught the end of it. It was a really weird series. GamerLegion just demolishing first map, then getting demolished in the second, and then demolishing in the third. Kind of a weird back and forth. But we've got a fantastic matchup coming up right here. SKADE versus ENCE. Of course, ENCE coming in, replacing MIBR last minute. We found out about that last night. So yeah, kind of crazy stuff. But a very, very strong team. We love ENCE. They've been really, really strong in recent events. Obviously, good run in the major as well, not too long ago. So these guys are on form, and a team that should be able to beat SKADE. But I mean, we know SKADE. Like, SKADE have been very, very good in the last couple of years and have really shown that they can hold their own against tier 1 opponents.
And that's the thing I love about SKADE, because you never know. They just jump into a series and you think, well, clearly they're kind of the underdog and they're not really going to be getting too much, but all of a sudden they come straight out, grab it from the get-go, and it all just works out. At the same time, in this tournament, how many times have we seen a team where we think, well, they're going to be the stronger team, they're all going to be fine, no problems whatsoever, and then all of a sudden, just SKADE show up, they grab their headshots, and certainly a team like ENCE could fall to them, even though I do agree with you that I'm not really expecting ENCE to have too many problems. At the same time, I didn't really expect the previous game to go all 3 maps, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, SKADE have always been a team. Oh, no, I'm going pink again. All right, ignore me. SKADE have always been a team that historically have played tons and tons of Counter-Strike. Now, they have slowed that down going into 2022. Of course, like Christmas and that kind of period, there's not as much CS going on, so their whole last 3 months statistics are a little bit skewed on that front. But yeah, SKADE have historically been a team that have played some of the most Counter-Strike in, like, the whole of the tier 2, tier 3 scene. So they're just so well drilled. Now, as we jump over to this ENCE lineup, of course, Snappy, Diha, Sphinx, Hades, and Madden. The core of this roster have been together for quite some time now. ENCE kind of underwent their changes last year, but they've been really, really solid since.
Yeah, it's been like 13 months where these guys have been playing together, been developing further. And at the same time, it's just not kind of the ENCE at their height of kind of their time as well. It's not really the ENCE of their own song as well, where it was just so easy for them. They've kind of had to rebuild, and certainly getting back into that role, certainly have players that bring experience as well. I think especially just looking at a guy like Snappy in a pretty much internationally mixed team as well. Him always kind of having jumped between so many teams since the get-go. He's been pretty much been playing CS, at least Global Offensive, for the past 10 years as well at professional level. Never really had a time where he was out of it at all. So yeah, just great to see him still continuing, and we'll have to see what ENCE can actually bring to the table today. It's also going to be interesting to see the maps, of course, for both teams, as that is really where it's going to come together. Is it going to be more of like really strategic game? Are we going to see more of a puggy side? Ancient apparently is going to be our first pick. Not all too surprised about it, because it seems like Ancient just gets played in every best of 3 series these days.
Yeah, teams seem to really like it. I'm not sure why. I hate it, but there's a lot to it. I suppose there's a lot of tactical aptitude. There's a lot that you can do as a T side and as a CT side as well. So as teams kind of learn more and more on it, develop their strategies and their utility and stuff like that, then yeah, it becomes a very, very viable map for professional play. Mirage, I love a good old bit of Mirage, and Overpass as a decider is always a fun one to end up on as well. Both teams pretty comfortable with all the maps that are being played here, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. ENCE actually recently haven't been looking too great on Ancient, but you got to look at the caliber, yeah? I mean, they're having super close games on Ancient against Astralis, Virtus.pro, OG, GODSENT. These are some tier 1 teams, right? And they're going to OT and whatnot. So I'm not really sure if you can use that too much as kind of these valid statistics when they're playing against a team like SKADE. But we'll just have to wait and see. Now, when we were actually looking at that ENCE roster, I threw to you a little bit too early, because I wanted, of course, to talk about the recent change, yeah? Madden coming in. He has only recently joined this roster. He joined at the end of January. This is almost like his 1-month anniversary, and in part of this team, he's only sort of played 5 series with this roster. His results haven't been fantastic since him joining, but obviously teething issues, early days. Players aren't always just instantly insane as soon as they join a roster. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to develop, but he has been decent. Of course, taking Doto's place. I'm excited to see how he does today as well against a team of a slightly lower caliber. As I say, ENCE's recent matches have been against some really, really fierce opponents. So it'll be interesting to see how he kind of holds himself against a team that are on the lower end of the top third, or actually just outside of the top 30.
Yeah, and at the same time, of course, as you've said, really the touching points for him haven't even been that big. It's really just been against the kind of bigger opposition as well. And yeah, maybe playing tournaments like this, kind of maybe even then grabbing that first place finish, getting a couple of best of 3 ends. And also, of course, this is the penultimate tournament of this winter series. So basically then grab one of those slots at that LAN that will be happening sometime in the middle of the year, apparently into August by now. But it's going to be interesting to see, of course. Madden, he's been able to qualify for that tournament before, back when FPX was still around. That just goes to show how long, of course, we've been seeding for these teams to really make it to that offline event as well. And yeah, maybe there's a chance for a second time that he gets to qualify. Even though, of course, FPX would be interested to see if they actually sign a team just for that, or if their slot gets taken over by another team. We'll have to see how that goes. We should just be pretty much seconds away from jumping into our first map, I think. So we'll see when teams are ready. As you said, Ancient, of course, ENCE, they've certainly poked big teams there before, but at the same time, SKADE, yeah, they've had their fair share of games on Ancient, and also beat most of their opponents at this sort of level.
Tyler, I'm telling you, when we switch to the cams, it's alright, and then I get progressively more pink, and I don't understand what's doing it. This is unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a wild bunch, isn't it, in the LAN Sweet LAN? Of course, 2 qualification spots left, and then there'll be 4 invite teams. But when you look at the most recent tournaments, there have been some really, really high-caliber teams that have been invited into the playoffs invite stages, and you think, oh, wow, we could see, like, some really high-caliber opponents. They should be able to take the win here. And then there's just been crazy upsets. The last 3 events, we've seen K23, Ecstatic, and Entropiq win. Entropiq may be one that you would somewhat expect to win, but Ecstatic had a crazy run. K23, I mean, that was a mental tournament. They had to take down some incredible opponents to actually take that top spot and take that qualification there as well, beating teams like Fnatic, Furia, Heroic. Like, it's kind of crazy that they managed to slip through, but it's going to lead to a pretty exciting tournament because they have proved themselves against that caliber of opponent. So we'll just have to wait and see later in the year, I suppose. But I'm quite excited for that event. And I'm also interested to see, as you touched upon, what like Complexity do and what FPX do and rosters like that who qualified a year ago now. It seems crazy how long this circuit's kind of been going on and how many teams we've seen qualify.
Yeah, and at the same time, we always talk about the fact that usually these invited teams, as you already touched base on, don't really work out too well. We've seen it today as well. Big came into it, dropped out. GODSENT dropped out just now. Entropiq dropped out as well. Every single time, it's those round of 12 teams that just make it through. And it wouldn't have been the first time we see a team that even comes through from the main Swiss or even from the regional Swiss sometimes to make it all the way through into playoffs. And Endpoint made it from regional Swiss all the way through. Didn't exactly have the best standings out of Swiss, and then straight into those, well, through main Swiss and into those playoffs. Either way, we're heading into our first game and on to Ancient. We'll have to see who gets the upper hand. SKADE, of course, picking this map. Might have thought, well, could be a good chance if ENCE would open. And of course, they have a 0% win rate at the moment.
Well, as we see those Pinnacle odds flashing up, and certainly your favourites for the series, but I do somewhat favour SKADE here in this first map, just off of ENCE's recent results. Snapping, Julies, Cowboy mode activated, spamming away, only good for one. Rainmaker with a clean trade, and Madden, oh, that's messy. Not what you want to see to get things going. And SKADE will kick things off, one man up.
Yeah, right now it is just so important for ENCE to do what they can with these 3 men. They've already pretty much left the B site open for SKADE for the taking. I love the fact that Ships is still hanging around bottom mid, just kind of making sure that nobody's going to be pushing in from behind. They don't have to have any worries that way. Hades is going to be coming around that corner. Ships finds a headshot as well on the Glock. And right now, this piss round, very, very one-sided. ENCE already just getting demolished. Diha all by himself does find a double. And all of a sudden, the chances might be good. It's down to a 2-on-1. He has a smoke, he has a flashbang, he has the fuse kit to work with. But at the same time, of course, time is going to be of the essence. Does he fake? Does he just try to pull through? And right now, he's already being hunted, and it will be Rainmaker to find that final kill. Diha certainly tried to go for the defuse. Didn't quite work out.
Well, SKADE take the pistol round, not a bad start at all, and it gets things going, yeah? When you come into a game as the underdog statistically, winning that pistol round always just boosts that confidence, boosts that morale. It's exactly what they need right now, and it boosts that cash as well. 3 Galils, 2 AKs, not taking any chances with the SMGs here. They know that they're going to be against a force fire, and the ENCE are going to be fierce with these upgraded pistols and SMGs in hand. Ships down in bottom mid, hoping for some aggression. Bubble's going to get some, but Snappy instead finds the headshot.
Yeah, very important just to find that initial kill already. Hades as well, going aggressive, doing damage onto Ships, but not quite enough. Maiden here over towards the B bomb site does find a double, and all of a sudden that's looking very, very strong for them, all down to Rainmaker. And remember, all they came into this with was an MP9, couple of Deagles, and yet again, not the first time in a Pinnacle Winter series where we see the Deagles prevail, and Spinks finds that final headshot onto Rainmaker. And then straight back into it. Might even be the worst starting if you get that first piss round, lose the follow-up though. Now the CTs, they pick up AKs, pick up a Galil, grab 2 M4s, and continue from there on out.
Oh, very, very nice bounce back from ENCE. Exactly what you want to see. And now the roles have reversed. SKADE are the ones with these Deagles. Rainmaker didn't have a gun for a second there, but he just found himself a Desert Eagle on the floor. The rifles on the other side try and do the damage. Look at this aggression. Down through mid, down through these B halls. They're just applying so much pressure with that deep smoke. They have all of the information. Diha still teasing a peek over towards A as well. That's just spotted one. The secondary smoke going in just keeps SKADE at an arm's length for longer.
Yeah, at least Rainmaker moving over into mid as well. Hades still keeping an eye on this with the AK already here and ready for the headshot, not being baited out just yet. Now they certainly know of his presence here. Snappy is super aggressive in towards Bucket, and still going with that first kill onto Dreamer. Tries to go even more aggressive. That will be his demise. Preferred for him to just grab one, take the damage, and leave, rather than losing that player advantage. And right now, get Rainmaker over towards the A bomb site. Diha finds that headshot though. Otherwise, all of a sudden, it looks a whole lot different. While SKADE are still rotating over, it seems like maybe even their best chances have gone. Making this round possible. 25 seconds still to go. Aggressiveness now towards mid. Spinks finds one, gets traded. I'm sure every kill counts for something here for SKADE, as the CTs will not be happy about an expensive round on their side, but it seems like Diha might just be able to shut things down.
I mean, bearing in mind they're against a full force spy, they'll be okay with taking 2 casualties at the end of the day. SKADE, no money in the bank. ENCE now a round up on this CT side on Ancient as well. They're in a very, very good position. They're starting to rack up that cash too. Spinks and Snappy with more than enough money to buy. The Spinks knows, and Snappy as well, know they're going to be against the full eco, so it's time to farm some cash. MP9's in hand. And they'll be chomping away to try and get that $600 kill reward going into this fourth. The Glocks, I suppose they need to try and make sure that they don't get farmed by these SMGs. That's really the goal right now. If they can get a bomb plant, fantastic. But they do not want those MP9s to be mown away and get all of that bonus cash. Look at Snappy, he's hungry.
Well. Just the aggression exactly from those 2 MP9s as well. Madden alongside with them, pulling the attention towards him right now. But of course, the MP9s just about to go around the corner, and already here, Madden sure does find the kill. It would have been better to, of course, go for the MP9s. And there you go. Spinks now goes out aggressive. Snappy straight in behind him. The damage certainly working out. SKADE as well, just being dangerous here at times. Headshots, of course, would have been great to have. Madden steals the last one as well.
Oh my goodness.
And Rainmaker is over towards the A-bomb site. D will probably be his ultimate end, or it might be Hades if he tries to go back in towards mid. It's kind of unfortunate that they didn't leave those kills to the MP9, instead actually just Madden trying to better his KD.
Yeah, that was weird. Like, Madden trying to kind of farm those eco frags. They were literally on Glocks with no armor. As soon as those MP9s were spamming them away, the Glocks didn't stand a chance. There was really no need for Madden to chime in there and get a couple of kills. That's definitely going to be frustrating for Spinks and Snappy, who did invest in those MP9s for the sole purpose of getting a bit of extra cash and upgrading. Snappy's going to hold on to his, though. Go for a bit of a bonus. They know that their opponents won't have an AWP, and they probably won't have a lot of utility either, and they're exactly right. So, an opportunity to maybe do some further damage with it. SKADE just back into this default. A little bit of presence deep in A. Nothing being shown, though. The bomb being held very, very far back. And as soon as that deep B smoke comes in, they know that they've lost B ramp control too, so they just have to fall away. ENCE are playing super aggressive right now, and SKADE just don't know how to respond to it.
Yeah, and that's the way you have to play it as well. Just take control in towards alley as soon as possible. Just pretty much go through cave, especially when you have an MP9 onto Snappy. That's exactly what they did. They're re-smoking that right now, but of course the T's, we know, are heading over towards A. The smokes are going to be raining in right now. Hades kind of as a first line defense. I can't speak anymore. Spinks still in towards mid. He was smoked off. Players into donuts. And right now, Hades, alongside Dia, they're holding onto this bomb site, but Hades far too aggressive there. And in the end, he's kind of close towards the exit way. Not quite there. That's what pretty much cost him his life as well. Dia and Spinks, though, still finding kills. Snappy will find the final one onto Dreamer. Not really a competitive game thus far. Pure dominance from ENCE at the start as they make it 4-1.
You can't speak. I'm turning into the girl from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. This isn't shaping up to be a good day, is it, Tyler? But, I mean, I do actually quite like Dreamer's positioning there. If his teammates would have held their own on the bomb site, then he would have been in a really powerful position to catch out some rotations or something like that. But as soon as they dropped, he kind of looked foolish, just sat in mid by himself. Either way, the odds still shifting further in ENCE's favour as they go 4-1 up. And remember, this is a map that we weren't too confident with them on. So to get this kind of start, to get this kind of bankrolling as well, is very, very important. I mean, look at this. Some of these players are encroaching on the sort of $8,000-9,000 mark, and they're up against the weak buy here, so chance to farm it further.
Oh, the aggressive push, though, straight onto the A-bomb site, and Hades just far too late. Nobody else was there. They were banking on the fact that, yeah, we're expecting a force. They should be going over towards the B-bomb site, but no. SKADE pretty much just runs straight onto the A site, and right now, nobody there to try and stop it. Dia already in front of the first smoke here, but he might be in trouble. Does find one onto Ships. Bubble can't impress either. As even Snappy now moving in. Good job from him. It's down to just 2 men. Rainmaker coming in from mid. Dreamer holding on defensively, but of course 5 players there for ENCE. Might not be expecting Rainmaker into Donut.
Oh wow, so clean.
Yeah, everybody checking their positions. You keep 5 players alive. Look at Dia at $13,000 before he buys back up onto utility. Full control.
Yeah, ENCE are really in the driver's seat right now. They've got a really nice buffer as well. A couple of rounds of cash behind them in case they lose this one. And it really does just play testament to the fact they kept everybody alive in that last round. I mean, that was a retake scenario. They're up close against pistols. Sometimes it can get really, really messy and you end up taking a lot of casualties. But no, they kept everybody alive, and that's exactly what you want to see. Ships bombarded with utility. Look at this, they're burning alive. Oh my goodness, there's no smokes to extinguish it. What a ridiculous round. As SKADE are out of it within a matter of seconds before they've even seen anyone.
Yeah, it's crazy because Snappy then just goes spamming through that smoke and still finds a further kill. More damage onto Ships as well, down at 20 HP. And even if you try to rotate back over, it's not going to do you too well. Because right now, sure, you have Rainmaker over in towards a main, but everything else is still being held onto. Spinks now is deciding to go a little bit further up, and Reddy might have even heard those jumps, and right now, Rainmaker, considering what he can do, is falling back right now. Of course, aware of a player that has been in that position, but even if we look at Ships, he's turning circles back in T-spawn. They're unsure of what they're trying to do right now.
Yeah.
Player towards B. The aggressiveness now from Snappy as well. Zero respects. And the timing almost works out. Rainwaker just about sees him. Finds the headshot. It still ends. I'm not the biggest fan of their aggression that we've seen from Snappy before. And from some of the other guys, but...
They're just saving. Look at this. They don't want any more to do with this. A start like that to a round has got to be so mentally taxing, isn't it? You push out, you think, right, we're on a 4-buy, we've had a couple of rough rounds where we've gone for these forces and ecos, now we've got cash behind us, let's do something with it, and you just run out, you get bombarded with Molotovs and nade spams, and there's no one to extinguish it. You can see they were literally standing in the molly with no urgency to get out because they were convinced that one of their teammates had a smoke, and none of them did. Unbelievable stuff. As ENCE takes 6, okay, SKADE have still got some weapons. They will go for another buy up here, but that has got to be super frustrating.
Yeah, especially just the fact, considering, okay, well, you are kind of still an underdog. Sure, Ancient might be seat decided, but you win piss around on the T side. It is looking really, really well. You're hitting your headshots. Your opponents are not hitting a single shot on the USPs, apart from Diha straight from the start. And then you move into the follow-up round, ENCE win that one, and continue to win 6 rounds in a row. They have everything at their disposal. It's not even like the rounds are really close, as we just had the previous one that was shut down in 10-15 seconds into it. And all of that just down to the panic, the smokes, the Molotovs, the spams. And yeah, lots of question marks on faces right now.
You
Look
can
at that
see.
as well.
They're not happy. They're not happy with how this game started. You got to remember, this is their map pick. And even though a best of 3 series, it seems like we're still in early days and there's a lot left to be played, it can slip away very, very quickly. And as I say, this is their map pick. The way I see it, if they want a chance at this series, they really do need to be taking Ancient. And this is a very important turning point.
This aggression as well. 2 players straight in towards mid from ENCE. As Spinks and Diha are ready and lined up. Nade flying in as well, dealing damage. And they're up against SKADE. They're trying to push through, and it just does not work out. Spinks, Diha, the 2 of them together with that prior nade, shut SKADE down straight into mid. They had a full buy, but somehow ENCE read them like an open book. Had everything prepped. And sure, Rainwaker is able to find one, but that's not the consolidation that you're going to be looking for.
They're checked out here, Tyler. This is hard to watch. I thought that timeout would kind of give them a little bit of a break, a little bit of a buffer to say, okay, things aren't going too well, but let's kind of change this up. That round was read beautifully from ENCE. Like, they went for that stack in towards mid. They had both players there. They had that smoke. But just looking at how a couple of guys have played that one, I mean, 2 players have pushed through. They've died, right? Enny's the 3rd man out. He knows that there's 2 players on the other side, and he's just run through the smoke. He's just suicided through the smoke. There's nothing for him to give in that scenario. But it's almost just that, like, frustration, not thinking properly in those scenarios, and it's thrown away an AWP because of it. 7-1, SKADE back down to the pistols. They need to reset here. They need to forget about what's happened so far in this game. Come into it with that kind of dominance that they brought into that pistol round. Confidence is such a big factor in Counter-Strike. It's often forgotten.
Yeah. And at the same time, of course, we see it time and time again where the Eagles just going to show up and grab those headshots out of nowhere. But right now, ENCE just seem to be so far on point. Even now, prior round, just kind of being super aggressive in towards mid. Right now, they're laid back. They have 3 players over towards A, as if they know where SKADE want to go with this round. A single scout for the Eagles. For the rest of them, 2 smokes lined up and ready. Where are you going to place those is right now. Smoke into main still level. Are you going to be expecting 2 players towards a bomb site? 1 player still in towards Donut. Only 2 towards B. Especially with the fact that Snappy is really aggressive into bucket right now as well, holding onto those doors. Flashbang comes in, and Diha is not able to capitalize on it. Yes, a lot of damage dealt, but then he's able to find that first headshot. Sure, Maiden is here to respond, and he's also adding on his kill counter. Of course, easy headshots for him. The opponents don't have rifles to shoot back. Timing as well. Rainwaker just about makes it through unseen. That should be the demise for Maiden. He shouldn't be expecting him. doesn't go for the knife kill, goes for the safe one. Spinks, though, able to bring it back. And sure, they lose 2 players, but with the economy that the CTs have going, they don't care. Diha and Snappy are both at $16,000 at the start.
Yeah, they're literally happy to die in those kind of scenarios. Sitting on max cash, you're going to be dropping when you can. You're going to be going for sort of aggressive plays, not really bothered about whether you die or not, because you've just got enough cash behind you to justify it. And you can't go any higher than 16k, of course, so there's nothing to lose. Very, very dangerous, these players. I mean, they're dangerous at the best of times, but even more so when they've got nothing to lose. 8-1, what a dominant start here from ENCE. You see how much map control they've got everywhere, pushing towards Jaguar, pushing deep in mid. SKADE are playing so far back. It's unbelievable. Dreamer stuck behind the B doors smoke. Everybody just waiting for that over-aggression, but I don't think ENCE are going to give it. ENCE are a control team. They're taking control of mid, they're taking control of B ramp, but they're not going to push their luck and end up in the T-spawn. No way.
Yeah, right now, just taking their time. ENCE laid back. Hades in towards mid with that op, waiting for anybody to come around that corner. Sure, smokes are going to be deployed. Right now, he'll be aware of players in towards that area of the map, and right now, smoke comes in. He should be blocked off with his vision. Does find a gap, isn't able to capitalize just yet. Second chance might be his. He doesn't spot them, unfortunate, but Ships in the meantime finds Spinks trying to go aggressive through Donuts. Diha already look a little bit further back as Hades has started to rotate over as well. Trying to hold on to that line, but of course the bomb we know is still over towards a B bomb site. That might be the ultimate goal for the T's right now. Even though here Diha noticing the pressure here, not quite aware of those guys moving towards CT. Denny now, of course, given away, but finds the kill as well. Diha here for the trade. Maiden finds Ships. Now they might be aware of B. Could be under siege. Snappy finds his kill at the same time. It's all going to be down to Diha. Over towards A. Bubble brings the bomb. But I think, Josh, it's all over.
Certainly for this round, yeah. Bubble staying alive as well. I mean, he's lucky that his team are in a position where, because they've got that max loss bonus, they are going to be able to buy around him anyway. But yeah, staying alive means he gets no cash. So $450 means he could buy a HE maybe. Maybe a Molotov. Probably see something like that come out. But they're going to call another timeout here. They can see how quickly this is slipping away from them. As I said before, a best of 3 really does seem like a long time. But when you go 9-1 down and you lose your first map, then you go into one that ENCE are going to be even more confident on, a Mirage. Where things get complicated. Look at them spinning around in circles. ENCE are having a good time. You can see it.
Well, I'd be having a good time if I get 9 rounds in a row. Especially here on Ancient. It's so important to get a good start into the CT side. Grabbing 9 rounds already. He can certainly make this double digits. I've got no doubts about that. And sure, the timeouts might be nice and all. But thus far, they've just been destroyed straight after. And yet again, timeout happens. Double Molotov, double nade, straight in towards mid. This time, SKADE don't actually come here. They're straight back out towards A. But guess what? Hades here with the AWP. He's smoked off right now. Not a whole lot that he should be able to do. Gets taken out as well. Bubble straight aggressive into CT spawn here. It should be a SKADE round. No way that ENCE are able to bring this one back. Bubble with the double. There you go. Diha and Spinks. They have all the money in the world, so they're not going to be saving here.
That could be a good line in a SKADE rap. Bubble with a double. That's it. That's all I've got so far. But
Yeah.
any music producers? Any rappers want to take on the project? There's a line for you. This has been a really good round, though, from SKADE, actually. This has been a nice little turnaround off of the back of that timeout. I can't even begin to imagine what was said, but you can just see that coming into this round, they have had more confidence. They've come in just sort of saying, right, let's just take our gunfights. We're very, very talented individuals, especially aim-wise. We've had some success previously on the A bomb side. Let's just go for it again. We know that they play a very, very passive retake setup on A. So bomb it through, find that opening kill, and we can play off of that. And that's exactly what they've done. Very nicely indeed.
I can tell you exactly what, without having a recording of the TeamSpeak, I can tell you exactly what was said during that break.
Was it, come on, go win.
Rush A.
Rush A. Okay, maybe.
Just press W. Because all they did, they were there far ahead of Hades. Nobody else was there on the defense. They were super focused back in towards mid. It had worked out before. That seems like something they might have analyzed even, because that's the only times that they have actually gone with that approach. After timeouts, we go aggressive with 3 players in towards mid. This time it doesn't work out. They lose control of A. SKADE might think, okay, maybe we can just push A again. They seem to be on a pretty good route for it, but guess what? This time out, ENCE, they're gonna have 2 players here. And look at this from Diha and Hades.
Oh my goodness.
Just going aggressive. I'm unsure why, but it works out for a kill here to trade 1 for 1. Spinks is gonna have his work cut out for him as well. Bubble not checking the corner. And I hate to say it, but right now they're coming out on top. Rainmaker with a nutty headshot onto Snappy. Back down to a 3-on-3. I'd like to say that SKADE might have the slight upper hand right now. ENCE, they're all over the place though. Oh, and the timing here for Hades as well.
What a bizarre round. Aggression from both parties, and it means that they're kind of just everywhere on the map. It's completely scattered. I was about to say as well, while SKADE's last round was fantastic, it's so sort of fixable for ENCE, isn't it? Just put a couple of extra players towards A, and that's now solved. No more opportunity for SKADE to get in there. Madden could spam and deny the plant. Instead, he waits. 2v2 is the smart move to go for, and he'll poke out and take Denny. Perfect.
Yeah, right now they do still have a little bit of utility. Straight in towards Ram. Rainmaker already taking damage. The fuse already happening. Both players have a kit. Rainmaker just waiting, biding his time. And it just about worked out. Hades was taken out, yes, but he was able to pull that defuse through first. And that way, they're straight back to their winning ways and make it double digits.
I actually really like how they played that scenario as well. It was throw a molly down, throw a smoke in front of it, and then just hold the bomb, hold the smoke, right? You've got a massive advantage if somebody pushes through the smoke. There's no opportunity for him to run back and try and wrap around or do anything funky like that because there's a molly behind him. So he's just stuck to either sit in the smoke and let the defuse happen or push through and inevitably die. It was a very, very well played retake scenario there from ENCE, and it's exactly how you should be playing it when you've got that 2v1 advantage. Snappy, back to old ways. Super aggressive here towards Jaguar again. Or is it called Cheetah? I think it's called Cheetah, isn't it? I always get the two mixed up. I don't know why. Cheetah. It is called Cheetah. Why am I calling it Jaguar? Where have I got that from? Very similar big cats, though, aren't they? Yeah. Easy mistake to be made.
I mean, I'm sure that, like, biologists would disagree.
I doubt we've got any biologists in the chat.
You never know, especially with the amount of people there. And especially with the amount of people online being hobby biologists.
No.
Well, we've had plenty of hobby doctors in chat before. Right now, though, Snappy might be here to perform surgery. The nade certainly opens things up. Snappy is there. 2 kills for him. Tries to get a third. Hades, in the meantime, finds Rainmaker. 4-on-2. It's a perfect trade for them. Right now, this is just out of nowhere. Dennis all thinks, yeah, sure. It was only Snappy towards B, right? Didn't have any support from the bomb site. I might as well just rush in and try if that works out. Dreamer right now, bomb on his back. Gun it over towards the A bomb site. At least get a bomb plant in. That, along with the loss bonus that you have, is going to guarantee you enough money to find that next round. Even though ENCE have 11. I would have said that probably 9 or 10 is going to be enough for me saying ENCE are going to have the upper hand anyways. Sure, it is SKADE's map pick. I just do not see it happening at this stage of the game.
Well, Dreamer's done a good job there of getting that bomb down and maybe getting a little bit of extra cash, finding a couple of kills in that scenario. It's definitely boosted his KD. He was on 0 frags in the round before last, so maybe a little bit of a confidence play, but at the end of the day, it's 11-2. I really don't see ENCE slipping this one up going into the final round of the half. Sorry, the final 2 rounds of the half. They're going to be looking for 13, no doubt about it. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they get it. Hades, only on 4 frags right now, but I'd say that's probably down to lack of opportunity rather than lack of skill. He's not really seen anybody playing over towards the back of mid quite often. His teammates, getting aggressive, have been finding all the kills before he gets to see anybody. Madden, over towards B, work cut out for him, but he gets smoked off, just falls away for the retake.
Yeah, and right now, man already spamming through that smoke. Finds a kill into Bubble as well. Might have been a little bit lucky there still. Flashbangs, no bomb plant just yet. And that's certainly not doing them any good. Denny is able to find Hades on the rotate, but Spinks is able to trade back onto Dreamer. Right now, having a player in from behind is so very important. Denny trying to double back as well, trying to backstab the backstabber. Right now, still kills being found, and Spinks will find that final headshot as well. The final nail in the coffin, yet again, no defuse. 12-2. And a technical pause to come. What a game that we've seen thus far, and let's be honest about it as well. These odds might even still be kind to SKADE right now.
Man, Sphinx, such a good read there. He's been bitten by a radioactive spider. I wouldn't run it past this map, Ancient. There's probably some weird, funky spiders in this jungle place. He just knows. He just knows. Perfect timing, finding the kill and then spinning around. Sixth sense some of these players have got. Quick technical pause. You can hear the clicks in the chat, but we haven't got any info on what it is just yet. Hopefully, it's something that's solved swiftly. It's really sad to see. I don't know if you watched any of the RMR qualifiers the other day, but like loads of players were having DDoS issues and stuff like that. It's super sad to see that still happening. Shouldn't be happening. If you're someone that DDoSes professional Counter-Strike players, then screw you.
How do you even get the IP though?
Apparently for the TeamSpeak, they were using like a not a public TeamSpeak, but you know what I mean.
Come on.
Yeah.
Like that's like basic TeamSpeak 101 when you have a big TeamSpeak server. Turn off public IPs.
Yeah. But don't DDoS people as well. That's another big one. That's not what's happening here though. This is just like just little hardware issues or something. I just thought I'd mention it.
We have it so many times where it's just like, yeah, I don't know, something just packet loss. It's always a thing with online CS. That happens. I mean, I live in Germany. I know how bad internet can be, believe me. But yeah, it's just unfortunate that it doesn't always work out right now. Either way, SKADE on the brink of trying to make it over towards the A bomb site. And of course, ENCE on the brink of making it 13 at halftime. To really just continue with the dominance. Madden already finding Bubble. Hades onto Rainwaker, successful. Great second onto Denny as well. Sure, Ships is able to find one. And Dreamer is out towards the A bomb site. But what good is it going to do? Look at where they've left the bomb in behind. They have to go for kills. And it most likely won't be working out. Ships still holding on towards mid right now. Timing just about didn't work out. I think he might have even been spotted now. Certainly is now. Wow. And Madden just too strong. 14-4 from him. 18 onto D at halftime. And 13-2 is quite a decisive scoreline at halftime.
Madden's having a really good game as well. I mean, I still can't forgive him for the eco frags that he stole at the start of the game. But he's having a pretty good game. Yeah, he's playing very, very well, as you say. 14-4, not a bad scoreline at all. That'll definitely bump up his HLTV stats as well. Yeah, this has been a rough one. This has certainly been a rough one for SKADE. They kind of pushed their luck a little bit there towards A. The success that they'd been having was when they threw that smoke and blocked off that AWP so that they could take site control and kind of close the gap between that fight. This time they didn't do that. They didn't smoke him off at all, so he was just able to pick them off one by one, and Hades had a bit of a field day. Second half pistol. ENCE now with the Glocks, a little bit of util on Snappy. And they're stacked up outside A, but the bomb is actually on the other side of the map. This is a bit of a fake.
Yeah, I'm just ready to see what they can do in pistols, if they even need the pistol, or if they lose the pistol right now and still somehow make it work to not lose a single rifle round. Of course, they did lose one earlier, but that was really just down to the fact that ENCE pulled the wrong straw, really. It had a rushing plan. Madden now pulling full focus over towards the A bomb site, binding these players here, making the players over towards B. ENCE and even here Denny. Ooh. Under trouble, but not too much. Headshot found, and now, of course, the cat is out the bag. The surprise is gone, and the bomb is dropped as well. Dreamer is so strong in the headshot on the USPs. Makes you wonder if they only would have been this strong with the Glocks earlier. It would have been so much stronger as well. Diha all by himself. Oh, of course, is dropped. That's going to be it. Both pistols seem to be going the way of SKADE. Not quite yet. With 30 seconds. More players to find. How is he not dead yet?
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit messy, isn't it? I mean, this pistol round definitely down to the fact that Dreamers just had a fantastic start with those 2 headshots on the B site. Diha needs to die here, though. There we go. Just runs in, dies, not even really intending to try and find those kills. There was 15 seconds left on that clock, and the last thing you want to do is be staying alive after time on pistol round. That is, yeah, that's a big no-no. So, ENCE on the T side with no bomb plant. Wouldn't be surprised if they just go for a full eco here, pull out that buy in the next. No, okay, they fancy their chances on the Deagles. I mean, to be honest, if this was a closer game, they would be ecoing in this scenario. But 13-3 up, I don't think they're too bothered. I don't think they're going to be playing meta CS.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be worried at all when it's 13-3. It might become different when SKADE's catch up towards double digits, but right now that still seems a ways off. But right now, of course, these Deagles, I'm just ready for them to find headshots, to be honest. I mean, right now, already, sure, a lot of space being taken up, and Dreamer finding Snappy certainly is something strong for SKADE. They're smart about it as well. Find that one kill, fall back, give them space. Give them space to try and hang themselves in that, rather than to over-aggress, lose players in that. Double teaming in towards mid as well. This one to be done already. Spinks to find one. D had to find Dreamer as well. Bomb plant would be huge here just for ENCE. Have a slight success in this round. Ships already taking out Spinks. They'll be trying their best to try and deny that bomb plant, but they might just be too late. Diha will be perfectly fine with getting that bomb down. Gives them a little bit more cash for that next round still to come.
Well, it's the start of something, yeah? I don't want to get my hopes up too soon, but we have seen plenty of times these kind of crazy comebacks. Ancient is an inherently CT-sided map, so it's how they always start. You know, there's nothing else SKADE could be doing in this scenario other than winning rounds. That's exactly what they've put together. 2 in a row now. ENCE have got some money behind them. It's not a great buy. Lacking in utility, lacking in firepower. Only that one AK-47. On the other side of things, SKADE have got a fair bit to work with. And Denny with that AVP. Oh, he misses a key shot. Needs to redeem himself, and he does.
Yeah, and right now, Denny, double frame. Rainwaker finds one as well. Diha is able to trade back for 2 as well. Double headshot for him. 23 kills as well. To go along with it. And right now, Diha is still going strong. Hades is here to try and support. He's got the bomb as well, Diha does. Hades definitely is damaged. Somehow not found the kill just yet. Ships is going to find it after all. And Diha has to ace, and it just won't happen. Good shutdown from Dreamer. As SKADE do win a 5th, but of course, full buy round is going to be coming up right now. And of course, AKs, M4s, ops, not going to be a problem.
I mean, going 23-8 in any game is quite a spectacle, but against a team of SKADE's caliber on their own map pick, it's really quite marvelous. Diha's having a fantastic game right now. Relentless aggression once again, too. They've kept a little bit of money behind them. That loss bonus will give them some cash to work with moving forward. But yeah, Diha's quite heavily invested into this with that AK. Everybody else down to like the $1,100, $1,500 mark. Not really leaving themselves with enough to work with. Massive opening from Diha, though, and I'm not surprised they've put him on that hero AK. He's definitely feeling it right now, and if he can deliver 50% of what he's been bringing this game, there's definitely a chance in this round.
Yeah, and even here right now, Ships is going to be pushing in, takes out Hades. Crazy stuff here as well, just to transfer straight onto the second. And Diha, again, has got the work cut out for him. Not quite ready to find headshots just yet. And it will then be ENCE just to kind of be hanging on. They need a round where they keep that money in the bank as they did right now, just then be able to afford a buy in the next. They, of course, will have that full loss bonus going forward as well. Right now, they need to take out Madden as well. Bomb is dropped towards Bucket. The CTs are quite aware of that as well, and they should know where Diha is at the moment as well. Clear out everything else. Bubble is going to be found, and great headshot here to start it. He's got 20 seconds. A bomb to be recovered. Players, kills to be found. And surely they're not all going to be walking into him one by one. Nice flashbang to support ships. Good team play there at the end, even though it was very, very expensive, considering the T's had only bought an AK and a couple of Tech 9s. CT's lost 3 players, and not at all in a similar positions as ENCE were on their CT side, with over $10,000 pretty much the entire way through.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty valiant attempt from Diha there, isn't it? On that hero AK, finding 3 kills. There's not really much more you could ask of him. That's going to bump up his cash as well, despite the fact that he was heavily invested into that one. Getting the extra $900 is going to mean that he's got enough to go for a buy here too. His teammates with some weapons around them as well. Hades with an SG, not something you see too often nowadays after its nerf. Quite a while back now. Denny up close though. Certainly not expecting that one, and a double comes through. ENCE have been stopped in their tracks.
Yeah, and exactly what you need right now as well. Close angle opping working out very well for him. Actually finds a third at the end, and Ships is able to find Hades as well, all down to Spinks. The flashbang certainly keeping him back. Does still find Ships as the CTs try and go aggressive, try to close this round out. The bomb is still dropped in their territory. And at 29 HP, there's not a whole lot that Spinks can actually bring to the table. Dreamer to shut him down, and SKADE are now on a roll. Rolling back into this game. Making life difficult for ENCE. As we see yet again how CT-sided Ancient can be. ENCE not really all too creative, let's be honest as well. But of course, taking a time out right now, seeing what they can change in their own game.
It's actually not too easy to pop flash that close angle as well, so it's quite powerful for an AWPer. Not something you see very often, and definitely not something that you want to do more than once. Once it's anticipated and you get pre-fired, it's really problematic. But yeah, ENCE are starting to have a little bit of trouble. 13-7. I mean, remember, it was 13-2, 5 in a row. SKADE are starting to find their mojo. They're on a little bit of a roll. 6 rounds is very obtainable, especially when ENCE are really mismanaging their economy right now. Hades has kind of gone for this force buy. He's down to $100. Everybody else kind of down to that $1,000 to $1,500 mark, which doesn't really leave them with enough cash to go for a proper investment in the next. They need one of these force buy rounds to be successful. Otherwise, they're going to be in some trouble, and SKADE might hit double digits soon.
Yeah, still right now. Molotov's down in towards Bucket. SKADE trying to go aggressive in towards that alleyway yet again. Dreamer trying to back him up through a ramp, and he's still playing with fire right now. Only a smoke out, and of course, shoulder peeking not exactly your best move right now. Hades the one to find Bubble. Already they're falling back, giving a little bit more space. They're quite aware that Dreamer's pushing in here as well. The timing is awful. Still, Snappy is here to actually trade back. Yet again, slight advantage. Sure, damage already dealt. Ships though have been an all awkward middle ground. He's kind of up there aggressive, but not the perfect position. Does still find a double, and he's able to get the support of Rainwaker as well. Immediate trade back, and Snappy 13 HP, 2 kills to find. Bomb to be planted, but of course has plenty of time to go with that. I love the fact that Rainwaker is giving him this much space right now. Don't get caught if Snappy tries to go aggressive. Could have, of course, rotated over towards A as soon as he taps that bomb. The CTs will know, though.
Yeah, all this space just keeps Snappy guessing, doesn't it? If you face him, there's maybe a chance that you make a mistake. If you give him all the space in the world, he's going to take ages to get that bomb down. He's still going to be questioning where you are, and you should be able to get the drop on him, and that's exactly what Denny does. Coming in from behind, Tech 9 execution to the back of the head. And it's 8 on the board for SKADE. I mean, this is starting to shape up to be a viable comeback at this point.
Yeah, and right now, of course, they are going to be back to a buy, and I think that's the most important part. Not going to be disconnected yet again. Bomb plant also, of course, helps with that loss bonus. But still, we'll have to see what the CTs can do to continue right now. The aggression has been working out quite nicely for them as well. Again, Molotov nades in towards mid. T is also quite aware of that Molotov. He's at least going to give them some sort of control. A nice little nade, even though it does no damage there. Dreamer eats the second. Get a chance to maybe push up a little bit further already, though. Being seen, Snappy with a big headshot, so important for Dreamer. Even bigger, a double kill to trade back, and right now Hades is there with the headshot as well. Denny falls, and Dreamer still full control for him. Dia and Spinks, though. But again, the bomb in an attainable position. They need the entries. That's just not working out right now.
Oh man. Dreamer had a painfully slow start, but he's really come alive in this second half. Going into sort of round number 10 or 11, he still had 0 kills. Now, in the last 10, he's hit 14. That's a KPR of over 1, which is absolutely huge. Having a massive impact right here. And he's still looking for more. 3 in the round. They've got him out advantage. D-Hut trapped on the side. Needs to get out. Does eventually take out Dreamer. He's been a real thorn in their side. Now they've got some space to plant this bomb.
Yeah, Ship's still back in towards ramp, and they will have a 2-pronged retake. They're unaware of this as well. All going to be down to Spinks. Take your time. Don't go too aggressive, and right now he's going to be smoked off as well. Ships from one. No quick defuse just yet, and Ships will find him through the wood as well. No chance whatsoever still as SKADE continue to come back. ENCE yet to win a single round on the T side. They make it out towards the bomb site quite a lot. The bigger problem I feel like right now is that they're not getting those entries. They're always down by a player or even 2 before they can make it towards the bomb site. At that stage, SKADE already have the numbers game fully in hand and can also retake quite comfortably. Dia fragging out of this world. The rest not ready to match him just yet.
Yeah, you can see the tilt starting to come in a little bit as well. The fun that they were having before is starting to deplete, and by the nature of the situation that SKADE are in, they can't take these risks. They can't try and play aggressive in those 2v2 situations, so they are letting this bomb go down. Now what that means is with the max loss bonus, ENCE are able to buy round after round. You see every single round that they're able to pull out a pretty full investment. Yeah, if SKADE kind of snapped in a little bit, denied those bomb plants, they could really mess up ENCE economically. ENCE still not opting for a sniper at all, though. Every single round, just these AKs, the utility behind it. They do not want an AWP. This time, back to old ways. They want to try their luck on the A-bomb site once again. Denny up close with that AWP will fall off after the nade's been thrown.
Yeah, and right now Snappy just kind of trying to push through aggressively here as well. Might be the first one out. Smoke is going to give them a little bit of cover as well. Even though right now already the CT's further deploying a deep Molotov. That buys them time. It's important as well from Ships just to kind of run over, drop that down and be there ready to support his teammate. Denny has already fallen back, but now the smoke has dissipated. They're starting to push out. Hades already finding that kill onto Denny. Through the smoke, they trade. The T's come out on top here for the moment. Rainwaker is going to be trying spamming. Somehow still finding Hades. And I'm unsure how, but it works out. Bomb now. Second chance at planting is going to be brought through. Madden going aggressive as well. That works out for him. Well, not a whole lot of space for him to work with. Still finding a headshot. Double for him. Dreamer. Big ups on him.
My.
Rainwaker takes out Madden, and the next round going the way of SKADE.
How have they let that slip away? Pure class on the entries from Hades, and then it's just crumbled. Dreamer on that retake finds 2 key frags, and just like that, it all slips away. 13 to 10. ENCE are really crumbling right now. Still the series favorites, and at the end of the day, right, regardless of how this game ends up going, even if ENCE do manage to pull it back and take it over the edge, the big thing for me right now is if SKADE had just been completely rolled. Yeah, this is a 13-2 half. Let's say it's a 16-2 finish after ENCE win the second half pistol or something like that. SKADE would have nothing going into Mirage. They'd just be so demoralized after getting completely demolished like that. It'd be really, really difficult to kind of mentally reset. But having a comeback like this, even if they end up losing it, it's gonna be a close game, whatever happens. It will fill them with confidence going into that second map, and I really do think it increases their chances of winning the series, whether or not the odds depict it.
Yeah, really just solid from them. Because even though, I mean, right now, the fact that SKADE are just working this so well, ENCE, they kind of need more than just Diha pulling their weight. Because right now, sure, you might be doing a good job in that, finding kill after kill after kill, but just not to the point the heavy fraggers on the side of SKADE get taken out either. 50 seconds still to go. Everybody else into a good spot. You have to make a move right now. Is everybody waiting around? Two players still in towards bucket, and right now those double smokes coming out, faking something towards B. That actually fruits a rotation as well. Denny wasn't quite sure. He's still hanging back right now. Ships finds one. Diha onto Denny. When you need him most, he's there to find that headshot. Rainmaker still finding Snappy though, and he will be a thorn in their side in towards Donut, as right now even more damage onto Hades. Molotov in return. But still, yeah, aggressive in towards CT. He's looking for a 30th kill, and right now Spinks to find Dreamer. So tough to call. Rainmaker is big. The damage is already set on these two other guys. Still, Spinks with the headshots. He's so important. Hades now all by himself. Can he hold on? He needs the kill onto Ships. Rainmaker hasn't tapped the bomb just yet. Has to pull through. Defuse kit is going to grant him that as well. Ships with that final kill. And SKADE, they're back in contention. It's 13-11.
Hades was so
really
aware
good
in that scenario as well. True balls to not swing off of the first tap of the bomb. Knows that the second was going to be a commitment, but yeah, there's just no health. It was a strong situation for Hades and Spinks, despite the fact they were a man down. They had good post plans, they had the C4 down, but yeah, they were both on sort of sub 10 health. It becomes complicated at that point. 13-11. I'm still completely baffled that this scoreline is closed up. Ancient's kind of one of the only maps that you really do see things like this happen. It used to be Train, wasn't it, where you'd see like these kind of crazy CT halves and then it would go right back the other way. Nuke sort of balanced itself over the years. Oh my, Bubble. I love that. Massive entry. There's another.
And Bubble only had 5 kills prior to that kill. That was his 6th kill. And it was nasty straight in towards mid. Diha's still trying to cause for problems, but you've already lost 2 of your teammates. You even find that kill as nice as it is onto Dreamer. It won't be making that much of a difference right now, at least. Bubble can hold back a little bit. Give them space. Because right now it's still a 4-on-3. Diha down to 40. Madden to 67. Sure, it was 13-2 at half-time. Not been able to win a single round thus far in the second. Bubble still alive as Hades finds Ships. There you go. Finally, they'll level numbers into a post-spawn situation.
Ooh, this has been a nice little turnaround. These. The damage down to Rainmaker. They're just trying to play this discipline though, and it's perfect. Diha with a big headshot. Rainmaker will be able to trade one back. There's still plenty of time on this bomb. Rainmaker's got a chance, but he hasn't got the health, and he's dancing around this box. There's just surely not time for this. He needs to get the hell out of there. He'll grab the kit. If he finds the kill now, he's just about got it, but no. Hades will deliver when needed. 3 frags to his name, and it's going to be a 14th for ENCE.
Yeah, and finally, this might be that turning point they needed. Find a single round, and then they might be able to transfer this into follow-ups as well. SKADE, they just won 8 rounds in a row. lose one, we have to take a time out. And you know why? Because unlike ENCE when they were winning rounds, SKADE have not been doing it in a dominant way. It's been really, really tough for them. They've been going down to 1 or even 2 players surviving, and then you lose a single round, you're onto an AWP, an MP9, and the rest is going to be down to pistols. Chips can still buy onto a rifle if he wants to. He probably should, as everybody else is fully invested as well.
Yep. I mean, you're absolutely right. Throughout this half, SKADE have 100% undoubtedly been in control at pretty much all times. But they've been playing very, very disciplined trade-style CS. They've not been getting aggressive and kind of trying to just dominate like ENCE were on their CT side. So their economy's in a really, really tough position. They've gone for the run boost, but the molly's way too late, and Sphinx is able to take care of him. The molly's not deep enough either, so he has a clear sight line to deny that.
Yeah, and right now, yet again, this is the time where ENCE find an entry. And of course have their best cards set with the opposing buy as well. Snappy at range finds a kill into a Mach 10. Sure, he's down to 11 now. That's also $600 straight to his name again. Bubble close range. Dreamer as well. At least it's down to a basic trade still. That means ENCE coming out on top for the moment. 3-on-2 as they continue.
Hades, ooh, hits the leg. All right. There's a HE on D here as well. It's gonna land nowhere near where it needs to, but it'll pop the shots through the smoke anyway. It says here, have some of this instead. And Rainwaker left in the 1-on-3. AWP on his sight line, and there we go. Hades will take care of them. ENCE onto map point. This is kind of heartbreaking to see SKADE lose this one, if they do. But at the end of the day, they just needed more rounds on their T side. As soon as they slipped up, they ended up being down, what, 13-2 at half-time? That's what happens. No margin for error. And they've made a couple of little errors in these last rounds that have cost them.
Yeah, just so strong from ENCE still, though. Kind of keep going at it. Always make rounds difficult. And you know as soon as you win a single round, then the CTs are going to be struggling for money. And that's really been the kind of big lantern that's been leading the way for them. Feels aggressive. Snappy's close here as well. Dreamer's one to actually find the kill. Trades are here. The Eagles seem to be a little bit stronger right now. Still down to a 2-on-2. Bubble and Denny still going. Denny is going to be pushing in from behind. They have to be weary of that as well. Bubble around the corner. What exactly position you might be expecting him? Spinks finds that headshot. No way that he actually goes back to check. Bubble might be trying to go for a hunt right now. The Molotov blocks his options off as well. Tries to go through. And the steps already heard. Spinks is well aware. Bomb plant stopped for a second. Spinks pulling the attention his way as well. And I hate to say it, but I think this one is done and dusted. SKADE's map pick. Bubble in a 1v2, and it won't happen. Hades to close it out. It took ENCE quite a while after winning the first half 13-2. But it all worked out at the end.
Deadpan. Look at that. They're not massively happy with that. I mean, they should be. They should be pretty happy with the fact that they've closed it out and they've won it. But yeah, they're not massively happy with how much they've let that slip away at the end. As I said before, it's going to give SKADE that confidence that they need to come into Mirage. We're just going to have to wait and see how things go. That was an exciting first map to get this series started, though.
It took ENCE quite a while to try and close things out on map 1, but they made it happen. Took the W on map 1. The map pick of SKADE on Ancient. Now we're on to Mirage. Of course, Mirage always anybody's game. I'm still joined by M&J. Josh, what are we expecting here?
I don't know, to be honest.
Are we expecting a pistol win, maybe?
Maybe. SKADE have been really, really good with their pistol rounds, haven't they? They were absolutely demolishing them over on Ancient this time round. All fairly even Steven stuff. But the trade goes back in ENCE's way. They've obtained the bomb site. Now this C4's just got to go down, and a streamer has something to say about it. He's full blinded. Oh, it's messy, but he falls.
Yeah, and Ships is out in the middle of nowhere as well. Not a whole lot that he can do. They don't even need the bomb plant at the end of it. 1-0, the start for ENCE. The first time that they are able to win a pistol. And of course, SKADE were the stronger ones when it came down to pistols earlier. But it also seemed like CT sides were dominant on Ancient, as they always are. But for the moment, ENCE get the early advantage. They're on the T side. They will try to continue with that. 4 Deagles and a Scout out for SKADE. And Denny can't see all too much as he checks in towards mid. Smoke blocking his view there at the start. And everybody else trying to be in a little bit of a surprising position. Rainwaker has been spotted. Spink's already taking damage. Snappy, though, quick to close the gap. But, of course, the MAC-10 so strong when it comes close distance. Hades as well to find Rainwaker. And as expected, ENCE looking to shut this one down. Not a whole lot that anybody could have done to try and change the outcome here. Snappy already on a hunt. I certainly respect that. The only player on the MAC-10 need to grind for more cash as well.
Well, this has been quite a dominant start from ENCE. I like the fact that they're carrying the momentum that we saw at the end of Ancient, and maybe at the very start of it as well, into this Mirage map, showing that they've not been too mentally tanked by that massive comeback from SKADE beforehand, and SKADE seem a little bit unaware in those couple of scenarios. A very clean round from ENCE. They're going to carry all that weaponry into this next. And that MAC-10 on Snappy might have a chance to try and farm some frags against these ecoing members as well. Unless Madden steals them again. I'm still holding this grudge on him.
I don't know if it's deserved, though, to be fair. I mean, he had a decent run. It was not too bad, especially considering how strong Diha was. And it was pretty much just SKADE against Diha.
Let the MP9s do their thing. Let the MP9s do their thing. Don't interfere. Ooh.
Yeah, the stack there is a decent idea. The nade is going to be raining in. Fortunately enough for SKADE, they actually had already moved back up. Madden is going to take the shorter straw there against Ships as well. All of a sudden, the pistols as well are so strong. Spinks to try and save the day. A double from him as well. Snappy has gotten a kill here. 4 HP on Rainwaker, 22 on Ships. Even the MAC-10 here for Snappy should be enough to close down those duels. And it will be enough to take out Rainwaker at the very, very least. But the bomb is still dropped in towards ramp. They're still expecting Ships to be somewhere out there roaming around the A bomb site. He could be anywhere. Probably even in towards ramp. But guess what? He's out in this corner. Oh, and the timing. They don't check him. Ships sees one, sees a second. Yes! Let's go! I just love the fact that ENCE aren't going to be able to run away with this from the start.
Wow, alrighty then. I like that. I love that from Ships. Really a player. I mean, let's be honest. Everyone here probably would have gone for that trigger discipline, but Ships just so sneaky.
I would
You
have
never
messed
really
it up.
know where he could be lingering, and that's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Big mistake from ENCE. They will have enough money to go for a reinvestment, but they are going to be super frustrated that they've let that one slip. And now, look, Denny's on an AWP. SKADE have got some big cash behind them. They were intending to buy this round anyway. I love this boosted underpass. You've got to be careful, just in case anyone comes down to your left. That's not something they're going to be worried about right now. And look at that beautiful double. Bubble and Dreamer get things going.
Yeah, Hades trying to bring it back, though. Isn't going to be hunted down here as they don't go aggressive. That follow-up nade, though, is going to be enough to finish him off, as it does bring the two-man advantage the way of SKADE as well. ENCE down to Diha and Spinks, of course. This man here was the guy that did it all on map 1, Diha. And now, Spinks out in towards mid. Not a whole lot that they can do right now. They do have the bomb in their control, at least. CTs don't seem to want anything to do with the mid area of the map, but as they don't have a smoke, it's not like you can go down short with the CTs being unaware. And Spinks having the bomb, going close range towards connector, most of the time isn't your best bet either. Needs an immediate headshot onto Bubble. Bubble's had a decent round already, has found a kill, is just holding this and a little bit of an off angle. Still Spinks is there, ready and waiting. Headshot found. Diha finds Denny. And now it's down to Ships and Rainwaker. Rainwaker still able to find one. Diha's already tagged down low, remember. And that's going to be enough for Ships to end this round. Well, one way to do it at the end here. Back level at 2. Anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, what a weird turn of events. We saw Ancient start off very, very one-sided. This has actually been quite the opposite. ENCE got off to a good start. They went 2 up. It should have been 3. And then SKADE somehow did the impossible. They won an eco round with an A-site stack that ENCE tried their luck on and really rolled up short. And now SKADE have got the opportunity to take the lead, and it's pretty probable at this point as well. Just the pistols to work with, Madden on that Galil, and as the Tech-9s swing, the smokes are in play, but they're being spammed right through. C4 should go down. No, just as I say it, it gets denied.
Yeah, right now, Denny. Already finding Diha once more. Bring the advantage back if it wasn't there already. We're something out for Deagles right now, apart from Snappy. He has this Galil. Headshots ready and waiting now as Spinks finds Ships. Bomb plant would be great for them. They don't really seem to have the space to work with this, though. They need to find kills first, and all of a sudden, everybody is eliminated. And SKADE, the first time in this best-of-3 series, apart from that piss round on Ancient at the very, very start, are back in the lead of a map scoreline.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Yeah. Since the first round of Ancient, they have been trailing behind. Finally, you get a little bit of a taste of victory, but they've still got a long way to go. After losing map 1, they've now got to close out Mirage, take it to that third and final. Now, to be fair, if it does go down to that final map of Overpass, statistically, they've actually got a massive advantage. And in terms of the batting odds, they're still behind, of course. As the spams come through, Ships, I don't think he's seen anything. He needs to be careful as he starts to fall away.
Ships, just perfect timing. It's always unfortunate when you're already half out and then you get checked. Madden here, able to find one, able to find a second! 3 on the Deagle! And this round opened back up. I mean, you criticized him earlier. Sure, he might have stolen kills away from the MP9s, but right now he's the can opener.
He's redeemed himself.
This
it's
round.
alright. I forgive him.
And Ships now, he's gonna put an end to this madness. As Rainwaker has cleared out T-spawn, he's gonna say, well, he's not going towards A. Better watch out. He could be coming out B. Snappy, 8 HP. Great to see 3 kills from Madden, but at the same time, the round goes the way of SKADE. Sure was an expensive one, but they have a little bit more money to work with in comparison towards the end there on map 1 on Ancient. They didn't really have anything going their way in the sense of utility or money then at the end as well.
Well, 4-2, back on the cash though, ENCE. I mean, it's unfortunate that after Madden's heroics, they weren't able to pull together more, but Hades wasted no time, right into mid. Ship says, well, I'm going to go aggressive elsewhere then. He is traded, but I think he'll be happy with that engagement, to be honest. Gets the information, gets the first pick in. Hades just narrowly misses the head. 4v4, ENCE have got mid control.
Molotov in towards window right now. Diha with that bomb on his back is bottom mid right now as well. Could be trying to make his way up towards that window area. Would prefer him not to have the bomb on his back though. Flashbang up above connector. Nobody phased by that just yet, as now Hades is going to get caught by Denny. And still, I mean, Sphinx now He's making his move out. Ramp has been spotted as well. Great Molotov just to catch him in the corner. Rainwaker burning alive, and it will be his ultimate demise as well. Madden, Molotov, or smoke continuing. Dreamer hasn't been checked just yet. And he even finds a double, and that's just not supposed to be happening. The triple at the end, single-handedly destroying ENCE. That's just poor when you don't check that.
I was going to say, yeah, rookie mistake. You've always got to be checking Underwood when you're pushing out of connector. It always costs you so heavily as well when you don't check those corners. And it loses them the round. 5-2, SKADE. I didn't think there was a lot of chance of them winning that one, to be honest, after they'd gone that man down. Thought it was going to be difficult to recover. Instead, it seemed to just be a piece of cake. Smoke goes down. But just up against these pistols, I don't think they're too phased. Bubble down in lower mid once again. This has been a really successful spot from him. I think we'll see him play it a few more times going into the later stages of this game as well.
That we always just say, well, not a whole lot that these pistols can do, but then you meet Madden and all of a sudden he gets another 3 kills on the Deagle. We'll have to see if he can replicate that from the previous round, or it is going to be a one-time showing. Denny grabbing Hades. Dreamer now late spotting onto Snappy, now well aware of the players being bottom mid. He is even going to be able to isolate those into separate 1v1. Snappy though finds one, Spinks finds the other. Spinks all by himself as the bomb is still dropped towards ramp. He is going to see the end of him as well. Spinks finding one more, but then Rainwaker able to trade back. The AWP not going to be recovered though. And even though they do have money at this stage in the game, it's still not great. So then of course losing 3 players, having to rebuy an AWP, that certainly goes deep into their own pockets. As ENCE taking the time out, they need to change something up. Remember, of course, this is their own map pick. This is the one that they desperately want to win.
Yeah, they need it. And I like the fact they've called this time out nice and early as well. Sometimes it's very easy to let things get out of control, lose another buy round here. Then they kind of lose another 2 on the trot off of the back of that. So they'll be 8-2 down. Then call the timeout. At that point, you've already lost the half. Best case scenario. Coming into this with Hades on that sniper. He had a bit of a slow game on Ancient, but as I said, he was playing very, very passive on that CT side, so didn't have a lot of opportunity to go big on those frags. Denny, I like this. A lot of aggression. Mid. Ooh, almost gets caught out, but what a fast flick onto Madden.
And I mean, the teams were in a different spot back then, but the last time that these 2 teams faced on Mirage was the 2nd of May of last year. And that ended up going the way of SKADE as well. 16-6 in a quite dominant fashion for them to actually win the best of 3 as well. But of course, it's like 9 months ago. It's like an age and a half in CS, so not really valuable right now. Spinks to find the headshot onto Rainwaker anyways. Straight back into this round. Bubble still in contention though. Spinks as well continuing for himself. Next kill that he can find. Diha already checking in towards CT. Spinks 3rd for him here. Diha onto ships. Everything working out. Denny, he's out towards B saying, well, I might as well safely go take the A bomb site. Nope, that's exactly where the bomb is going actually. So everything's still working out for ENCE. All fine here as SKADE now taking their first time out of this second map.
Yeah, much needed round there from ENCE, and they've done a fantastic job at winning it. I mean, I really like the fact, I'll say it again, I really like the fact that both of these teams are utilising these timeouts. We saw it over on Ancient, and we saw them have good effect as well. I mean, SKADE's first time out, maybe not so much, but their second was a real turning point. They managed to pull together another round towards the end of that first half, and it almost gave them the kind of push to then make that comeback happen in the second. ENCE proving how useful they really are with that timeout, and then a clean round to follow. You can see SKADE laser focused right now. This is an important match for them to win. There's no losers bracket. It's not double elimination. As soon as they lose this series, that's it. They're out. No second chances.
Yeah, and Hades straight away opening the roundup. That's one way to certainly do it on the AWP, and right now, Bubble was thinking about actually going for a peek, going for a response here. But even look at Dia's position right next to Ships. Smoke is going to start dissipating. Ships already starting to fall back, giving him space. It's not the first time that ENCE actually also play it right up in close and personal. Three players in towards mid in the meantime. Seems to be a bigger focus to try and go A right now than what Dia is doing over towards a B bomb site. Three players still ready and waiting. One of them being Dreamer in a position where he has ruined a round before, but the bomb is out towards short. They try and go for a kill. Where's the bubble is the bigger question right now. Snappy finds Bubble, so important. Dia, the headshot to Ships. The B bomb site is open. And Rainmaker and Dreamer, they're going to be here left to starve. As the bomb is going to be planted, three players there ready and waiting for a rotate. And Spinks is still going to be the thorn in their side right now. Take them out in the last seconds, and that's exactly what he does here onto Rainmaker.
Oh,
Headshot to Dreamer
crispy.
as well. 4 players staying alive here.
A great round there from ENCE. Sphinx just ending it with a couple of really nice headshots as well. 6-4. And ENCE are starting to pull this one back. Nothing really to face up against here in the 11th. Only the pistols. They're not going to upgrade them on SKADE. They've got 2k. They've got the $2,400 bonus. They need to stay around that kind of cash point if they want to go for a buy in the next, which they will. Snappy looking to take advantage of this. Bombing it out mid with a MAC-10.
Just ready for this. Madden yet again. Finding Dreamer early on. This is just about playing it down safely. Keeping all 5 players alive. Farming a little bit of money onto Snappy especially. Finds the headshot long range onto Denny as well. But of course, without a helmet, headshots become so much more dangerous. And there you go. Madden continuing onto Ships. Snappy as well. No problems here. What can SKADE do to try and stop ENCE as they start to roll? At least what seems like right now. They have rifles. They're starting to rack up these rounds. I'm expecting something along the lines of an 8-7 or a 9-6 here. Just classic first halves.
Yeah, especially on Mirage as well. Pretty balanced map. We're not going to see anything super one-sided like we did on Ancient, and like we do time and time again on Ancient as well. I was about to say fairly similar economies, but I've kind of overlooked the fact that ENCE have actually started to rack up quite a bank behind them in these last few Ships. The aggression, it's not anticipated, but it is traded. Madden, as soon as he fires off the shot, he takes a bullet to the head, and SKADE have really pulled this back nicely.
Yeah, and right now still, of course, everything open here. Hades already out towards the B bomb site. Spinks as quickly as he can with the bomb in tow as well. Molotov in towards Market, though. Certainly pulling positions there as well. Denny just too strong in the headshot. Hades now has to isolate, has to bring these into separate 1v1s. He gets a 1v1, but doesn't even see his opponent as Dreamer comes in from behind. Headshot found immediately. SKADE in a very, very strong round from them. Turn it back around after the early advantage seemed to go the way of ENCE in the past couple of rounds especially. Wouldn't be too surprised if SKADE actually do take the lead into halftime. But I'm actually quite surprised that ENCE are having so much trouble on the T side because they're hitting their headshots here and there. And I still feel like it's almost down to just small mistakes that have so massive repercussions for ENCE right now. That gave SKADE an easier time to then find those kills. Because the aim is there for ENCE.
Sure. Snappy mollied off though. Bubble's got a good position and another incendiary grenade as well to delay this further so we can try and get up to top mid. We won't spot anything though. Madden's there, but way further back. He's actually wrapping around to the T-spawn because he's got that bomb on his back and he doesn't want to lose it. SKADE have got some good control. He needs to be very careful here as he starts to work his way out of underpass because Bubble is just on a ridiculous off angle.
Just kind of waiting to make a move. You're never going to be expecting him here. Still, somehow, Snappy does! Immediate headshot. Denny there for a trade. But now the players will be coming out top mid as well, trying to make life even more difficult as Madden immediate headshot onto Dreamer as well. The advantage continues. Denny now checking back in towards window, back in towards deeper jungle. He's going to come out on top, surely taking damage as well. Yes. Down to a 3-on-3. Ships rotating through T-spawn, all a matter of time here. As ENCE, of course, time being against them, they have to make a move. Right now, the bomb is going to start to be planted. Is anybody going to check behind? Thinks the closest player to do so, Madden! I've got no idea how he's hit that headshot. Because he was maybe the furthest player away from that position, but still somehow had it covered off. As Denny now has just gone to save in a weird turn of events, to say the least.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal at all. Denny's now found himself in a position where, okay, he can save that orb, he can bring it into the next. His teammates haven't really got cash to invest around him, though. Ships and Bubble, okay, they're at the $3,000 mark. That's just not going to be enough. Then he could drop one, but I don't think they're going to justify it. And it leaves it in this really, really tough spot where... Really? A second orb? Okay. Alright, I'm not sure how I feel about this. A FAMAS has just been dropped on the floor as well, so they are going for a force-up. They're just kind of hoping that Denny and Ships can do all of the heavy lifting. They're really lacking on utility, though, and on the CT side of Mirage, utility is often very important.
I would have much rather had pistols out this one, and then more of a cohesive buy in the next, rather than just having a FAMAS and 2 ops here. Let's see what they can do. Dreamer grabs the first on the FAMAS. Hades, though, there for a trade. Denny comes out on top in the battle of the ops, but then Snappy is straight back in his own element. Bubble is there to trade as they continue to use that FAMAS as well. Has heard Ships. Jumps there, gave him away. Is back down to a 2-on-2, but with the T's with more utility to work with. More space to already take as Rainwaker is tagged down. Bubble took plenty of damage from that Molotov as well. Check here already. So aware of that, but only a deagle for Rainwaker. They're now going to be trying to push in. They actually come out on top when it comes down to it, but Diha might have not had the best game here on map 2, but of course he dominated on map 1. The 7 kills are fine right now. Once you have Snappy, Spings, and Madden going as well with the kills. It's level pegging at 7. And I feel like ENCE are going to take the lead as well now with the economic state and weaponry state that SKADE currently field.
Yeah, going into this kind of second portion of the first half, ENCE have looked like the better team. And as you say, they've now got a massive economic advantage as well here going into the 15th. Eagle up close to ramp. Rainwaker has proved plenty of times in the past just how powerful he can be with this weapon, but Diha is ready for the push. Is he going to expect 2 though? Spots the feet. Fast reactions. Rainwaker's there to bout right back, and Hades needs to hit this shot up close, misses, and surely drops. No, Rainwaker doesn't connect. Hades bites back.
Yeah, and still Snappy's top mid, and they might have had a chance if not for Snappy, as right now the bomb is going to get planted as well. Snappy, yeah, not a whole lot that he could have done there, but still, Dreamer now has recovered that AK. He's so aware of it. Heard that drop. 8-7 here at halftime. And of course, yeah, you're gonna hear steps in game like pros, you might want to check out the headsets that our good friends at Extrafy sent over to all of us casters. I saw that some people also got keyboards and mice mean, I'm
No
pretty
way.
happy with my KBM combo, but the headset is clutch.
It is clutch. It is actually. I'm old
Winter
school
10,
as
you
all
get
hell.
10% off.
Oh, yeah, okay. Nice sort of discount. Yeah, these headsets are comfy as hell. Nice like
Yeah.
memory foam cushions, nice noise cancelling. I'm well happy with these. You should definitely check them out. 8-7 though. You called it. Close first half. Now SKADE's turn to try and get this done on the pistols. Glocks out. 2 players without Kevlar sometimes can be problematic, but look at this. They burst right in. They've taken the A site. ENCE are playing for retake.
Yeah, and still the retake is still a ways off. Look at the aggression down in towards CT already. Ship stealing damage on the Glock. Snappy, of course, can use some of that range advantage, but there's still 3 players close range towards CT. They're ready to make life difficult. The defuse kit has now been picked back up. Diha, Snappy, they're back here, but Denny is able to shut them down. And Spinks all by himself in a 1v3. 2 HP for him. No way he brings this back, surely. It will be Rainmaker to stop it. And it is at the end as well. Continuing to be neck and neck as SKADE win their, I want to say, 3rd pistol of this big game.
Yes.
This best of 3.
Yeah. They lost the first half one, didn't they? But still, they've definitely had some success with their pistol rounds. I absolutely love the way they played that. Actually, as soon as they realized that ENCE were playing for the retake, they went for that CT control. Retake on pistols only works when you've actually got CT and jungle control and you can set up for that retake. If the Glocks just flash in and bombard CT with numbers, there's really not a lot you can do, and there's a perfect showcase of it right there. Madden so ready with the smoke, doesn't take any damage from the molly, and now this Deagle could be dangerous under Palace.
Yeah, they're still going to be checking it, especially with the MAC-10. Just spray and pray. If there's anybody there, they're going to be dead. Right now, Hades still trying to deal damage with that scout. Hasn't actually found any success just yet. Plenty of damage spread around Rainmaker, Ships, and Bubble, though. However, not quite enough to actually take them out. Hades finds a headshot onto Dreamer. The nade into the corner to Ships was already devastating enough. A single Deagle shot would then be enough to his body. He's still going to be annoying in that corner. Snappy to find him. Denny's still going. Time is of the essence, and it's certainly going against ENCE right now. The T's are staying alive for long enough, and there's not a single defuse kit, so it's going to come down to SKADE winning another round. Only the scout surviving. He should be able to pick up Deagle back up. It's unfortunate. Blew it away. And they actually keep forcing. And I'm not the biggest fan of this.
This is a little bit surprising. I'm actually quite surprised by those odds as well. Bear in mind how much equity SKADE really have in this map. Still massively favoring ENCE in the series. Remember, if SKADE take this map and they take it to a 3rd, they statistically do have a bit of an advantage on Overpass. So, especially if ENCE keep making this mistake. We saw it in the second half of Ancient as well, actually. I touched upon it there. The fact that they were really mismanaging their economy, they kept going for these kind of ill-advised force buys. Eventually, they were able to take one over the top, and that was that little propulsion they needed to close. But this game's a lot closer. They don't have that 10-round buffer that they had before. They can't afford to be throwing rounds away.
Yeah, and right now, Bubble towards ladder room, already into a decent position for his team. Can find a lot of information here as well. However, of course, Madden is going to be the one to be reliant upon. 3 players over towards B right now for the CTs. I'm unsure why, because nothing really forced that. Madden doesn't need to go that aggressive, because literally his positioning towards ramp probably is the stronger one. Being further up ahead or trying to push through T-spawn. Right now, he went for a gamble. That didn't work out. Hence, you might as well just hold on to what you've got, really. I think he's going to find Bubble. The push in towards CT is already on. And actually, I'm surprised that Dia even finds that single one as a Dreamer. 3-on-3, but without a defuse kit, they need to move quickly. Spinks out with that flashbang as well. Dia to find the next headshot. What's going on? They're unaware of this. The push is back on and he win the round because of it. I criticized their force, and I criticized the fact that they actually rotate back over for it. That was because beforehand, SKADE had been looking so strong in their weaponry here into map 2.
It's all Spinks and Diha there as well. Just massive plays from both. Spinks has done a fantastic job. And he's done a fantastic job this map as a whole as well. He's sitting 19 and 10, kind of head and shoulders above everybody else on the server. It's nice to see everybody really pulling their weight here on ENCE as well. As I said before, there were a couple of players sort of lacking behind. Hades had a bit of a slow game over on Ancient. Definitely putting more work in with this AWP right here. Now that he's on that CT side as well, should get more opportunity to utilise it. It should be double digits here for ENCE 2 as SKADE are forced back down to a full eco, only Glocks to work with. And they're playing from an arm's length.
Yeah, so right now, just Glocks out for SKADE is going to mean that ENCE is probably going to go double digits here on this map. Them a decent time to get going in the second half of Ancient to start closing things out. Of course, here it was only a narrow lead into halftime break, and still kind of a back and forth between both teams. They're starting to come out on top for this one. Madden already found the first kill as expected. Right now, it's important for the CTs to not take any casualties whatsoever. And that game plan seems to be working out. They don't even use that much utility. Little to no reinvestment.
Yeah, clean as you like. I mean, utility is important in rounds like that. You don't want to be kind of overwhelmed and killed by Glocks in that scenario. But yeah, it's always nice to not kind of overuse that utility in rounds like that. It means minimal reinvestments are needed. They don't have a lot of money, so they can't really justify just throwing it away. For SKADE, a buy-up, but lacking really. No AWP, very, very limited on that utility as well. Ships has got quite literally none of it, so he's really, really relying on his aim in this one. And he's at the back of the pack over towards B as well, so maybe looking to try and get that trade in. As Denny will be trying to take first contact here in mid.
Let's see what timing is like. It's perfect actually for him as Spinks tried to go back in towards Connector. A little bit reckless there from his position as well. Diha is going to be under pressure. Straight back in. Madden though brings it back down to a level playing field. 4 players alive apiece, and right now the nade bottom mid isn't going to be doing all too much here after Snappy brought that one to the table. He has now been spotted, but yet again smoked off. Giving a little bit of anonymity towards those T's. ENCE have decided to go 2-on-2 for a bomb site. Might have actually been the right call as well, when you consider where Diha is at right now. Still a player in Madden in towards window. But the bomb seems to be heading B. Snappy pretty much gets Denny almost for free, as he awkwardly had his face completely turned, back turned towards shorts. Madden finds ships. And D actually to be found out early by Rainmaker. Chance towards B is still on, especially if they have headshots like that.
Oh man, after such a rough start with Sphinx falling, I actually thought that SKADE kind of handed this one to ENCE, but they've taken it right back. Rainmaker with a beautiful double, all falls onto Hades' shoulders. Should see the man on sight, but just can't connect the shots, needs to isolate them, and as soon as he finds Dreamer, Rainmaker's going to swing for his third. There were a couple of really big mistakes made there from SKADE, pushing in one by one, up short, up connector. Not the sort of plays that you want to be going for in a scenario where you've got that man advantage. However, it was recovered beautifully from Rainmaker, and they're just going to be happy to level things back out.
Yeah, exactly. And that, of course, meaning right now we're yet again leveled for the billionth time on this second map, it feels like. Back and forth, very, very closely matched for these two teams. Look at how quickly Hades is already here towards short. Can he actually find that first kill? Yes, he can. Onto ships, a tight one to hit, but he does. And Madden now, he's got his work cut out for him. Double peak with him and Diha. I want to say they come out on top, but even here at the 3-on-2, Denny with a quick and swift double. Spinks, though, bringing it back, and it's all going to be down to Bubble in a 1v3. And surely this is going to be 11 for ENCE right now. A little bit awkward to not have his rifle out. Snappy takes that final kill, and look at the money. That's really where it's at, or rather where it's not at for SKADE right now.
I mean, surely, especially after that round, SKADE have got to realize they have far more success when they slow it down a little bit. As soon as they go for a slow round and they win it, they kind of up the tempo in the next. They play with a little bit too much confidence. They bomb into a site, and they are just punished. ENCE are a team that are going to capitalize all day long if you're just going to try and flood through their smokes or something like that. SKADE now trailing by a round. They haven't really got cash, and they've invested into it. This is a very dangerous game. They lose this one, gonna have to eco in the next. ENCE can push themselves onto 13. It's thin ice. They need to make sure they don't make any more mistakes. As soon as they get those guns back out, it needs to be perfect Counter-Strike.
And Madden at least found the first one already here. Hades to find the next. And yes, it's only up against these Deagles and Tech 9s, but still they're finding their headshots. Not gifting anything away. Getting a little bit back when it comes down to reserves. They lost quite a couple of men in battles prior. Probably here already. I think that weapon is out of contention as well. That was naded out. Diha final headshot. AK recovered. ENCE make it 12. We're only 4 away from winning this best of 3.
I'm not sure if the intention of that HE was to do damage or was to blow the AK out of the way, but either way, it did
Almost
both.
felt that way.
And yeah, it was perfect. Absolutely perfect. 12 to 10, as I said before, it should be a 13th unless SKADE do something crazy with the eco again, but I doubt we'll see it on the T side. And then we need to see a perfect comeback. Hades, big opening shot, has all the info that they're in mid. It's going to be a bloodbath. Oh, he's just continuing to peek, and they're giving him. And Diha even swaps out to the pistol. That takes some confidence. All 5 players staying alive, and a clean round from ENCE.
And look at the odds shift all of a sudden. Those went brutally the other way now. As ENCE, of course, these are series odds. These are the chances of SKADE coming back into it. I mean, ENCE are only 3 rounds away from ending this. And sure, weapons are now out for SKADE. Give them the benefit of the doubt. They did have a decent run earlier. But it seems like ENCE are settled in on that CT side. Full confidence when you have players like Diha. Just to hit those first couple of shots already. Hit that first kill. 20 kills yet again for him. Still, the 8 bomb site is open for the tip. I'm wondering why they have such a massive focus on towards mids. It's only Hades and Sphinx remaining. Is it worth the rotate? No, not really. The hunt is going to be on. You have to be aware of ships potentially going back down through underground. He seemed to be weary of it, at least.
Ships? Yeah, he's aware. He knows. He knows. They've got map control pretty much everywhere else at this point as well. As soon as Denny clears out TV, I think ships will start to work his way up. Maybe. We'll see, actually. They don't have a lot of money. I've just looked over at their cash. Maybe they just try and keep all 4 players alive. At the end of the day, ENCE have got a lot of cash behind them. Whilst they're going to want to hold on to that AK because it's something that they can't invest as a CT, and that AWP just because it's expensive, it wouldn't be the end of the world if they dropped in that scenario. They've still got enough money to reinvest. So they'll carry those weapons across. SKADE, a much needed round there. If they'd have lost that one, they would have allowed their opponents onto map and series point. Now they need to do it again.
Yep, and right now, of course, it's 13 already. Only trailing by 2, though, SKADE are. So certainly something that you can come straight back into. Early times, 3 players over towards B, and that Molotov is going to put the brakes on for them. Sphinx in towards mid. Important headshot there onto ships. Important opener. The nade as well. D, perfect timing to bring those guys down into 1-hit headshot potential for those M4s as well. Hades, even if they jump and he only hits their toe, that'll be fine to find the kill. Body hit still comes down to bubble. Sure, Sphinx drops on short, but still you have Snappy here. You have damage being dealt. You have Hades just around the corner as well as they ragdoll away, but it's all going to be down to Dreamer in a 1v3, and he might have a dream. He might, well, do his namesake and remain a dreamer in that round. 14-11 for ENCE. money there for SKADE. But I feel like it might be too little too late, even with this timeout here.
Yeah, SKADE. This is a tough one. They're calling a timeout. They know that something magical needs to happen in this round. They've got just about enough money to buy. Maybe not for Denny. He's down to that Desert Eagle, but we've seen what kind of damage he can do with it. I think he's very used to being down to that Eagle. As the AWPer, time and time again, he'll drop down to a Desert Eagle to afford that sniper. He can do some serious damage with it, but you can see they're not happy. I think they're going to feel a little bit cheated out of that first map. Now trailing in the final stages here on Mirage. They need a burst of energy to come through.
Yeah, and right now already, Hades, he was quick into mid before, and look how quick he is this time to find ships as well. And right now, continuing on to Bubble. This just seems like they're breaking them bit by bit by bit. And with that, 2-player advantage already, all just thanks to their AWPer.
Oh, wow. I thought those 2 opening kills sealed it. There was a little bit of a recovery, but no, Diha closes. And just like that, I mean, that round's all on Hades' shoulders, isn't it? Massive, massive opening double. And what a time to be hitting shots like that as well. So fast into mid. And then just that pathing as well to go back up connector, tuck behind that box for the second too. ENCE have just been the better team throughout. There's been a couple of shaky moments, but definitely deserving of this series win. All they need to do is close out one of the next 4.
Yeah, and that should be easy enough to do, especially considering here, 1 AK, 4 Deagles for the T's. Right now, wondering why Dreamer has $600 and not a single nade with him. Found at least something to go along with that, even if it's just a flash or 2. Right now, he's alongside ships. He's carrying the utility, 2 flashes and a smoke. Ready to make a move. Spinks with that nade. Decent timing with it as well. Makes life a little bit easier for 2 of his teammates that still are carrying the M4s around. Still, for him, he gets taken out by Bubble. Snappy might be in trouble here. Tapping away, though. Long range advantage. Not against the Deagles, though. As Dreamer finds Snappy. The rotate is on. Rotation has to happen. Madden finds ships. Onto short. Has started his rotate back around as well. Bomb planted. 3 on 3. Diha already out of market. On towards the bomb site. Are on. Diha trying to move straight through the site. Dreamer to take him out on the headshot. Hades there to find Dreamer in return. Back to a 2-on-2. Rainwaker drops. All going to be down to Bubble. Madden with the 3k at the end. And the defuse as well. Finds it 16-11. Quick day at the office today for ENCE. As, well, they make it sweet and easy. Both maps in a similar style. And at the end, it's 2-0 for our favorites. They almost seemed bored by that game.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Like, it's a playoff game. There should be a little bit more excitement than this. I don't know. Maybe ENCE are a little bit disappointed with how a couple of those rounds went and how close those maps came. At the end of the day, you're playing against an opponent like SKADE. It's not like you're smurfing. These guys are a very, very high caliber opponent. And a 2-0 series should be a pretty good result. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe, I think as a professional team, sometimes you're not necessarily super happy with the wins if there's lots of problems to get there. But they looked very good today. They looked very, very good. And I'm excited to see them move through further and see if they can actually take the top spot as well. I think they're definitely one of the teams in contention for it.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say that at least we have one team that gets invited that actually makes it through to the semi-finals. On to the finals day tomorrow. They will be ready to face off against BLUEJAYS, who were able to beat invited Entropiq. Also, be endpoint 2-0, absolute stomping through this tournament thus far. Of course, the other semi-final will be GamerLegion up against forZe. course, that kind of already wraps it up from our side tonight, I guess. I mean, action returns tomorrow at 12. We'll be able to see our beautiful faces again for that first semi-final, whichever one of those two it will be. And then, of course, 3 best of 3s on the day. So tomorrow, 2 semi-finals, a grand final, and we will see you there.